Chapter 501, The Great Furnace Inside the Mountain. After a short while, a few Nisbets, led by Ni-1, came over. In the territory, there are a total of 50 Nisbets left behind. The remaining Nisbets have been arranged in the Bloody Mountain Range, Cold Wind Mountain Range, and Desolate Battlefield Fortresses, these three areas. Lord, please give the order. Nisbet saluted Fang Hao. Fang Hao nodded, handing 18 hero hearts to Ni-1 and saying, "Here are 18 hero hearts, prepare for the hero trials in the next few days. The rest can wait, there will be more hero hearts for you to use in the trials later." "Thank you, Lord." Ni-1 received them and expressed his gratitude. Nisbets, among the types of undead soldiers, belong to the type that possesses independent thought. They can undergo the hero assessment. But as Ni-1 said, because they contain modified traits, the assessment to become a hero will be more difficult than for ordinary races, and the success rate will be lower. If the first attempt fails, the materials needed for the next promotion will multiply. By the third or fourth time, they can no longer pass. Ordinary forces would then cancel the resource support for the hero, as the consumed materials have already multiplied many times over the normal amount. With that money and resources, several same-level heroes could be cultivated instead. "All right, you can go prepare. You can conduct the assessment yourselves when ready," Fang Hao casually said. There is neither tension nor joy in the emotions of the undead. Hence, Fang Hao didn't say anything about easing their state of mind or not being too nervous. They aren't nervous at all. "Yes, Lord." The group of Nisbets saluted again before retreating. Fang Hao attached great importance to the Nisbets. Whether or not a hero-led army can exist within his territory relies on these Nisbets' performances. He held some anticipation in his heart. As for the hero promotion material, the hero certificate, there wasn't a good candidate yet. Aside from the skeleton heroes he created, who could not use the hero certificate, all other heroes were eligible. But as of now, no one had reached rank 10. Those that reached rank 7 included the Corpse Witch, Nelson, and the Fate Weaver, Domina. The rank 8 heroes were Ancient Blade, Dimitrija, and Clipper, Kenji. The most promising of all, Angia, had already reached the blue rank 9 and seemed to have the potential to become a rank 10 hero. But Angia wasn't in a hurry for this and displayed a laid-back attitude. Fang Hao could only wait, providing materials when someone reached rank 10, allowing them to attempt the upgrade. After lunch, Fang Hao, Angia, and Dimitrija departed. Upon casting the demon teleportation, they arrived directly at the Zhenbei city in the Bloody Mountain Range. The sudden appearance of the teleportation light in the city center caused quite a stir. When the three of them stepped out from the light, they saw the female troll Stella, accompanied by several troll guards, rushing towards them. Seeing it was Fang Hao and company, her face instantly turned serious. She quickly came forward, knelt and said, "Lord." Stella had signed a slave contract with Fang Hao. As the leader of the trolls, she managed the trolls' daily life and job distribution. But Stella didn't forget her status as a slave. Whenever she saw Fang Hao, she would salute with utmost respect. Seeing Stella salute, the troll guards nearby also knelt down one by one. One after another, the trolls all over the street knelt down, shouting, "Lord." "All right, Stella, stand up, and tell everyone to stand up," Fang Hao said. "Yes, Lord." Stella stood up and ordered the guards behind her to make everyone stand up. Despite this, she still kept her head lowered, looking very respectful. Fang Hao strode towards the city lord's mansion, casually saying, "You don't need to bow that much in the future." "Yes, Lord," Stella obediently answered. "Have any dwarves arrived?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "Yes, Lord, last night, a team of 1,000 arrived in the city. I have arranged accommodations for them," Stella answered. "Good, summon the dwarf leader to see me." "Yes, Lord." Stella immediately gave the order. A troll went towards the area where the dwarves reside. Inside the city lord's hall, Fang Hao, after hearing Stella's report, had gained some understanding of the recent situation in Zhenbei city. All in all, as Kayuza's ex-lover, Stella also showed considerable leadership abilities. Not only had she stabilized the trolls' emotions, several key mines had also resumed production. The only thing lacking now is that Fang Hao killed too many trolls, leading to a lack of labor on many mines. Stella explained it tactfully. fearing that Fang Hao would bluntly blame her. Of course, Fang Hao also understood the problem. He didn't say much about it. Before long, the dwarf leader Belarga and a few other dwarves strode in. Walking confidently, they had the demeanor befitting of descendants of a king. Upon seeing Fang Hao sitting above, Belarga and the others were instantly taken aback. Wasn't Fang Hao at the desolate battlefield? How did he appear here? You should know that they had traveled all day yesterday and didn't arrive in Zhenbei city until late at night. If it wasn't for Fang Hao's people guiding them, the city gates wouldn't have been opened to them. Now, early in the morning, Fang Hao was sitting there. Lord! Belarga led the way in saluting, the other dwarves following suit. Bring the sand table over. Fang Hao didn't bother with small talk and directly ordered. Chapter 502. The enormous sand table of the bloodthirsty mountain range was pushed over. On the sand table, the topographical features of the bloodthirsty mountain range, as well as the original location of the troll tribe, could be clearly seen. Fang Hao descended from the viewing platform and stood before the sand table. Belarga, these cities are all of considerable size. You might consider choosing one, Fang Hao suggested, standing to one side. The cities in front of him were all remnants of the troll tribes. Although the trolls had died, the buildings within the city, including the walls and the clan leader's hall, as well as some residential structures, were all preserved. Choosing an existing city would be much easier than building from scratch. What about this one? What do you think, my lord? Belarga, standing on tiptoe, pointed at the city behind the northern town. This city was located to the north of the northern town, in the middle position among three giant mountains. It was also a city of the Rockhead tribe. As the second largest troll tribe, the Rockhead tribe's city had already reached level 5, with a good array of buildings. Although it had been trampled upon by the undead army, restoration would be simpler than a complete rebuild, saving on materials. Of course, these were Fang Hao's thoughts. The reason Belarga chose this fortress was due to the mines in the nearby mountains. With their understanding of the mountains, the dwarves suspected that a large vein of ore lay within the mountain. Having chosen to settle in the bloodthirsty mountain range, any future dealings with the trolls would be inevitable. They needed to claim this mining vein first. Fine, make preparations and set off immediately. I'll accompany you there and help construct some of the buildings, Fang Hao agreed immediately. Very well, my lord, I will arrange everything immediately. Having said this, Belarga led his men away. Afterward, he would lead his tribe to the chosen city. In the afternoon, Fang Hao and Belarga arrived at the former city of the Rockhead tribe. The city had been ravaged by war. Many houses had collapsed, and the city gate was in severe disrepair. The only sign of cleanliness was the lack of corpses within the city. All the bodies left by the undead had been thrown into the transformation pool. Fang Hao designated this location as a subsidiary city. He named it Lysis City. This name was chosen by Belarga, presumably after the peak where they used to live. Fang Hao agreed, seeing as the dwarves lived here, having a name they liked would also provide a sense of belonging. After appointing Belarga as the governor, Fang Hao used the Book of Lords to help them restore several special buildings. Within an hour, the entire city had reached a size where it was habitable. Thinking his abilities would amaze Belarga, who had been following closely, Fang Hao was surprised to find Belarga remaining calm. Upon asking, Fang Hao learned. The dwarves had already begun having contact with the transmigrator and had made substantial improvements to many of their weapons and equipment based on his suggestions. For example, the loading method of the firearm, which involved pouring gunpowder into the barrel then inserting a bullet, was challenged by the transmigrator. He improved the firearm's body and bullets, bringing it closer to the effectiveness of modern firearms. This was gaining attention among the dwarven tribes, although at this stage, it was still in the testing and designing phases. However, with a clear direction for improvement, success couldn't be far away. Hearing Belarga's remarks, Fang Hao was the one who was surprised. If modern weapons were produced, they could potentially shift the dynamics of this era. Farmers equipped with firearms could possess strength comparable to that of regular troops. Even dragons might struggle to withstand the firepower. It seemed that he needed to pay more attention to this matter. Once all the buildings were completely constructed, Fang Hao continued, Belarga, where would you suggest building the Mountain Heart Grand Furnace? I would like to start construction for you as soon as possible. My lord, the Mountain Heart Grand Furnace needs to be built with the mountain as its base. I have already chosen the location. Please, follow me, Belarga stated. Fang Hao followed him to the foot of a towering mountain. This mountain was one of the 3 surrounding cities. It was also the largest of the 3. My lord, let's construct it here, Belarga stated without hesitation. The Mountain Heart Grand Furnace was fundamental to the dwarves' ability to refine ores. The construction of each grand furnace required the collective effort of several generations. Blueprints are only held by a few individuals, such as the leaders of the dwarves. The ability of a transmigrator can play a significant role at this time, because construction wouldn't require several generations of people. All it needs are the right materials. Mountain Belly Furnace, wood 15,750, stone 125,8850, hardened wood 27,580, fine brick 185,470, thick leather 5,435, iron 15,820, cast iron 8,575, metal parts 1,255, precision parts 420, red flame essence 22, perfect essence 10. Description: it is said that the dwarves made use of a volcano to construct a huge furnace. The flames within the forge never extinguished, making the craftsmanship of the dwarves renowned across the lands. My goodness! After seeing the required materials, Fang Hao was stunned. The materials consumed by the Mountain Belly Furnace were simply frightening. It was enough to build a city outright. Especially the stone, which reached a staggering 1.2 million. The remaining materials were also consumed in large quantities, especially the precision parts. Fang Hao didn't have the blueprints for the precision parts yet, all the parts in the warehouse were obtained from defeating various constructs. They were saved bit by bit for later use in the construction of the constructs. Now, for the construction of the Mountain Belly Furnace, they were barely enough. But at this point, he couldn't afford to be parsimonious with the materials. If he were to say now that it couldn't be built, wouldn't that make these dwarves think he was unreliable? Once the location was chosen, construction began right away. In an instant, the whole mountain was enveloped in an orange glow, gradually taking on the shape of a large furnace. However, the construction had already taken over 3 hours and it would still need some more time. While waiting for the construction, Fang Hao made enough household utensils for the dwarves. Beds, chairs, and various tools. Anything he could think of, Fang Hao tried his best to fabricate for them. 3 hours passed quickly. The massive furnace, created from the heart of the mountain, appeared in front of everyone. Ironbeard Belarga's loyalty to you has increased by 15 points, current loyalty 80. Looking at the large furnace, Belarga's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. A great furnace that it took the 8 Peaks Mountain several generations to construct. He and his followers now had one of their own, and it was brand new, belonging only to them. Mountain Belly Furnace. Category: Building. Working population: 0/450. Raw material: iron ore. Outcome: cast iron, white steel ingots, dwarf iron ingots, fine iron ingots, 100 refined iron ingots, mithril ingots. Description: it is said that the dwarves made use of a volcano to construct a huge furnace. The flames within the forge never extinguished, making the craftsmanship of the dwarves renowned across the lands. The Mountain Belly Furnace certainly hasn't disappointed Fang Hao. It could forge various ingots, both the ones he knew of and the ones he didn't. In addition to the fine iron, there were several other types of outcomes. Not only did it meet the material requirements for the newly acquired Temple Guardian armor, but it also ensured that there would be no worries about the resources for higher-level blueprints in the future. Thank you, my lord. With the furnace, we may continue our work, Belarga continued. Well, once everyone is settled, we can resume production. I will also arrange for the ore mined in the surrounding cities to be transported here for you all to process. Understood, my lord. Belarga nodded in understanding. After helping the dwarves set up the city, Fang Hao did not linger. He activated the demon teleportation and returned directly to his territory. In the days that followed, Fang Hao rested in his territory for 3 days. The desolate battlefield had progressively transported back the spoils of war that had been excavated. The number of gold and silver utensils was simply astounding. The tribute amassed by the Lord of Thunder now benefited Fang Hao. My lord, the statue of the king has been completed. This is the stone carver, Gray, who briskly walked over. Let's go take a look, said Fang Hao as he walked towards the temple with Angia and Ira. In front of the temple stood a statue, carved from stone. It was a likeness of Fang Hao. Standing tall and erect, it was extremely impressive. The statue of the king can be placed in the pantheon. Placing the statue of the king in each affiliated territory can collect the power of faith and improve one's divinity level. Chapter 503. Suddenly, 2 system notifications interrupted Fang Hao's self-admiration. The statue of the king can be established in the pantheon. Statues of the king can be established in each subsidiary territory to collect power of faith and raise the level of divinity. Pantheon could be considered as an enormous temple. A regular temple can only place 2 statues, but the pantheon has no such limit. As long as the statues do not repel each other, they can be placed in the pantheon. This feature is especially inclusive. Similarly, the statue of the king can also be placed inside. By chance, Fang Hao had just acquired divinity, which can be improved by gathering the faith of the public, and collecting the power of faith. Previously, he had seen that his divinity was at level 0. He had been wondering about ways to level up, only to realize now that it relied on the collection of faith to increase its level. In that case, the belief of people in his territory and the population itself became exceptionally pivotal. Without further ado, Fang Hao opened the options for the pantheon and placed the king's statue inside. The next second, the king's statue on the vacant land vanished in an instant. It directly appeared in the main hall of the pantheon. Blueprint unlocked, King's statue. King's statue, wood 320, refined stone bricks 350, iron 120, metal parts 50, mithril 5, traces of prayer 1. Description: a great leader, worshipped by his subjects. Having directly unlocked the blueprint made things more convenient. He could then share the blueprint of the king's statue, allowing each subsidiary city to establish king's statue. He could also benefit from collecting faith power to enhance his divinity. Of course, having his statues placed everywhere made him feel slightly embarrassed. However, there was no other choice, for the sake of leveling up. Ever since Fang Hao had witnessed the quasi-god's power, it reminded him constantly that if he wanted to survive, he needed to keep enhancing his strength. His tactic of relying on low-ranked undead for the navy could no longer ensure an unbeatable advantage when facing quasi-god level enemies. A single skill could wipe out an entire army. This shocked Fang Hao, while simultaneously, upon acquiring divinity, stirred a sense of longing within him. Therefore, these statues of the kingdom had to be established in the subsidiary cities. Besides, he needed more subordinates. As for collecting the power of belief, every city with a large population were indigenous cities. These indigenous cities were forcibly taken over by Fang Hao, with governors appointed afterward. Thus, his own presence was not particularly significant, let alone influential. Hence, the following moves would include increasing the dedication of the city dwellers toward himself. After planning, he shared the blueprints of the temple and the statue of the king with several transmigrator governors, and requested them to establish temples with the statue of the king in their cities. Just as he sent out the message, heated discussions sprung up among the subordinate territories. They were amazed that Fang Hao had become the king, and made all sorts of flattering compliments about the imposing and fearsome statue of Fang Hao. Meanwhile, Fang Hao also didn't idle about. He utilized the teleportation to the subordinate cities of the indigenous people. He established temples and statues in every city, and instructed all the mayors to widely propagate about himself being the king. It was not the time to keep a low profile. The subordinates, only once they recognize your strengths and believe that you can fulfill their wishes, you will gain the power of faith. After being busy for a whole day, Fang Hao returned to his territory. He visited all the subsidiary cities today. Every city's mayor was present, except Rolina, who was absent from Blood Castle. The Blood Hunter said that Rolina had stayed in Blood Castle for only 2 days before she left again. It seemed that she may have once more returned to Lyss City. After returning, Fang Hao visited the hot springs at night and retired for the day. The next day, after breakfast, Fang Hao activated the teleportation screen and headed directly to Grey Bear's stronghold. Grey Bear had been sent to the original territory of Qiu Zhishang. The current stronghold was managed by the rabbit woman, Millie. Millie was a rabbit maid Fang Hao had bought from a slave trader. After taking a physical enhancing potion, she had displayed strong combat talents. Fang Hao had appointed her to Grey Bear's side to experience real combat. Millie indeed didn't disappoint Fang Hao, her level was rapidly improving. When Grey Bear was sent away, Millie had already reached the level 7, thereby making her one of the top few fighters among the bandits. Adding to the fact that Fang Hao had close relations with Millie, she naturally became the new leader of the stronghold. When Fang Hao and the others emerged from the teleportation screen, he saw Millie, hands on hips, loudly berating her subordinates who were loafing around. Her dominant presence contrasted sharply with her petite stature and innocent, busty appearance. When she saw Fang Hao, Millie's intimidating demeanor vanished instantly. She ran over and threw herself into Fang Hao's arms, coquettishly saying, "Master, Millie missed you so much." The newly joined bandits on the side were flabbergasted. Millie, who hardly had a good temper for a single day, could actually be this coquettish. Feeling the soft body in his arms, Fang Hao gave Millie's little head a rub. "Just now, you seemed quite tough." "No, not at all. As you know, these guys only respond to a show of strength. I can't afford not to be strict." Millie was quick to justify. All the people in the stronghold were ex-bandits, without exception. The stronger you appear, the more they'll behave. Grey Bear had been managing them similarly. Lacking this method, no one could control such a crowd. Chapter 504. "Well, it's fine, I think you've done a good job. Pick some people to go with me to Lyss City later," Fang Hao continued. "All right, Master." Millie nodded. Her arms still held Fang Hao tightly, with no intention of letting go. "Go on, we're leaving soon." Under Fang Hao's urging, Millie finally let go and started gathering people. Soon, Millie assembled 20 people, and they set off for Lyss City on horseback. Fang Hao chose to ride on a purple-scaled horse to Lyss City instead of using teleportation. He had his own reasons for this. Lyss City wasn't a city under his control, and more often than not, teleportation would end up in the city center or the city lord's mansion. Fang Hao wasn't sure if he could teleport directly into his recently purchased residence. So, he chose to teleport to the Grey Bear Fortress and then ride the rest of the way, providing a proper reason for his entrance into the city. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to explain his travel times to the Lyss City authorities. By 3 in the afternoon, Fang Hao and his group had entered Lyss City. First, they delivered a batch of new clothes to a clothing store. Then, they headed to the city lord's manor. He had yet to claim the reward for assisting Rebecca with the faceless last time. Additionally, he wanted to build a relationship with her, which would make it easier for him to develop and conduct business in the city in the future. Under the guidance of a maid. As Fang Hao walked along the long corridor, he noticed a change. Starting from the courtyard of the city lord's manor, there were significantly more patrolling guards than before. And even this previously deserted corridor was now guarded by armed soldiers every few meters. The distance between guards was carefully arranged, so that even if a guard was at a corner, he could still see his companions to his left and right. If one of them encountered any trouble, the others would be alerted immediately. It seemed that during his absence, some problem had arisen within Lyss City. And this problem had threatened Rebecca's personal safety. If it could affect the ruler of a city, the situation must be quite serious. The maid led Fang Hao swiftly to a study room. She gently knocked on the door. "Madam, Mr. Fang Hao is here." "Let him in." Rebecca's voice came from inside the room. The maid opened the door. "Mr. Fang Hao, please." Fang Hao nodded and walked straight into the study. Inside the study, Rebecca, dressed in a beige gown, was sitting at her desk reviewing a stack of documents. Only when she saw Fang Hao enter did she put the documents aside. "I haven't seen you for quite a while," Rebecca began. "I was dealing with some issues." "I just arrived," said Fang Hao, sitting down opposite her. Rebecca revealed a slight smile and pulled open a drawer. She pulled out a few heavy money bags and pushed them in front of Fang Hao. "This is the reward for the last mission, I've been keeping it for you." Fang Hao took it without hesitation. Although the money meant nothing to him now, these gold coins were the agreed reward for their collaboration. "Has it been unsafe in the city recently? I noticed you've increased your manpower." Fang Hao asked straightforwardly. "Ah." Rebecca sighed softly, not intending to hide anything. "The day before yesterday, I was attacked on my way to a banquet, I suspect the Faceless are responsible, so I've increased my guard. The relationship between Rebecca and Fang Hao was more like friendship, although they also collaborated. Though she held the power in Lyss City, she didn't have anyone she could truly trust within the city. No one could be sure where the Faceless had planted informers. But she was certain that she and Fang Hao were on the same side. After all, they had cooperated in killing quite a few Faceless. So, when her whereabouts were revealed and she was attacked, she was willing to tell Fang Hao about it. What? They've become so bold as to dare to assassinate you? Fang Hao was quite surprised. In the 100 Cities Federation, each city governed itself. So, essentially, each city lord was the supreme ruler in the city. The decision of the Faceless to assassinate the city lord signified a declaration of war. It was no longer a matter of secretly kidnapping residents and gathering intelligence. Don't worry, it's not a big deal, but you should also be careful in the city to avoid any danger. Rebecca gave him a word of caution. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Let me know if anything comes up. Fang Hao nodded in agreement. The two didn't talk for too long. Rebecca had many documents that needed to be reviewed, and Fang Hao also had his own matters to attend to. He left the city lord mansion while it was still early. He met up with Angia outside the gate. He hailed a carriage and directly headed to the mission hall at the east gate of the city. The mission hall was a specific place where tasks were distributed to mercenary groups. Fang Hao had previously registered his mercenary group and had received several tasks. The carriage stopped on the street, and Fang Hao led Angia straight into the hall. The hall was as bustling as ever, filled with personnel from various mercenary groups. It was already approaching dusk, and he wondered if there were still any good tasks left. Fang Hao was just trying his luck. He also took the chance to stroll around the night market in the area. Items like multi-headed fire python and undead war drum, as well as some rare resources, were all purchased from the night market. Occasionally, he would also come across some good finds. Upon reaching the counter, he asked for a list of reward tasks from the receptionist. He started to check each task one by one. After flipping through a few, a certain task caught Fang Hao's attention. Map, Demon Manor. Type, single-page map. Remark, a manor that has little contact with outsiders. A demon with huge wings on its back has been spotted, hunting any passerby. Description, a map drawn and task information posted by the Wave Mercenary Group. This was the only map that looked quite decent. It mentioned a demon with large wings on its back sighted in a manor in the wilderness. Quite a few possibilities could be derived from the description of having huge wings on the back. Because of her blood clan lineage, Rolina could also spread out her large wings, just as his demon doll could. Asserting that it was a demon based on this line of reasoning was rather far-fetched. But among all the tasks, this one seemed decent, certainly better than tasks like accompanying a noble's son to practice swordsmanship or investigating a man's affair. I'll take this mission, representing the Windmill Mercenary Group. Fang Hao told the staffer. All right, sir, the staffer said, registering for Fang Hao. Apart from this map, Fang Hao didn't find any other maps interesting. Lately, even tasks to wipe out mountain bandits were decreasing. Mercenaries were also facing a shortage of tasks. After completing the registration, Fang Hao left the mission hall with Angia. They visited the market outside the door to see if there was anything they needed. They stopped at a roadside stall, and Fang Hao squatted down. How much for these materials? 20 silver each, said the stall owner, without lifting his head. Okay, I'll take all of them. Fang Hao paid and collected all the materials. They continued to look around the stalls. However, in a casual glance over his shoulder, he noticed something off. He was being followed. As his strength grew, Fang Hao's senses also improved. Not far behind him, two men were squatting in front of a stall. He had seen one of them when he left the mansion, and the other had appeared across the street when he left the city lord's mansion. This was definitely not a coincidence. Even if it was, how come these two men were together again? Fang Hao's nerves instantly tensed. Rebecca's words of caution suddenly flashed in his mind. The Faceless might have already known that Fang Hao was helping Rebecca. It was highly likely that these people were arranged by the Faceless. Otherwise, he couldn't think of a second enemy who would monitor him in Lyss City. With this thought in mind, Fang Hao casually draped his arm around Angia, adopting an intimate pose like a couple. Don't turn around, someone's following us. The two of them moved through the crowd without showing any unusual behavior. The two followers not far away put down the items on the stall, got up, and started to trail behind Fang Hao. It's those two men. Their strength isn't high. They should just be ordinary spies. It won't be difficult to deal with them. Angia also noticed the two men behind them. Let's go, we should find a quiet place, Fang Hao said. The two of them walked straight out of the market and turned into a dark alley. The alley was filled with rubbish and swarming with flies. Behind them, the two followers stood at the entrance of the alley, frowning as they watched the alley. Chapter 505. The two men stood at the entrance of the alley, hesitating slightly. The person they were following had emerged from the bazaar and walked directly into the dim, deserted alley. They suspected that their target had realized he was being followed, and had deliberately chosen to head into the alley to set a trap. What do we do? One of them asked. The other one frowned, stating, we've got no choice. If we don't bring that man back, Boss Lei won't let us off the hook. Should we call for backup? There's no time. As long as we don't kill that young man, we should manage. Okay, let's do it. Both men made sure their weapons were secure at their waist, then stepped into the shadowy alley. As dusk approached, the horizon began to be tinged with a red glow. The alley darkened further. A homeless man snored loudly beside a pile of garbage. The two men quickened their pace, fearing that their target might escape from the dark alley. The quiet alley echoed with the sound of their hurried footfalls. They rounded a corner. Their footsteps abruptly halted. Ahead, two figures blocked their path. The young man and woman they had been tailing. Surprisingly, they had waited for them to arrive. After confirming that there were no other accomplices, some tension eased from within the two men. This must be a rich, spoilt heir who doesn't know better. They drew the daggers from their waist, sneering at the young couple. Fang Hao calmly looked at the two men and asked, who sent you guys? You've been tailing us all day. Fess up, then you can call it a day. Heh. What's the rush? You'll find out soon enough, one of them replied. You're not here to kill me. Fang Hao inferred from the man's words that assassination didn't seem to be their motive. You're lucky. You're worth more alive than dead. Upon hearing their answer, Fang Hao confirmed that these two men were sent by someone else to capture him. It could be the Faceless Ones, a business competitor, or that the dragon-scale mercenaries discovered something they shouldn't have. Fang Hao quickly ran through the list of potential enemies in his mind. The abilities of these two men were not bad. They had reached the 5th tier, which in the mercenary world, was considered quite skilled. But they were no match for Fang Hao and Angia at this moment. As they saw the two men approaching with daggers in their hands, Fang Hao said to Angia, don't kill them. I want to find out who's been tailing us. As soon as Angia responded affirmatively, her body shot forward explosively. Like a swift shadowy streak, she was upon them in the blink of an eye. Thud. Thud. Two beating sounds later, both men were flung backward. They crashed into the wall behind them, coughing up blood. Just moments ago they seemed formidable, but in the twinkling of an eye, they had lost their combat power, unable to get up. Fang Hao walked over and addressed the men, tell me, who sent you? If you speak, you can live. The men's faces were bone white, and they couldn't stop coughing up blood. They never expected that the young businessman's beast-eared maid possessed such combat power. We admit defeat in this matter. Let us go, and you'll never see us again, one of them said weakly, clutching his chest. This almost made Fang Hao laugh. He'd come up with a good idea, had failed to assassinate someone, but now acted as if they were playing by some rules of the underworld. There's no such easy deal in the world. You've already attacked me. Do you think I'll let you walk away just like that? One last time, who sent you? Fang Hao continued. You'd better not pry. This isn't something you should. Fang Hao, exasperated, waved his hand. Angia, wearing tiger's claw, punched the man twice on the nose. He choked on his words, and with a twitch of his eyes, he passed out. Fang Hao squatted down in front of the second man, picked up his fallen dagger, and held it against the man's throat. Who sent you? The cold dagger made the man shiver. I'll be killed if I tell, the man's voice trembled. If you don't tell, you'll die right now, Fang Hao reminded him impassively. The man saw the miserable state of his companion next to him, gritted his teeth, and blurted, "It was Layli. If we can capture you, our debt will be wiped clean, and we'll receive a hefty reward." Layli. So it was him. It seemed that while Fang Hao was gone, there were indeed changes within the Faceless One's circle. Not only had Layli targeted Rebecca, but he had also figured out that Fang Hao was the external support behind Rebecca. "Are there others?" Fang Hao continued his interrogation. "I'm not sure, but I think there might be others." "Boss Layli never lacks pawns or resources," the man said. Layli was a big figure in the underworld. He controlled a large portion of various entertainment industries. He never ran short of minions and enforcers. Even people like the man in front of him, who were deeply in debt, were plentiful under his control. "All right, I'm satisfied with your answer. I'll let you off this time. But if you dare show your face in front of me again, it won't end as simply as it did today," Fang Hao said, tossing the dagger aside. "Why yes, thank you, sir." The man immediately kneeled on the ground, knocking his forehead on the floor twice in thanks. As for the other obstinate man, Fang Hao ordered Angia to break his limbs. The alley was instantly filled with agonized wailing. The sound woke the homeless man from his slumber and frightened away the rats foraging for food. Chapter 506. Fang Hao lost interest in continuing his leisurely stroll after he left the alleyway. After climbing into his carriage, he headed directly back to his place. After dinner, when he returned to his room, he found someone already seated inside, awaiting him. It was Little Yu, back to her original form. "Sir." Little Yu broke the silence. Fang Hao had her stationed with Layli, using her to gather information for him. It was for this very reason that, despite killing many faceless people for Rebecca, he had never touched Layli. This time around, Little Yu would hopefully have intelligence he was unaware of. "Little Yu, what news do you have this time?" Fang Hao asked directly. Little Yu sat down and reported, "Sir, 2 days ago a leader of the Faceless arrived. They held an emergency meeting and hatched a plan to assassinate Rebecca." Previously, Little Yu had mentioned that the Faceless intended to bring someone special over. It seemed this special person was the very leader she spoke of. "Who is this person? Is their identity ascertainable?" Fang Hao continued to press. Little Yu shook her head, "This individual is stronger than me. My attempts to spy on them failed as they found me out each time. However, judging by their stature, it is highly probable that they are a woman." Fang Hao had seen Little Yu's espionage and tracking skills firsthand. Her skill of blending into the shadows made her immensely difficult to detect. Given that this individual noticed Little Yu's surveillance attempts, they could be essentially considered a hero. This exposed Little Yu to considerable danger. "I see, no need to go back to the Faceless anymore, just to be safe," Fang Hao advised after some thought. "Understood, sir." Little Yu nodded in agreement. They continued their conversation for some time, sharing more details, and then Little Yu left Fang Hao's room. Left alone in his room, Fang Hao sat on the edge of his bed, considering his subsequent strategies. His identity had been revealed. However, he still couldn't confirm the identity of the Faceless. While he remained exposed to the public eye, the Faceless were lurking in the shadows, monitoring his every move. During these few days of his stay in Lyss City, he needed to be extra careful. The night deepened and he went to bed, sinking into a heavy sleep. The following morning, after breakfast, Fang Hao led a group of people out of Lyss City. Although the Faceless posed a threat, the protection of several heroes assured his safety. Especially after gaining divinity, his personal strength had also been significantly improved. He felt bold enough to confront a few assassins. Today's mission was to explore the Demon Manor, the mercenary mission they had picked up yesterday from the mission hall. The group advanced towards their destination. "Angia, there were 2 women fighting over a man at the entrance of the tavern yesterday. A lot of people were gawking." Millie, the rabbit woman, mounted on her horse, told Angia sitting next to her. "Really? Why didn't you let me know? What were they fighting over?" The dull journey made Angia instantly interested. "They were arguing over a man, it seems," Millie replied. "Was the fight intense?" "It got intense. They were pulling hair and ripping clothes. People from the tavern came out to watch the spectacle. A big crowd had gathered," Millie went on. There were not many things that could make drunkards put down their drinks to join the crowd. However, two women ripping each other's clothes off would captivate many men's interest. How did it end? Angia asked. Later, the patrol guards came and took the two women and the man away. I heard from others that they were fighting because the man apparently was trying to seduce another's husband. That's why they were fighting today. Millie continued. Ah, is that so? Just for that? What's the big deal about it? Angia commented. Exactly. Besides, the guy looks ugly with yellow teeth. I have no idea what there is to fight over. Millie added. In the orc tribe, the clan leader and the elders within the tribe all had numerous women. Like the previous Frostwind tribe, every year they required women from the affiliated tribes as offerings. In the dictionary of the orcs, the strong could rightfully obtain more resources and rights of reproduction. Everything bowed to the strong. Although Angia and Millie resembled humans in appearance and were somewhat neglected within the orc society, their understanding of societal concepts remained orcish. They began discussing issues about men and women. On the other side, Fang Hao and Dimitrija were also deeply engrossed in their whispered chat. They discussed the redeployment of generals in various places. With no wars existing in the territory now, the heroes in all places needed to be reconfigured. In order to effectively utilize the heroes, the team moved forward. Around 10 in the morning. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps could be heard from the front. Dimitrija immediately ordered a defensive formation. Several mercenaries-dressed individuals appeared, their gear disarrayed. They fled in panic, frequently glancing back. Bang! The soft twang of a crossbow string. An arrow pinned itself right next to the foot of one of the running mercenaries. Stop right there! Drop your weapons! Millie called out. It was then that the mercenaries realized a well-equipped team blocked their path. About 20 crossbows aimed at them from a distance. The warning couldn't have been clearer. No, no. We're from the Rattlesnake mercenary group. We mean no harm, just passing through. One of them stammered, slowly laying down their weapon on the ground. The dozen or so mercenaries behind him also dropped their weapons. Chapter 507. But they still occasionally looked back, as if worried someone was chasing them. The Rattlesnake mercenary group, among the mercenaries in Lyss City, was a mid to low-tier team. Besides the main team, which boasted a few skilled hands, the rest of the squads were made up of new recruits. The person in front of them, even if he was part of the Rattlesnake mercenary group, would only belong to a subgroup. What are you doing here? Millie moved her horse forward a few steps and asked loudly. She indeed had the demeanor of a leader. The Rattlesnake mercenaries seemed confused by the situation before them. The group was primarily humans, but the one questioning them was a girl with rabbit ears. Especially her baby-faced appearance, coupled with the bandit-like manner, created a peculiar incongruity. Miss, we were on a task we had picked up from the hall and were ambushed along the way, replied the Rattlesnake mercenary group's captain. They indeed looked like they were fleeing. Did you take up the Demon Manor task? Fang Hao asked. The Rattlesnakes hesitated, quickly realizing that these people were also here for the same task. Yes, yes, the Rattlesnake's captain hastily nodded. Tell me about the danger you encountered, Fang Hao continued. Given they had the same task, Fang Hao was curious about the enemy the others had encountered that scared them off. They were thoroughly frightened but were able to escape unscathed, though they looked miserable. We were attacked by a demon while we were approaching. It killed our horses, and had been chasing us since then, replied one of the Rattlesnakes. Some of them even pointed to claw marks on their armors as proof of the assailants' brutality. Did you reach the manor? No, we were attacked on the way. To avoid casualties, I led the team to retreat, the Rattlesnake's captain explained. What did this demon look like? Fang Hao asked after some thought. It had a pair of huge wings, and it's very familiar with the terrain here, replied the Rattlesnake's captain. Other squad members also continued to add to the description. Some mentioned seeing horns on its head, while others recalled a long tail when the horses were swooped away. In any case, from their disjointed descriptions, Fang realized that they hadn't really seen the demon's true appearance and had fled in panic after the attack. Any guess of its power level? Fang Hao asked further. It's a demon. It must at least possess the strength of a hero-tiered entity, the Rattlesnake members hastily replied. Fang nodded but didn't ask further. Clearly, these people were too preoccupied with escaping. All right, you may leave. Fang suggested. Oh, yes, thank you, sir. The Rattlesnake members nodded in agreement and left from the side of the team, quickly heading towards Lyss City. Once certain they had truly left, the group set off again, continuing their journey towards the Demon Manor. With Dimitrija and Angia present, their safety could be assured. The group proceeded, entering a forest. At the front of the forest, Fang Hao and others discovered traces of blood and signs of combat. This must have been where the rattlesnakes were attacked, they presumed. However, they saw neither the weapons the attackers had discarded nor any dead horses. Neither did they find any enemies nearby. Beyond the dense forest, a mansion with walls covered with vibrant flowers appeared. It was precisely the location of the Demon Manor on the map. By cross-checking with the map, they could confirm that this was indeed the location of the Demon Manor. The group approached, and just as Fang Hao was about to send out the skeleton sparrow to scout the mansion, the heavy iron gate slowly opened, and a figure cloaked in a black robe stepped out. Mr. Fang Hao, what brings you here? Chapter 508. Fang Hao looked up in confusion. At the gate, stood a familiar figure clad in a black cloak. Half-demon alchemist. It was him. If I remember correctly, I bumped into him selling homemade potions near the mission hall. Since then, he has often brought his homemade potions to the hot pot restaurant. They didn't interact much, but they were still partners in a sense. Lately, Fang Hao has been producing glass bottles and providing them to him. The containers for potions had changed from clay pots to glass bottles. So it's you. Fang Hao revealed a small smile. Fang Hao didn't know his name, but the half-demon found out Fang Hao's name through various means. After all, it wasn't difficult to find information since Fang Hao owned some properties in the city. Yes, what brings Mr. Fang Hao here? The half-demon continued to ask. I was just passing by and on my way, I met some mercenaries running for their lives. They mentioned that they encountered monsters attacking them, and I found my way here, said Fang Hao softly. The half-demon's eyes shifted quickly, immediately picking up on something. Seeing that he had nothing to say, Fang Hao continued, aren't you going to invite us in? Of course, gentlemen, please come in. The half-demon was quite welcoming, stepping aside to indicate that they could enter the mansion. The mansion had some flowers and plants. A few horses were tied to the wooden stakes at the side, and some packages were thrown on the ground. It seemed to be the belongings of the fleeing mercenaries. Fang Hao, Angia and Dimitrija followed the half-demon into the hall. The rest waited outside. The arrangement in the hall was simple. There were very ordinary wooden tables and chairs, few plain-looking paintings hung on the wall. The three of them sat down at the table and chairs. The half-demon brought over some fruits. Do you live in this large mansion alone? Fang Hao found a topic and asked. My mother and I stay here. She should be back soon, replied the half-demon. Do you work in Lyss City? Yes. Well, this place is quite a distance from Lyss City. Fang Hao and the half-demon chatted casually. The two had interacted a few times prior. The half-demon was pretty easygoing with others. But he was very careful and protective when it comes to humans, always extremely cautious. The half-demon took the three of them around his mansion, including his room where he usually read and made alchemical potions. As soon as they returned to the hall after the tour, a heated argument could be heard from the front yard. Fang Hao and the rest stepped out, seeing an old woman sternly pointing at arresting Millie and her subordinates. Mother, these are Mr. Fang Hao's subordinates. The half-demon hurriedly explained upon seeing the woman. The woman turned around, relieved to see her son was safe, and then noticed Fang Hao at her side. Similarly, Fang Hao also caught sight of the woman. Miriam, Tier 10 priest. It was someone Fang Hao was acquainted with. She was Miriam, Lyss City's temple master priest. An old woman known to be cold and indifferent. All the assistant priests in the temple were afraid of her. Master Miriam, greeted Fang Hao with a smile. The temple's master priest was the half-demon's mother. This was far beyond Fang Hao's expectations. Speaking of which, he owed the temple 150 sets of priests' robes. All of them had been brought over this time and stored in the bone clothing store. He hadn't had the chance to deliver them to the temple yet. Why you are here? Miriam's wrinkled face showed no trace of pleasantry. Just passing by," answered Fang Hao. Of course, such a response wouldn't convince Miriam. Their mansion was in a remote location. No merchant routes passed here, and the location didn't lead to any city. Obviously, he had not just happened to be passing by. Miriam observed Fang Hao and the others for a good while before entering the room with the half-demon's assistance. She sat down on a nearby chair. Miriam then instructed, "Baccarat, I brought home some milk tea. Why don't you brew it for the guests?" Baccarat must be the half-demon's name. "All right, mother." The half-demon glanced at Fang Hao, took the delivered pack, and walked toward a side room. Only after the half-demon left. "Mr. Fang Hao, what is the purpose of your visit?" Miriam asked again. "We received a bounty saying that a demon lives in this mansion, so we brought soldiers over to check," Fang Hao told the truth. The moment the word demon came out, Miriam's gaze underwent a noticeable change. It was much more stern, with a hint of severity. "Did you find it?" "We found some clues. On the way, we saw several fleeing mercenaries who were attacked by demons. More people will likely come here to look for evidence of demons after we return," Fang Hao replied. Before long, the talk of demons would spread throughout the city. Then many more mercenary guilds would come to explore. It was only a matter of time before they found this place. Miriam's face grew increasingly grave. She clearly understood that Fang Hao was trying to warn her about something. "Do you know Baccarat?" asked Miriam, continuing the conversation. She did not allow Baccarat to have contact with humans, but it was clear her son did not listen to her. "We've worked together a few times." "Worked together?" Miriam grew more curious. "Baccarat has a high talent for alchemy. The potions he makes are very effective, and I have been buying and using them," Fang Hao answers truthfully. Chapter 509. There was really no need to conceal this matter. Telling the truth would only affirm that Fang Hao meant no harm to Miriam and her son. As expected, on hearing Fang Hao's response, Miriam seemed much more relaxed. She certainly knew about Baccarat's alchemy business on normal days, but she was not aware of his trips to Lyss City. Just when Miriam was about to ask some more, the half-demon Baccarat returned carrying a few cups of milk tea. He politely placed the milk tea in front of Fang Hao and the others. Having guests at home was a rare event for a half-demon like Baccarat, who rarely went out. It was a rare lively day for him. Noticing that everyone had stopped talking, Fang Hao changed the topic. "Priestess Miriam, I am planning to train some skilled herbalists and midwives for my territories. I was wondering if they could be sent to the temple for further training." Fang Hao had set up temples in all his subsidiary territories and had set up statues of the king in the temples. So, he thought of training some assistant priests, using the temples as a function of hospitals. Although herbal medicine didn't have a significant effect like alchemical potions, it was more suitable for civilians because of its affordability and easy production. Later, the assistant priests in the temple could treat injuries and deliver babies in the name of the king, which would gather more faith for Fang Hao. This was part of Fang Hao's plan when he set up the temples. Now that he had the opportunity, he simply mentioned it to Miriam. Miriam was surprised by Fang Hao's proposal. She initially thought Fang Hao was just a young master of a merchant family with some businesses. However, she didn't expect him to have his own territories and temples. But after some careful thought, it made sense. It wasn't surprising for a person like Fang Hao, who had both wealth and manpower, to have his own territory. "Yes, you can bring them to the temple when the time comes," Miriam agreed. The temple provided food and lodging to the assistant priests, but it did not provide any wages. So, there were no restrictions on the number of assistant priests who would come over. "Good, I'll arrange for people to come over," Fang Hao replied with a nod. After a few more casual talk, Fang Hao stood up and said, "It's getting late. We won't bother you any longer. There might be more mercenaries coming later. It might be best to stay somewhere else for a while." Miriam and the half-demon both understood the meaning in Fang Hao's words. They slightly nodded but did not give a direct response. Fang Hao and the others left the hall and returned to Lyss City the same way they came. The group returned empty-handed just like they left. One could say that today's trip was fruitless. "The demon the mercenaries mentioned, is Baccarat right?" Angia spoke up. Fang Hao hadn't told her about the half-demon. But from the conversation, she managed to garner some information. "Yes, Baccarat is a half-demon. That's why he always carries that black coat wherever he goes. I observed the manor and didn't find any traces of demons. Baccarat must be the demon those mercenaries were talking about, Fang Hao explained. Only then did Angia understand why Fang Hao wanted to tour the manor. He was confirming whether there were other demons present. No wonder, I was wondering why he, like a vampire, has to hide during the day, Angia slapped her thigh and said. The return trip was not as easy as the journey there. All of them hastened their steps, hurrying back in the direction of Lyss city. With the arrival of autumn, the nightfall was getting earlier. They needed to return to Lyss city before the city gates were closed, or else they would have to spend the night outside the city. Just before dusk, Fang Hao and the others returned to Lyss city. After returning to their mansion and having dinner, Fang Hao laid on his bed, eating the fruit the maid had brought him. Ding! Just then, a private chat notification tone came from the Book of Lords. Fang Hao opened the private chat channel and found a message from Dong Jiayu. So far, the army led by the Black Sword was still excavating and recovering the desolate battlefield. Apart from digging into the collapsed temple, the entire dark red land was filled with the leftover weapons and equipment from the dead bodies of the former army. Dong Jiayu was in charge of supporting the rear, commanding human soldiers, and preparing lots of carriages and ropes. He opened the private chat content. Brother Hao, we've collected tens of thousands of severely damaged equipment from the desolate battlefield. Where should we send them? It turned out that she was asking where to send the equipment. Send them to Zhenbei City in the Bloody Mountain Range. I'll have people in Zhenbei City transport them to the dwarves, Fang Hao replied after some thought. Okay. And Brother Hao, some of the city lords on the way have contacted me. They also want to join our territories. Don't worry, I already told them not to disclose any information about us, Dong Jiayu continued. From Dong Jiayu's city to the desolate battlefield. Along the way, you can encounter several cities of transmigrators. Moreover, in the last couple of days, the undead have been continuously transporting equipment outward, so these lords naturally arrange for staff to investigate the situation. When they find out that Dong Jiayu is in the undead army, it's easy for them to associate it with Fang Hao. Therefore, for various reasons, they contacted Dong Jiayu one after the other, hoping to join Fang Hao's territory. You're responsible for them, remember to have them avoid talking nonsense in the channel and focus on developing agriculture, Fang Hao contemplated and replied. As his territory develops, he would engage more and more transmigrators. Given the transmigrators' habit of hitching a ride, there would be more people joining his territory by then. As the number of people increases, Fang Hao wouldn't be able to manage it all by himself. This leads to another feature after establishing a kingdom. Appointing city lords. Fang Hao can appoint administrators within a certain area to be city lords. The Book of Lords for these city lords can restore the power to absorb and take control of the administrative right to their areas. As a result, Fang Hao wouldn't need to manage every city, he only needs to manage the city lords of each area. This feature significantly avoids the situation where he can't manage all the cities after expanding his territory. The task has been assigned, and each area will handle its own distribution. Understood, Brother Hao. Dong Jiayu directly received the notice of being appointed as a city lord. She instantly understood Fang Hao's thoughts. At the same time, she felt overjoyed at being made a city lord, which is akin to a promotion. It was a level higher than the ordinary new members. And thoroughly check those people too. Don't be lenient with those who have bad intentions, Fang Hao added. Transmigrators also come in all types. Understood, Brother Hao, Dong Jiayu responded once again. After ending their conversation, Fang Hao continued to eat his fruit and browse through the books he bought from a stall. Although they weren't any special skill books, they still recorded some information about this continent. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, a flurry of running steps sounded from outside the window. Fang Hao has been here for 2 days. During these 2 days, it was common to see armies on the street carrying out tasks. This indicated that Rebecca received new information and was capturing the faceless in the city. As Fang Hao's collaboration with Rebecca was discovered, she stopped assigning tasks to Fang Hao's people and adopted a more extreme approach, searching for the faceless throughout the city. This included a retaliation for the assassination attempt on Rebecca. Rebecca reminded Fang Hao to leave the city for a while to avoid retaliation from the faceless. However, Fang Hao wasn't that worried about assassination. His dwelling place might not have as many soldiers as the city lord's mansion, but it was guarded by 4 heroes, Dimitrija, Angia, Little Yu, and Rolina. Moreover, since he now possessed divinity, his strength greatly improved, which was enough to ensure his safety within the city. Even if Rebecca amassed an army to kill him, he would have ample time to perform a demon teleportation and return to his territory. Unless an orange-ranked or higher assassin came after him, there was virtually no chance of keeping him here. Fang Hao opened the window and looked down. He saw a group of silver-armored soldiers running past under his window, disappearing at the end of the road. As the soldiers disappeared at the end of the road, a familiar figure was revealed. Rolina. Although she was far away and dressed in androgynous attire, Fang Hao still recognized her. Why is she going out so late? Last time, Fang Hao followed Rolina when he became suspicious of her movements. He found out she went into the city lord's mansion. This made Fang Hao curious about Rolina's relationship with the city lord's mansion. He turned around, opened his backpack, and released the skeleton grey sparrow. The sparrow flew out from the window, following Rolina from a distance. Chapter 510. Tracking a person is not a glorious task. However, Rolina's unusual behavior recently made Fang Hao suspicious about her activities. After some consideration, he decided to find out where she was going and what she was up to. The skeleton sparrow followed her from afar, just keeping her within sight, careful not to get too close. The power of a dark gold level hero necessitated extra caution. Especially if that hero belonged to the esteemed dark gold level blood clan and walked under the moonlight. Rolina strolled down the empty streets as if she was merely out for a walk. Recently, the streets were filled with troops on patrol, there seemed to be fewer drunks and vagabonds. Eventually, Rolina arrived at the city lord's mansion. The servants opened the gates and welcomed Rolina inside. So she did come to the city lord's mansion after all. Fang Hao flew up high, his line of sight crossing over the stone walls of the mansion, watching as the servants escorted Rolina to the garden on one side of the mansion. Fang Hao was familiar with that place. Rebecca often sat by the lake on a swing seat, reading. Since Rolina did not enter any buildings, Fang Hao circled around in the air before finally landing on top of Stone Castle, overseeing the courtyard from high above. Rolina walked through the flower bushes, moving towards the lakeside. Rebecca, donned in a casual flowing white gown, was already waiting there on the swing seat. Upon seeing Rolina arrive, she greeted her with a warm smile on her face. From their interaction, it was clear that Rolina and Rebecca were close. Despite not knowing what they were talking about, Fang Hao could see the smiles on their faces. They seemed like close girlfriends, chatting about the latest gossip. Fang Hao watched from the rooftop for a while. Then he planned to leave. Rolina's past was not a pleasant one, so finding a confidant, a close friend she could pour her heart out to was a good thing. Furthermore, Rebecca's scholarly and virtuous character meant she wouldn't lead Rolina astray. If anything, it was more concerning Rolina might corrupt Rebecca instead. Having settled his thoughts, Fang Hao was just about to take off. When he saw Rolina sit down on the swing seat, cuddling up with Rebecca. Although they continued their conversation, the atmosphere felt strange to Fang Hao. Rolina was tall and leggy, an absolute rarity among the vampish beauties. In comparison, Rebecca embodied the charm of mature womanhood, voluptuous and radiating an aura of sophistication and elegance. The sight was indeed quite pleasing to the eyes. Only when the night grew thick did Rolina rise to leave. She kissed Rebecca softly on the forehead, like a graceful gentleman, and followed the servants out of the city lord's mansion. Once outside the mansion, Rolina didn't hurry off. Instead, she circled around the mansion and killed 2 assassins lurking in the shadows. It seemed that Rolina had been protecting Rebecca for some time now. Now aware of Rolina's motives, Fang Hao had the skeleton sparrow fly far from Rolina's sight before heading home. The skeleton sparrow zipped in through the window, and Fang Hao deactivated God's presence. He ignited the nightstone lantern and prepared to rest in bed. Shortly afterward, he heard footsteps in the courtyard. It appeared that Rolina had returned. The next morning, Fang Hao saw Rolina at the dining table. She was once again dressed in unisex clothing, but her mood was visibly better that day, occasionally chatting about local gossip with Angia and Millie. "You need something?" Rolina looked at Fang Hao. Since they began eating, she felt Fang Hao's gaze upon her. "You seem to be in a good mood lately, Got any good news to share? Fang Hao asked while eating. Everything he saw yesterday still felt rather unreal. If she had caught a human to use as a blood slave, or gone berserk and destroyed the temple, he would have found those within his expectations. But Rolina's change in sexual preference came as a surprise to Fang Hao. Of course, the scene involving two enchanting beauties did have a certain appeal. If it had involved two burly, bearded men kissing, he probably wouldn't have been able to eat for several days. Nothing really. Is there something you want to tell me? Rolina asked curiously. Perhaps because she had a secret, Rolina, typically proud and aloof, now seemed a bit evasive with her eyes. I'll be going back to my territory for a few days. If you're going to stay here, look after Rebecca. She's being targeted by the Faceless, and she doesn't really have anyone capable around her, said Fang Hao casually, leaning back on his chair. Rolina furrowed her eyebrows, looking at Fang Hao with suspicion. You want me to stay in Lyss City, looking after Rebecca? What's wrong? I'm not assigning you tasks, just looking after a friend. After all, Rebecca's been good to us, Fang Hao continued. The beauty of the lonely night, Rolina and Tobias's loyalty towards you increased by 10 points, current loyalty is 40. In an instant, Rolina's loyalty towards him increased by 10 points. Caught off guard by the sudden spike, Fang Hao almost lost his balance and fell off his chair. Even when he had gifted her the bone dragon, relocated the citizens of her domain, the increment had only been meager. As their lord, he owed her the favor of resurrection. But he didn't hold much credibility in Rolina's eyes. When he had asked her to stay back and oversee the medicinal herb planting by the residents in Blood Castle, she didn't listen, handed the task to the Blood Hunter, and came to Lyss City instead. Chapter 511. After learning about the relationship between Rolina and Rebecca, Fang Hao casually made a comment and instantly increased his loyalty points by 10. I can do that. Rolina's cheeks turned slightly red. Remember, you also have to take care of matters at Blood Castle, you can't always leave it to the Blood Hunter. Fang Hao continued. I know, I will return when I have the time. Rolina replied promptly without ignoring his words. With that, Fang Hao began to develop an idea. Perhaps he could boost Rolina's loyalty by exploiting her connection with Rebecca. They chatted while eating. Breakfast soon ended. Fang Hao then took his team to the Bone Textile store and the enjoyable hot pot restaurant. They checked out the recent business and made a list of needed supplies. By the time they returned in the afternoon, they saw a carriage from the city lord's mansion parked at their own residence. The city lord's maid was already waiting in the hall. Millie was chatting her up in a bandit style. On seeing Fang Hao, both of them stood up and bowed. Mr. Fang Hao, Rebecca's maid greeted with a small curtsy. She had brought messages to Fang Hao before and was one of the few trusted people by Rebecca's side. Yes, what brings you here? Fang Hao asked with a smile. Mr. Fang Hao, Lady Rebecca invites you, the maid continued. Oh, sure, Fang Hao agreed. Taking his team, Fang Hao left the residence and rode the carriage towards the city lord's mansion. In a short while, in the courtyard, he saw Rebecca who was waiting for him. Lady Rebecca, you wanted to see me? Fang Hao approached and asked gently. Rebecca was dressed in a kipao produced by the Bone Textile store, the form-fitting design accentuated her voluptuous figure. It seemed Rebecca had just returned from a soiree. Otherwise, she wouldn't dress so formally at home. Ah, a lot happened in the city last night, the guards found a hideout. I wanted you to identify something, Rebecca said softly. Fang Hao glanced at Rebecca. Indeed, a lot had happened last night. If he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. All right, Fang Hao answered. Rebecca nodded and without changing, followed Fang Hao out. Dimitrija and Angia were waiting outside the bathhouse. Seeing Fang Hao emerge, they immediately trailed behind. Although Rebecca was a commoner, she had a keen eye. Seeing the golden-armored lizardman, she knew he was a formidable hero. Over time, Rebecca found it harder and harder to discern Fang Hao's secrets. Especially recently, when she heard a new term from the arrested Faceless, transmigrator. A term used to denote outsiders who arrived in this land unexpectedly. Among them was Fang Hao. Once she confirmed that Fang Hao was a transmigrator, all the novel designs and odd principles made sense. It was easy to see why such a young man could have so many ideas. But now, seeing the golden-armored lizardman, Fang Hao brought her a new mystery. A powerful hero serving as a minion was not something you could have by being clever. Maybe, Fang Hao was more powerful than she imagined. Ah, Dimitrija, Angia, this is Lady Rebecca. Fang Hao noticed Rebecca's gaze and immediately introduced her. The two greeted politely but without real respect. Fang Hao then introduced his companions to Rebecca. These two are my companions. They are responsible for my safety when I go out. As you know, I'm not skilled in combat. Rebecca gave him a disdainful look but didn't comment. They rode in the carriage, heading towards the northern side of the city. Shortly, they arrived at a building guarded by soldiers. They got out of the carriage and directly entered the building. The moment Fang Hao stepped in, his eyebrows furrowed. 6 bodies lay on the ground, causally covered with straw mats. Fang Hao suddenly had a bad feeling. These are the bodies that the guards found yesterday. Can you identify whether these people came from the same place as you? Rebecca asked. Fang Hao didn't refute. Instead, he stepped forward and lifted the straw mats from 2 bodies, revealing their black hair. Dimitrija uncovered the straw mats from the rest of the bodies. Without exception, all the faces were Asian. What happened? Fang Hao asked, his voice heavy. Rebecca replied, they were found in a basement. When the guards arrived, these people were already dead. Judging from the evidence, it's the faceless doing. This is not the first time. Fang Hao narrowed his eyes, anger swelling in his heart. He knew about the faceless targeting transmigrators. Part of the reason he helped Rebecca deal with the faceless was to take revenge as a transmigrator. But it's been a while since last time, he didn't expect to see the bodies of transmigrators again. They survived hunger and didn't die from foreign invasions or plunder. But they died at the hands of other humans. He didn't feel pity for these dead people, but he felt an indescribable anger and frustration. The bastards targeted the transmigrators and treated them as prey. Any clues? Swallowing his anger, Fang Hao asked again. Rebecca shook her head, none, not a single one. Chapter 512. This was also what Rebecca was worried about. All of her trump cards were exposed in front of the faceless, and she could not gain more information about them through her own means anymore. This turned her into a target, even suspecting that the other side was plotting a much bigger scheme. I can give you a piece of information, Fang Hao said. Startled, Rebecca moved to a corner with Fang Hao. What information? Layli, he is one of the faceless, said Fang Hao calmly. Layli. Rebecca frowned deeply, her face reflecting a look of disbelief. She naturally knew who Layli was. The underground boss of West City, who owned many businesses in West City on the surface, and was also the gang leader of the underworld. Flesh trade, gambling, loan sharking, every business had his involvement. But likewise, getting rid of Layli was not a simple matter. Such a desperate man, once caused trouble in the city, would be harder to deal with than any noble or merchant. How do you know? Rebecca asked further. The day before yesterday, after leaving you, I was attacked by 2 assassins. I got the information from them, Fang Hao continued. He naturally couldn't reveal Little Yu's affairs, and could only say that he got the news from the assassins. Can you confirm? I can. Fang Hao answered. Rebecca was silent for a moment. We need to reconsider Layli. I will handle this matter. Don't reveal this. All right. Fang Hao nodded in agreement. Killing Layli wouldn't be difficult, but the aftermath of Layli's death required meticulous planning. Otherwise, it would create a lot of chaos. All right, you've seen him, let's talk while we walk, Rebecca led Fang Hao out. On leaving the building, both remained silent. Not until they were in the carriage did Rebecca continue, so, the information about the transmigrators is true. You're from another world. Yes, Fang Hao answered truthfully. Having this conversation felt a bit strange. Even if Fang Hao wanted to say more, he didn't know how to explain their world to Rebecca. If it were him, and a new group arrived claiming they were transmigrators or aliens, he would call the police without wasting a second word with them. What are the faceless up to by capturing you? Rebecca continued to ask. Perhaps they're curious about our world. After all, you know that we possess a lot of knowledge that you don't have. These might be what the faceless want to know, Fang Hao said. Rebecca nodded, indicating she understood. I will send people to keep probing for information on the faceless. You should be careful too, Rebecca cautioned once again. Yes, I got it, Fang Hao replied. The carriage pulled in front of the Lord's house, and Rebecca returned. The carriage then continued to carry Fang Hao and the others back to their residence. On the way back, Fang Hao was mulling over the issue of the faceless. With Angia and Dimitrija always by his side, and Rolina and Little Yu at the residence, assassination attempts on him by the faceless seemed impossible. However, the other transmigrators apparently hadn't escaped the clutches of the faceless. What exactly should be done to completely eliminate all these people? It was a troublesome issue. For now, there was no choice but to investigate, bit by bit, and find these people slowly. 3 days later, Fang Hao returned to his territory. Inside the main hall of the Lord's Manor, a goblin and a few elf representatives had been waiting for some time. Chapter 513. As the morning broke, Moru the goblin teller arrived at the realm with the fairy clan's people. Ira informed Fang Hao the moment they arrived. To avoid any special circumstances occurring in the city while Fang Hao wasn't present. By the time Fang Hao returned to the city through the teleportation array, dense rows of skeleton soldiers had tightly surrounded the manor. Even though Fang Hao and his entourage returned at the earliest time possible, long-waiting Moru and the fairies sat apprehensively in their chairs, their faces tense, without even having gone to the washroom. They feared their strange behavior would prompt these vigilant undead to attack them. On his return, Fang Hao became aware of the Trade Alliance's lapse in teleportation security. Next time when he has to leave, he needs to turn off the Trade Alliance's teleportation to prevent anyone from directly entering the city through teleportation. Upon seeing Fang Hao stride towards the manor, Moru immediately lit up with joy. Mr. Fang Hao, you're finally back. The petite figure immediately sprung up from his seat. Seeing Fang Hao was more exciting than seeing his deceased grandfather. Ah, Mr. Moru, I've been delayed due to some matters. Fang Hao explained with a smile. Simultaneously, his gaze landed on the few fairies waiting aside. Aside from a few fairy guards, the lead one appears as a treant, but her body lines and the prominent chest make her image lean more towards the female character. Heart of the Deep Forest, Shinesara, Orange Tier 9 Hero. On seeing her name and attributes, Fang Hao was taken aback. He didn't expect the once declined fairy that Moru spoke of would delegate an Orange Tier 9 hero for negotiations. Apparently, even after the decline, the former fairy clan still has a profound appeal. Fang Hao felt skeptical if the other party was trying to intimidate him by letting the Tier 9 hero negotiate. Mr. Fang Hao, I am the leader of the fairy clan, Shinesara. I came here particularly because of the previous incident. Shinesara stood up, and performed a human courtesy. Fang Hao knitted his brows. The plant person in front of him was actually the fairy clan's leader. Hello, Leader Shinesara. Fang Hao replied, taking a seat aside. Angia and Dimitrija also stood behind Fang Hao. Shinesara gave a nod and continued, regarding the incident that happened last time at the Alliance's outpost, on behalf of the Dreamy Forest, I apologize. I failed to restrain my subordinates and caused trouble for you. The fairy clan took a very humble stance. After all, the two fairies who robbed Fang Hao were still locked in the Trade Alliance's jail. According to the Trade Alliance's rules, in order to get them out, they first need Fang Hao's forgiveness. Such forgiveness, however, comes at a cost. This incident indeed caused me trouble. Fang Hao spoke up. Since they tried to rob him at the Alliance's outpost, if Rolina hadn't been present that day, it would have been difficult to resolve. Of course, he wouldn't let the fairy clan off easily, even if an Orange Tier 9 hero was who they sent. Mr. Fang Hao, this apology from our fairy clan has come with a gift. We hope you can forgive those two children. They are impulsive and did not consider the consequences of their actions. Also, the Dreamy Forest hopes to befriend you. Shinesara went on. While she was speaking, a few fairy guards behind her placed two heavy wooden boxes in front of Fang Hao. Once opened, they were filled with a large number of gold coins and some rare materials and gemstones. With his past experience of looting, he managed to estimate the value after a quick glance. It's about 50,000 gold coins in quantity. Fang Hao didn't look at the two boxes of gold coins, instead he spoke flatly, I don't sense any sincerity from the fairy clan. Last time, during the incident involving the Trade Alliance, Fang Hao didn't suffer any loss. After receiving compensation from the Alliance, he ended up bidding for two valuable items without spending a penny. However, that was compensation from the trade alliance. The fairy clan thought they could use these as compensation to convince Fang Hao to release their people. Obviously, that was impossible. The respect shown by the fairy clan was solely due to his dark gold hero. If he had not possessed any strength back then, there would have been a high chance of him being killed by the fairy clan. Mr. Fang Hao, I understand that actions of the two have been offensive towards you. However, the dreamy forest is not what it used to be. It is difficult for us to present anything more precious as compensation. Shinasura continued calmly. Shinasura's appearance was somewhat similar to the summoned wood life spirit. The difference was that Shinasura appeared more like a tree, while wood life spirit looked like it was made of intertwined vines. The tone of her speech was devoid of any emotion. Hardship is not an excuse to shirk responsibility. Fang Hao wasn't showing any signs of retreating. It's been quite a long time since last incident. Fang Hao could drag it out, but the fairy clan didn't have the time to prolong this. Their people were still in jail. Moreover, the trade alliance also put considerable pressure on the dreamy forest. This forced them to reach a settlement with Fang Hao as soon as possible and put an end to the matter. Shinasura fell silent, her gaze drifted towards Goblin Moru. Moru and Fang Hao were somewhat friendly, she hoped he could help mediate the situation. Moru understood the meaning behind Shinasura's glance towards him, and after thinking for a bit, he spoke, Mr. Fang Hao, the fairy clan came here bearing great sincerity. If you have any demands, just tell them, the fairy clan will do their best to fulfill them. Chapter 514. Fang Hao's territory was developing at a rapid pace. Outside, one could even see bone dragons ceaselessly transporting various gold and silver wares to the land. Fang Hao didn't give a second thought to the compensation brought by the fairy clan. So, to resolve this matter, his own opinion was needed. Mr. Fang Hao, you can put forward any demands you have, Shinasura also chimed in. Fang Hao was straightforward, 100,000 oak amber pieces, and we'll call it even. In the dreamy forest, there was a giant oak tree. The oak tree located at the center of the dreamy forest was the basis of the fairy clan's existence. The roots of the oak tree produced a resin-based amber, which possessed immense natural energy. Not only was it a rare material, but the amber also had the power to improve soil quality and promote plant growth. It could transform infertile land into a magical spiritual field suitable for plant cultivation. The fairy clan relied on the ambers to expand their living space. Other clans had only heard of this but rarely saw real ambers. Fang Hao was well aware of the value of the amber, hence his proposed count of 100,000 was mostly a starting point for bargaining. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Moru and Shinasura fell into silence. The fairy guards nearby brought a look of rage upon their faces, signifying their readiness for a fight to the death. Mr. Fang Hao, are you insulting me in this manner? Shinasura suddenly broke the silence. Although her tone was still stiff, her dissatisfaction was apparent. Requesting for the oak amber, it seemed, was deemed as insulting Shinasura. I did not mean to humiliate, but is it difficult for you to produce the amber, or is that just a myth? Fang Hao curiously asked. Seeing that Fang Hao did not intend to cause trouble, Shinasura explained further, the tree produces 1 to 3 pieces of amber every 10 years. All of them are used to improve the soil surrounding the dreamy forest. We will not be able to gather any amber for the next decade. Oh! Fang Hao understood the root of the matter. To the fairy clan, oak amber carried a special significance. Yet, on the other hand, obtaining the amber was extremely difficult. Even if Fang Hao demanded it, they couldn't present it right now. This put Fang Hao in a dilemma. Without anything to give, how would they compensate? Mr. Fang Hao, what do you need the amber for? Perhaps we can assist somehow, Shinasura asked. Naturally, to improve farming land and increase grain production, Fang Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Shinasura immediately responded, this, we may be able to discuss in more detail. Oh? Chief Shinasura, do you have a solution? Fang Hao curiously inquired. Shinasura nodded, indeed, we have clan members skilled in cultivation. We can arrange for them to plant crops for you, as a part of our compensation. Fang Hao pondered, this could potentially meet his needs. Do they have any special skills? I do not lack ordinary farmers here, Fang Hao questioned. Woodland attendants, they can better assist plant growth at a rate 5 times greater than ordinary human farmers. Upon hearing Shinasura's explanation, interest sparkled in Fang Hao's eyes. These woodland attendants would be akin to labor troops in his camp. However, the characteristic of the woodland attendants lies in their ability to promote rapid plant growth. That sounds good. Chief Shinasara, how many people do you plan to send, and how long will they work for me? Fang Hao continued to ask. 2,000 people, for 10 years, Shinasara replied promptly. All right, I agree. Let's consider the matter of the fairy clan settled. I hope for more cooperation between us in the future, Fang Hao readily consented. Initially, Fang Hao was firm because the fairies hadn't offered suitable compensation. Now, satisfied with the fairy clan's proposal, he promptly agreed to it. Yes, but I need you to assure their safety. If any of them are in danger, I will take everyone back, Shinasara emphasized her terms again. The fairies had significant lifespans. So 10 years was not a considerable duration for them. All right, I will arrange for their accommodation and safety, Fang Hao assured. The order within his territory has always been good. Good, let's consider this matter settled then, Shinasara was also well satisfied. Moru, who had been silently observing, broke into a smile too. Like an insurance agent, he took a contract from his briefcase and placed it before Fang Hao and Shinasara. Since we have reached an agreement, let's sign the contract, Moru said. Fang Hao glanced at the contract, which stated his agreement to release the captured fairies in exchange for 10 years of labor from 2,000 members of the fairy clan. Upon confirming that there were no peculiar clauses, Fang Hao signed his name. Following Fang Hao, Shinasara signed as well. The agreement between both parties was complete. Fang Hao had drinks brought over, and everyone drained their glasses. Even Shinasara, who possessed a tree-like physique, joined in drinking. The atmosphere considerably lightened after that. The three representatives chatted leisurely about the current situation, discussing potential future cooperation before. Moru and Shinasara left Fang Hao's territory through the teleportation array with their party. Soon, the folks from the fairy clan would be sent over. It was afternoon, just before dinner. Chapter 515. Moru, who had left, returned once again to Fang Hao's territory. Mr. Fang Hao, the fairy clan has already taken away the 2 prisoners. The trade alliance will also make sure they deliver the promised 2,000 people. Moru jumped onto a nearby seat and continued speaking. Well, I must thank you as well, Mr. Moru, for your mediation. Without your help, we wouldn't have resolved this issue so quickly. Fang Hao said with a smile. Haha, it's something the trade alliance should do. Moru laughed. Soon after, his laughter faded a little, and he continued, this morning, Mr. Fang Hao, your words truly scared me. I thought you were going to start a war with the fairy clan. Scared? When did that happen? Fang Hao was puzzled by Moru's words. Although he did hike up the price a bit, he didn't have any thoughts about starting a war. He wondered what words he said gave Moru the impression that he was preparing for war. Moru candidly said, it was when you demanded the oak amber. You don't know how much I sweated. Oak amber, is there a problem? Fang Hao was still clueless about what could be wrong. He might have asked for a little too much, considering his lack of knowledge about the difficulty to collect amber. But it surely wouldn't lead to a war, right? Seeing Fang Hao's incomprehension, Moru realized that Fang Hao was unaware of underlying details. Ironically, it was Moru who had talked about the situation in the dreamy forest with Fang Hao. You don't know who Shinasara is? Moru asked. The leader of the fairy clan. I know that. Hearing Fang Hao's reply, Moru understood that he indeed wasn't fully aware. He then explained, Shinasara is the oak in the dreamy forest. Oh, shit. Hearing Moru's explanation, it dawned on him why the atmosphere turned so tense during the negotiation. Shinasara was the huge oak in the center of the dreamy forest, and the oak amber was the resin exuded by Shinasara, which then hardened into amber. If the fairies were to consider Shinasara as their mother, then his demand for amber could indeed be misunderstood as a provocation or insult. I didn't know, and last time you told me that it was a giant oak, you didn't mention it could move. Fang Hao explained, shifting the blame onto Moru. If the fairies were indeed powerful, we might have actually ended up in an all-out war. So you're saying, that oak tree has gained spirits and turned into a human? Fang Hao continued to ask. This world births many incredulous entities. Flower demons, tree spirits, all born from nature. An oak tree gaining spirits also seems reasonable. Moru answered, I don't know much either, I just know Shinasara is that gigantic oak and the leader of the dreamy forest. Moru was just an ordinary clerk. Because he belonged to the trade alliance, he had learned a lot about various races. However, most of his knowledge was only superficial. I see. Fang Hao finally understood. At this point, the maid announced that dinner was ready. Fang Hao invited Moru to join him for dinner. Moru didn't refuse. As they chatted casually, he praised Ira's cooking skills. He even vowed that if Ira were to open a restaurant in the settlement, it would definitely be a hit. After dinner, Moru bid farewell to Fang Hao and teleported away. After taking a walk around his territory, he headed to the hot springs, to enjoy the service provided by Ira and Angia. And just as he was indulging in the comfort, the long-absent system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations on surviving safely. Lord Challenge task is now open. All individuals can choose to participate in the challenge mission, and those who complete the mission will receive generous rewards. Chapter 516. Congratulations on your successful survival. Lord's Challenge task is now available. Everyone can choose to participate in the challenge task, and those who complete the task will receive generous rewards. Challenge task, Demon Rat Migration. Task content, resist the demon rat attacks. Task description, in 3 days, the Demon Rat Legion will reappear on this continent, carrying plague and disease. They will attack the territory of those who accept the task. Territories that fail will be occupied by the demon rats and will not disappear once the task ends. A task is available. It has been a long time since a challenge task has been issued. Seemingly, an attack of the demon rats occurred in a previous system task. This time, it's the demon rats again. It seems that the demon rats are considered a race on this continent. From the task introduction, it seems this task differs from the previous ones. The attack will occur 3 days from now, and if you fail to resist the demon rat invasion, your territory will be occupied by the demon rats. The demon rats possessing a territory will not disappear after the battle ends. If the demon rats survive, it will pose a threat to the surrounding powers. Therefore, if anyone fails to resist the demon rats, not only will the transmigrators lose their territory, but the surrounding original resident villages will also suffer. Rats might not always be a strong species, but they reproduce fast. In a few months, their numbers will have doubled, and they carry the plague and the Black Death. In this era, the power of these 2 contagious diseases is frightening. This is what makes the demon rats terrifying. Do you accept the challenge task? Once the task introduction ended, an option immediately appeared to accept it. Forced tasks were cancelled some time ago, and now all the tasks issued by the system are optional. Accepting and completing the challenge will yield substantial rewards, but also the danger of death. If one does not accept, they can avoid the danger in the task, but the gap in strength between them and other transmigrators will widen. Eventually, they will either be eliminated or absorbed. Fang Hao didn't hesitate. He directly chose to accept. Successfully accepted the challenge task, Demon Rat Migration. Task countdown, 2 days 59 hours 55 minutes. In his territory, he has enough soldiers, and the undead skeletons are not afraid of the diseases carried by the demon rats. Of course it made sense to accept. Moreover, the rewards for each completed challenge task have always been pretty decent. After accepting the task, the others in the territory channel, Zhang Bin and the rest, began discussing. Zhang Bin, should we accept this task? Su Yang, I think it's better to accept. The task rewards are usually pretty good. Fu Lei, I have many human villages here. If a plague occurs, it could affect Pruel City too. Zhang Bin, it's the same in my area as well. There are too many human villages. If the demon rats appear, it'll be impossible to control. Dong Jiayu, let's see what Brother Hao says. Zhang Bin, right, we should follow the leader. While reading their conversation, Fang Hao was also contemplating this issue. The territories of Dong Jiayu and Kongyang are not bad. They are quite distant from the original inhabitants' city and are guarded by the undead army nearby. However, managing the territories of Zhang Bin, Fu Lei and Su Yang would be difficult. The surrounding areas are all human villages and cities. If the rats spread the plague among the original inhabitants, it could be very difficult to manage. After some thought, Fang Hao said, Dong Jiayu and Kongyang, accept the task. I will arrange for the undead army near your territories to help defend. The others, refrain from taking the task to avoid complications. Okay, boss. Got it, Brother Hao. Everyone replied in agreement. Nobody expressed any disagreement after Fang Hao made the final decision. Meanwhile, private messages for Fang Hao also came in. It was from Dong Jiayu. Brother Hao, I have 5 subordinate transmigrators in my territory. I want them to participate in the task too, Dong Jiayu said. In recent days, the number of cities subordinate to Dong Jiayu's territory has been expanding. Including the 2 female stars given to Dong Jiayu last time, 3 more transmigrators have become part of her subordinate cities. Fang Hao also understood her intentions. It had been a while since a challenge task appeared. Dong Jiayu wanted to use this opportunity to rapidly advance. Yes, I will notify Heijian about this. Just be careful of infectious diseases on your own. If you get sick, it won't be easy to deal with, Fang Hao warned. Sure, thank you, Brother Hao. Dong Jiayu immediately replied. After finishing speaking to Dong Jiayu, Fang Hao ate a piece of fruit handed to his mouth. He then reopened the regional channel to see what everyone else was discussing. This task can be taken up by anyone willing. I refuse, not knowing who will catch a disease. If one catches it, it could mean death for all. The demon rats are probably similar to the previous time, carrying a virus with a certain probability. Just be mindful to burn the bodies and stay away from water sources to avoid problems. It's easier said than done, everything is under control until it isn't. Indeed, I've already decided not to participate in this activity. I've barely survived up till now, and I won't miss out on this one reward. That seems reasonable. We can participate in the next challenge. A group of wimps afraid of solving this. I dare you, I hardly believe that you dare to eat shit. I don't believe it either. In the channel, everyone was discussing the demon rat task. People who've survived till now have developed their territories onto a certain scale and have some troops. If it were an ordinary challenge, perhaps there would be more participants. However, the disclosure of plague and black death deterred many people. Chapter 517. Especially when someone pointed out, it wouldn't matter if they missed this task, they could make up for it next time. This convinced many people, who decided not to take the risk this time. On the other hand, there were also many people who decided to seize the opportunity and take their chances. Although not everyone reached the same gains as Fang Hao, many lords were also fortunate. Everyone had their own options. Fang Hao didn't have the ability to take care of everyone in the district. All he could do was ensure that he, Dong Jiayu, and Kong Yang successfully completed their tasks without suffering major losses during the Demon Rat Challenge. At the same time, Fang Hao noticed that the equipment in his store had once again begun to sell like hotcakes. The amount of equipment was decreasing every second. The equipment in his store had all been upgraded. The original white weapons and armor had all been taken down and had been replaced with green weapons and suit sets. The cost of producing green equipment wasn't much more than that of white equipment, but its attributes had improved significantly. Especially the green armor set, which came with additional properties. The green equipment was far more superior than the white ones, hence the higher selling price. However, most lords generally were thrifty, they continued to use the white equipment as long as it was still functional and only sold green equipment occasionally. Now, with this sudden challenge, those who wanted to participate in the task had to upgrade their soldiers' equipment in order to protect themselves. Even if they had to break the bank, they would have to upgrade to better equipment. So, Fang Hao's equipment was rapidly selling out. Just when he was about to sell out, Fang Hao added tens of thousands of pieces of equipment from his inventory for sale. At the same time, even the usual overlooked meat and basic materials were rapidly increasing in price. Indeed, war was promoting consumption. Fang Hao was lying on the edge of the hot spring. Anjia tucked herself under Fang Hao's arm and leaned on his chest, her eyes turned to the Book of Lords. What's so interesting that you're reading so earnestly? The abilities of the Book of the Lords was quite miraculous. If a non-player tried to snatch it, they wouldn't be able to see the content and channels inside. However, if the owner of the Book of Lords allowed them to, onlookers could read its contents. However, it was mostly used for viewing the world map, because transmigrators chatted in Chinese, a language these people didn't understand. The demon rats will attack the territory in 3 days. Fang Hao said softly. Hearing this, Ira, lying on the other side, leaned toward Fang Hao's other arm. So, Master won't leave these few days. With the rapid expansion of the territory, Fang Hao stayed in his territory less often. Ira wasn't a strong fighter and had to look after the territory, so she couldn't leave with Fang Hao. Upon hearing that Fang Hao would stay in the territory for the next few days, her face instantly lit up with joy. We will have to stay in the territory until the demon rat invasion, replied Fang Hao. That's great, Ira shouted. Neither Ira nor Angia seemed nervous about the upcoming demon rat invasion. After all, the undead soldiers stationed outside the city were more than enough to resist any enemies. In the hearts of all the maids, no force in the world could defeat Fang Hao. Fang Hao, provoked by the two women, closed the Book of Lords, jumped into the pool and started to play. The next day, after breakfast, Fang Hao gave command to Black Sword and Blood Hunter, asking them to deploy undead soldiers to aid Dong Jiao and Kong Yang in defending their territory from the challenge in 2 days. Kong Yang's situation wasn't too difficult. His single city was filled with ample undead soldiers stationed in Crescent Heights, eliminating the dangers of the Demon Rat challenge. The real issue was with Dong Jiao. Aside from her own city, she had 5 affiliate cities under her command. Black Sword had to assign personnel for defense preparations. After giving all the instructions, Fang Hao left the hall. He saw a tall troll skeleton hero standing tall in front of the Lord's mansion. The busy maid in the morning all carefully avoided him and continued their work. When Fang Hao came out, he also checked the information on the troll skeleton hero. Rock head, blue/6 stages. As expected. It was the leader of the troll coalition, Rockhead Bagath. After his death, he was turned into a skeleton hero by Nelson and now is only referred to as Rockhead. Rockhead was still a towering troll skull. Due to a ring of grey markings on his forehead, his skeleton appeared slightly yellowish. Lord! Rockhead saluted the moment he saw Fang Hao. Yes, welcome to the team, Rockhead. Fang Hao nodded. Rockhead stood up straight, there in a daze. Didn't Master Nelson come out? Fang Hao continued. No, Master Nelson is working and didn't come out. Rockhead answered with a deep voice. It seems Nelson didn't even give himself a day off. Yes, Rockhead, go to the warehouse to see if there is suitable equipment for you, then come back and see me. Fang Hao continued. Yes, sir. Rockhead took the order and walked toward the warehouse. Fang Hao immediately checked his attributes. Rockhead, blue/6 stages. Faction, Undead. Template, blue. Race trait, Undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness. Chapter 518. Legion talent, temporary military power, infantry commander, fight or die. Skills, fleshless, multiple attacks, stone/axe throw. Innate abilities, intermediate combat mastery, advanced defense mastery, advanced blunt weapon mastery, advanced shield mastery. Temporary military power, this unit can temporarily command and recruit friendly forces in battle to form a new legion and continue entering the battlefield. Infantry commander, when this unit is in command of an infantry unit, all attributes plus 5%. Fight or die, the army led by this unit is not prone to rout and flee, morale plus 15%. Stone/axe throw, when using stones or axes as long-ranged weapons, distance plus 10%, hit plus 9%, stones add additional blunt damage, flying axes damage unarmored equipment plus 5%. Description, a creation of the corpse witch, not recognized by the god of undead, this hero cannot level up or advance. The attributes of Rockhead are typical for a normal troll commander. There are no standout features. The only special one is the temporary military power attribute, which can quickly recruit defeated teams, reorganize them, and continue the battle. However, this skill is a flaw in the undead camp. Normal skeletons do not have morale heroes. Once they enter the battlefield, the fight is not over until one side perishes. So the situation of the troops fleeing due to defeat will never occur. This temporary military power is utterly useless. It remains to be seen whether a mixed army of living and undead creatures will be formed in the future. If it can be formed, this skill may be useful. But whether the attribute is good or bad is not important. The wars within the territory are all large-scale battles. The role of the hero, as always, is to lead and boost the attributes of the troops. Infantry Commander's attribute is enough to add the corresponding attributes to the commanding army. Before long, dressed in a suit of metal armor and holding a huge axe in his hand, he returned to Fang Hao's side. Master. You're in charge of defending the territory, Fang Hao said. Yes, Master. Rockhead replied straight away. Besides defending the city walls and gates, the duty assignment included patrol tasks. Having received his orders, Rockhead turned around and strode away. Having finished with Rockhead, Fang Hao used God's presence to reach the Blackfoot Cats village directly. The Blackfoot Cats' current residence is the former Knoll village on the north side of the territory. It's not far from the main city. After teleporting to a skeleton warrior, Fang Hao walked directly into the clan leader's hall. The old Blackfoot Cat clan leader, learning of the news from his tribe, came out of the room immediately. Lord, the old clan leader said as soon as he saw him. I have a task for you, Fang Hao said. My lord, please give your instructions. We will complete the task you assign, the old clan leader guaranteed. Fang Hao didn't beat around the bush and said directly, we have received news that a group of demon rats has set up camp nearby. Arrange for patrols to look for similar camps or nests in the vicinity. Record the locations when found and report back to me. According to previous system mission prompts, they would appear ahead of time after the mission was announced. The transmigrator could use this to determine the direction of enemy attacks, which was the only way to make some pre-war preparations. All right, my lord. Shall I let Lori lead the team? The old man asked. You organize it yourself. I want accurate and detailed information, leaving no stone unturned. Feeling Fang Hao's seriousness, the old man did not dare to take it lightly. Understood, my lord. Fang Hao nodded, then promptly cancelled the God's Presence skill. Chapter 519. The Blackfoot Cat tribe, though small in stature, possesses formidable scouting and tracking abilities. The construction of the village has also been completed. Fang Hao delegated the task of finding the demon rat spawning location to them. They move quickly and are more meticulous. After assigning the tasks to the Blackfoot Cats, Fang Hao continued to check the stock of materials in the warehouse. The dwarven mountainous great furnace has forged 4,045 pieces of fine iron. In anticipation of the demon rat attack the day after, Fang Hao decides to produce a batch of Temple Guardian armor sets first. He plans to equip an elite troop specially for territory safety protection. He moved to an open space outside of the city. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, and found the blueprint for the Temple Guardian's equipment. Temple Guardian's shoulder armor, 8 iron castings, 5 fine iron, 10 thick leather, 12 woven threads, 10 metal components, 3 mithril. Temple Guardian's boots, 6 iron castings, 4 fine iron, 8 thick leather, 15 woven threads, 12 metal components, 2 mithril. Temple Guardian's chest armor, 12 iron castings, 8 fine iron, 15 thick leather, 22 woven threads, 18 metal components, 4 mithril. Temple Guardian's helmet, 8 iron castings, 6 fine iron, 12 thick leather, 10 woven threads, 15 metal components, 5 mithril. He began crafting. Hundredfold Amplifier triggered, acquired 10,100 Temple Guardian's shoulder armor. Hundredfold Amplifier triggered, acquired 10,100 Temple Guardian's boots. Hundredfold Amplifier triggered, acquired 10,100 Temple Guardian's chest armor. Hundredfold Amplifier triggered, acquired 10,100 Temple Guardian's helmet. A great surge of light emerged from the surroundings, pelting down like a shower from the sky. Fang Hao casually picked up a Temple Guardian's helmet and inspected it. Temple Guardian's helmet, purple. Category, Helmet. Defense, Level 4 Defense. Ability, Damage received 5%. Set attributes, Movement speed plus 10%, Damage received 10%, Elemental resistance plus 10%, Morale plus 20%. Description: the Holy Guardians will unswervingly execute any task assigned by the temple, dutifully protecting their faith. The Temple Guardians set, with its golden and silver color scheme, can be described as quite imposing. Wherever you go, you give off a formidable and elite feel that's characteristic of a kingdom's fine troops. The equipment's defense is a level 4 defense. It falls within the purview of purple items, but its abilities and set attributes further elevate the gear's grade. Especially noteworthy, 15% damage reduction effectively gives the set a level 5 defense. Overall, the Temple Guardian's set is the best suit of gear he currently possesses a blueprint for. It's even superior to the armor worn by the likes of the Black Sword and Blood Hunter, those heroes. Now, the only thing missing is enough fine iron. It seems that efficiency needs to be improved on the dwarven end. The dwarves need to step up their game. Checking the remaining quantity of fine iron, he found 17045 pieces. Fang Hao moved to another open space, and continued to open the Book of Lords, and found the Thunderblade blueprint. Thunderblade shield, 10 iron castings, 5 fine iron, 8 thick leather, 12 metal components, 2 mithril. Thunderblade cloak, 5 linen cloth, 2 silk, 22 woven threads, 5 leather, 8 metal components, 3 mithril. Thunderblade halberd, 1 hard flexible wood, 12 fine iron, 2 thick leather, 10 metal components, 5 mithril. He starts crafting. Hundredfold Amplifier triggered, acquired 10,100 Thunderblade shields. Hundredfold Amplifier triggered, acquired 10,100 Thunderblade cloaks. Hundredfold Amplifier triggered, acquired 10,100 Thunderblade halberds. Another great surge of light appeared. A great amount of Thunderblade weapons appeared in front of Fang Hao. Fang Hao checked the equipment attributes. Thunderblade shield, purple. Category, shield. Defense, level 5 defense. Ability, deals 10% lightning damage to the attacker. Description, it seems to harbor the fury of the sky, retaliating against all attacks. The Thunderblade shield belongs to the category of round shields. The front is a bright silver color, engraved with various intricate patterns, and the inside has a handle with a screw structure at the top and bottom, enabling a firm and effortless grip when wielding the shield. A round shield, unlike a large shield, is more portable and not as heavy. However, in comparison to large shields, the effective defensive range of a round shield is much smaller. Overall, Fang Hao is quite satisfied with the Thunderblade shield. A level 5 defense, that's already a pretty high attribute. After examining the shield, Fang Hao picked up the second piece of gear. Thunderblade cloak, purple. Category, cloak. Defense, level 2 defense. Ability, lightning tracking. Lightning tracking, upon receiving an attack, a tracking lightning bolt is automatically launched at the attacker, causing a paralysis effect and lightning damage. Cooldown 15 seconds. Description, the thunderbolt will lead you to the culprits lurking in the shadows. The Thunderblade cloak is a single shoulder cloak. On the blue fabric are embroidered silver patterns. When the single shoulder cloak is worn, it rests on the left shoulder. The short design doesn't hinder combat like a full-length cloak would. Its defensive power is only at a level 2 defense, but the lightning tracking ability is rather handy. Upon receiving an attack, a bolt of lightning will automatically strike the enemy's position. This usually happens when you're ambushed by an enemy. Also, you must ensure you are not killed by your adversary before considering their position. Otherwise, if you were to be killed or severely injured by a distant arrow from an enemy, the lightning tracking attack on the enemy would be pointless. Now the final piece of gear. Thunderblade halberd, purple. Category, halberd. Chapter 520. Damage, level 5 damage. Ability, additional 24% attack power based on movement speed. Description, no enemy can escape the pursuit of thunder. The Thunderblade halberd is a long-handled halberd weapon. In addition to level 5 damage, the weapon possesses an ability that increases the attack power by 24% based on movement speed. In other words, the quicker you run, the more attack power you additionally gain. Actually, this weapon should be more suitable for cavalry use. There are no outstanding cavalry in my undead camp. On the other hand, I recently acquired a blueprint for the construction of a human Lionheart Knight camp. I could construct the Lionheart Knight camp, recruit knights, and ensure my safety when I go to Lyss City again. Lyss City is becoming more and more chaotic right now. After reviewing all the equipment, the skeleton hero Yan Xiao, waiting beside, had already been patient for a long time. Yan Xiao. Fang Hao called out softly. Yan Xiao stepped forward, "My lord." "Command the soldiers to wear these equipment," said Fang Hao. "Yes, my lord." Yan Xiao began to gather forces immediately, and let the soldiers start changing into newly produced equipment. Fang Hao also selected 10 sets of Temple Guard suits and Thunderblade 3-piece sets from the equipment, and stored them in his storage space. If these 10 sets of equipments are to be divided, 1 set each for myself and the demon doll. The remaining few sets are intended for Dong Jiao and Kong Yang to deal with the demon rat challenge in a few days. It just so happens that Dong Jiao is good at using long-handled weapons. Spears and halberds should be roughly the same, right? Both are quite long. As for other people, once there are enough fine iron, Fang Hao can continue to produce more equipment. Yan Shao was commanding the soldiers to change their equipment. Fang Hao returned to his mansion, and sent 8 sets of equipment to Dong Jiao and Kong Yang through the trade channel. Holy cow, purple equipment, thank you, boss. Kong Yang replied immediately after receiving the equipment. You keep 1 set, and give the other set to Blood Hunter, said Fang Hao. Understood, thank you, boss. I owe you 1. Kong Yang's territory is in Crescent Heights. There are not many villages there and also no powerful enemies. With neither danger nor opportunities, and the soldiers in the city wearing only white and green equipment. This time, getting a set of purple equipment, he felt like he was dreaming. Meanwhile, Dong Jiao also received Fang Hao's equipment. But her demeanor was much more placid. Thank you, Brother Hao, Dong Jiao said. I see, you keep 1 set, and give the rest to Black Sword and several other heroes, be careful, Fang Hao repeated. All right, Brother Hao. After a brief reply, she ended the conversation between the two. Afternoon. Lori came to report the reconnaissance situation on the demon rat's spawn spots. My lord, we have discovered 4 large underground caves outside the city, each location is populated by hundreds of individual caves. We inspected them, the caves were wrapped in energy and were inaccessible. Lori said while passing a map. The map was hand-drawn, with the city where Fang Hao was located on the center. At the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north of the city, 4 locations were marked, representing the positions of the 4 sets of underground caves. As for what Lori meant by the caves being protected by energy and being inaccessible, this meant that the mission time had not arrived yet. Monsters would only spawn in the caves once the mission time has come. Just as Fang Hao was about to ask Lori to take him to inspect the peculiar caves, Ira called from the kitchen to announce that dinner was ready. In an instant, Lori immediately dashed into the dining room and obediently sat in a seat. The speed was so fast that Fang Hao took a moment to react. At this point, Fang Hao finally understood. This Lori purposely came during mealtime, intending to partake in the meal here. Fang Hao packed up the map and joined the others for a meal in the dining room. Angia also came downstairs, where she quietly chatted with Lori. After dinner, Lori led Fang Hao and others to an underground burrow gathering place. The group passed through a forest. They arrived at the gathering area Lori had been talking about. At first glance, the ground was filled with burrows nearly 1 meter in diameter. The entrance of each burrow was reinforced with sticks and rubble, and the walls on either side were incredibly rough. It could be affirmed that these burrows were the spawn points of demon rats for the migration mission. Otherwise, with so many burrows here, Fang Hao wouldn't have missed them previously. The burrows were protected by an unknown energy force which pushed back any stone that was thrown in. The inside of the burrow was pitch black, and it was impossible to see where it led or whether demon rats were already present inside. So these are the spots where the enemies appear? Crawling out from the ground, Angia curiously asked. Yes, Lori investigated and found 4 of such burrow gathering areas, Fang Hao replied. Fang Hao then explained to Dimitrija and Rockhead about the demon rats' plans to invade their territory. Master, what's your intention? Dimitrija asked further. Fang Hao pondered for a moment and said, we have ample defense forces within our base. I plan to let the 4 of us each command an army and be well prepared in advance. As soon as the enemies appear, immediately launch a counterattack. His idea was quite simple, his advantage over others was his plentiful forces. Other lords might need to rely on their cities as defense points, rallying their forces to wipe out the invading enemies, but Fang Hao didn't need to do so. Since he already knew the enemy spawn points, why not set up an ambush ahead of time and eliminate the enemies the moment they appear? Moreover, with his 3 heroes and himself, they had the perfect number to guard the 4 gathering places. I agree with your idea, Master. With this, we can also prevent the enemy from fleeing in defeat and affecting the surrounding villages, Dmitrija agreed. Angia and Lori were chatting to one side, and Rockhead, standing straight to the side, didn't seem interested in expressing his opinion. Fang Hao then declared, Dmitrija will take charge of the enemy's base in the south, Angia will be in charge of the west, and Rockhead will be in charge of the north, while I will be in charge of the east. Any questions? Yes, Master. No. The three of them responded one after another. Fang Hao had his own reasons for this arrangement. The south side was close to the human city of Pruel. To prevent any issues, the strongest Dmitrija was assigned there. The western woods were hard to traverse due to a mountain area inhabited by ogres, but Angia's pathfinding skill assured that the heroic army's speed wouldn't be affected on difficult terrain. The northern and eastern sides were generally similar. Fang Hao chose the east for himself and assigned the north to Rockhead. Seeing no objections, Fang Hao said, "All right, that's the plan for now. The demon rats will be attacking the day after tomorrow. Go back and prepare your troops accordingly, then set up a defense at your respective places." Yes, Master. The crowd returned to the city, and the external forces began to mobilize swiftly. Fang Hao too mobilized an army of 200,000 and headed straight to the gathering place in the east. Additionally, a large number of Tauren guards were arranged near the eastern Bronze Bowl city to help Fang Hao convey orders. After all, the army was indeed huge. Relying solely on Fang Hao, such a large army might struggle to operate. The other three locations were also gathering forces from nearby cities to help Dmitrija and others set up the defense. Firstly, the skeleton warriors were ordered to fully enclose the burrow in a semicircle. The front row consisted of skeleton warriors, the second row were spear bearers. Sharp spears pierced through the gaps in the shields, pointing forwards. The second and third rows consisted of archers, although this time Fang Hao had equipped them with the fine iron musket and misfortune strike crossbow. In a mid-range encirclement battle like this, the musket's power and accuracy could be better utilized. And the crossbow would make up for the time it took to reload the muskets, ensuring continuous output. Behind the archers were the two-handed sword Baron Tomb guards who could react promptly if any accident occurred. Further behind were the mages, bone dragons, Nisbet, and 50,000 skeleton giant bats. Fang Hao continued to set up a large number of spike pits and traps. They were placed at the forefront of the formation. With everything prepared, all they needed was for the mission to start. Chapter 521. 2 days later. There was only 1 hour and 32 minutes left on the countdown to the migration of the demon rats. The setting sun left a trail of red clouds on the horizon. The demon doll sat atop a horse, waiting for the mission to begin. "Lord, everything is ready," a Tauren quickly approached and spoke. The Tauren, sent by Bronze Bowl City, were there to assist with the commands. They were not needed for direct combat. "All right, light the torches ahead of time, everyone should prepare for battle," Fang Hao said calmly. Immediately, some went into the underground gathering place, lighting the iron barrels that had been prepared in advance. The fuel in each barrel was ignited. The orange flames illuminated the entire cave area. The mission was not set during the day, it was already dusk, and it would soon be night. By then, these fires would be needed to illuminate the battlefield. Time trickled on. Soon, Fang Hao received the system notification. "The migration of the demon rats, the mission begins. Prepare to meet the enemy," Fang Hao shouted. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, one of the Taurens to the side promptly fired a flare into the sky. The orange firework exploded in the sky, alerting everyone to prepare for battle. Command after command was given. SHHHHH. Under the command, the shield formation and spearmen in the front squatted down. The skeleton archers behind them pointed their cold steel firearms forward from the front line. As the night grew darker, the burning iron barrels crackled. Everyone stared ahead. But the target cave was quiet. Just as Fang Hao began to doubt whether they'd chosen the wrong location, faint noises started coming from ahead. Then, the sparse noises became more and more distinct. It was as if countless creatures were incessantly crawling through the tunnels. The sounds grew louder and closer. Suddenly, a ratman about 1 meter tall jumped out of one of the tunnels. He was wearing ragged hemp clothes and his body was covered in grey fur. The ratman held a large sword full of cracks. His green eyes curiously surveyed the surroundings. Then, one after another, more ratmen leapt out from the tunnel. As Ratmen should have some night vision abilities, their gaze quickly fell on the undead legion standing directly in front of them. Ah! The Ratman jumped and squealed. Boom! A gunshot sounded. A bullet from a firearm went straight through the belly of the screaming Ratman, sending him staggering backwards in agony before he fell to the ground, wailing in pain. The Ratmen around him, who were originally filled with excitement, instantly fell silent. They looked on in shock at their fallen companion, full of blood. Bang bang bang! Another round of gunfire, and more Ratmen fell to the ground. It was only then they belatedly realized that these were weapons fired from the distant undead. After a round of gunshots, a dense barrage of crossbow bolts flew in, causing half of the Ratmen who had just come out and were yet to regroup to fall in the blink of an eye. The Ratmen stared at their fallen comrades, somewhat stunned. At this point, a Ratman wearing dark red armor, much stronger and taller than the others, crawled out of the tunnel. After quickly assessing the situation on the battlefield, he blew the horn at his waist. With the sound of the powerful horn, all the Ratmen began to radiate a faint red glow. They hunched slightly, faces turning savage and menacing, saliva dripping from their mouths. It was clear that they had entered a bloodthirsty state. The next second, all the Ratmen that had emerged raised their weapons. They began to throw themselves recklessly forwards. Crazy, ferocious. These characteristics were now displayed by every Ratman. Fang Hao remained seated on his horse, his expression calm. The 2 previous rounds of firing were his orders. The goal was to draw the Ratman's attention, otherwise, if they couldn't determine the direction and ran other ways, it would be more difficult to capture them. Now, Fang Hao's goal had been achieved. Not only did he attract their attention, but he also made them angry and lose their sanity. As the Ratman got closer, Fang Hao was able to see their names and attributes. The poor ones armed with wooden sticks and beast bones were identified as slave rats, level 2. Those wearing hemp clothes and occasionally with some leather armor, were scout rats, tier 3. Behind them were even better equipped clan warrior rats and clan spear rats at tier 4 and 5. It was obvious that the demon rats were a race with many classes, but their weapons and equipment lacked maintenance and were in a poor state. This should be relevant to mentioned in the system notification. Considering the migration of the demon rats, it seemed the Ratmen had already lost their city and dwelling place and were on the hunt for a new place to settle. Watching the Ratmen rush towards them, Fang Hao gave the order, beat the drums. Dong dong dong! The war drums sounded, and a grey-white halo enveloped the entire undead camp. In the darkness of the night, more and more Ratmen appeared, their charge growing louder. The Ratmen at the front of the line had already gotten to the erected barriers, where they raised their weapons to begin dismantling the roadblocks set up along the path. Pass on the order, fire at will. Yes, Lord. The messenger promptly passed on the order. Subsequently, the area was filled with the sounds of gunfire, as constant as raindrops. The sound of firearms echoed throughout the land. At this distance, the power of the firearms could be fully demonstrated. A large number of Ratmen fell, their bodies punctured by bullets, as they wailed and writhed in pools of blood. Many Ratmen had their limbs blasted off by the bullets. The sky was filled with fresh blood and fragments of flesh. Chapter 522. Under the sound of gunfire, the crossbow bolts continuously shot out, killing the approaching enemy. Just the first round of attacks, and a vacuum area appeared directly in front of the barricade. The first batch of Ratmen who fell did not affect the Ratmen behind them. They continued to rush fearlessly to the barricade, chopping away at the obstacles in front. Then, the gunfire rang out for the second time. Another large group of Ratmen fell. The Ratmen behind continued to take the places of the fallen, and launched another attack. Relay the order, mage group attack, said Fang Hao. Yes, my lord. The messenger ran off. Soon, a dense barrage of magic missiles flew over the heads of the undead army, like meteors, crashing into the Ratmen's ranks. The magic missiles fell at the location of the Ratmen's cave. Some Ratmen, who had just crawled out of the cave and hadn't yet figured out the situation, were blown away and became dazed. Soon, under the continuous onslaught of the Ratmen, all the barricades set up were cleared one by one. The Ratmen, as if they had gone mad, threw their bodies at the spear wall. Bodies were impaled on the spears, blood sliding down the spear shafts. The Ratmen were fierce warriors, but against the well-equipped undead army that had been waiting in formation, they were still at a disadvantage. The bodies of Ratmen in front of the army piled up into a small hill. Although the number of ratmen was still huge, not knowing fear. But Fang Hao was certain, if the ratmen didn't have any more tricks up their sleeves, the victory of the battle had become a foregone conclusion. The ratmen couldn't break through their defense, let alone seize the city. At that moment, Fang Hao's gaze fell on the area of the ratmen's cave. He saw the ratman leader, clad in dark red armor, discussing something with a few other ratmen. It seemed they too realized their chances of winning were not great, and were discussing a new strategy. Due to the distance, Fang Hao couldn't see the information of the ratman leader. But judging from their communication gestures, they should be very intelligent, much smarter than other ratmen who only knew how to charge. Son, a few ratmen had finished their discussion. A squad of ratmen, draped in a black cloak, started leaving from the side of the troop, intending to leave the main battlefield under the cover of darkness and carry out another task. Seeing the intention of the small team, Fang Hao naturally wouldn't let them succeed. He told the Tauren next to him, have people ride the bone dragon, with the skeleton giant bat, clear out that ratman's squad, don't let any escape, start patrolling around after cleaning up, kill any ratman trying to leave the main battlefield. Yes, my lord. The messenger immediately delivered the order. From the rear of the army, a bone dragon soared into the sky, and behind it was a dense crowd of skeleton giant bats, flying towards the ratman squad that was leaving. Within sight, that ratman, draped in a black cloak, who planned to leave, was surrounded by a group of skeleton giant bats, not into a pile of white bones. Then, the giant bats began to patrol around the battlefield. As soon as they found ratmen attempting to leave the battlefield, they would directly attack and kill them all. Fang Hao's gaze returned to the ratman leader. He had expected that after the team he arranged to go out was killed, the leader would become furious. However, the leader's face still remained calm. He gave one order after another to the ratmen. This made Fang Hao feel something was off. He always felt the leader had another plan. Just now, it was merely a simple probe. Lightning strike, speed up the pace of the battle, Fang Hao ordered again. No matter what plot the other party had, as long as they directly killed these ratmen, they wouldn't fail in this battle. After receiving Fang Hao's order, all the skeleton warriors held in their hands multiple lightning spears. On command, they were thrown towards the front. Inside the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao's body was sitting on the bone throne, while controlling the demon doll to command the army in the battle. He also used the Book of Lords to understand the battle situation of Dong Jiao and Kong Yang. After continuous practice, Fang Hao became more and more skilled at controlling two bodies at the same time. As long as he is not engaged in an intense real-time battle, there is no problem controlling two bodies simultaneously. Boss, there's no problem on my end. The Blood Hunter leader is in battle and we are just standing on the city wall and watching. The ratmen were basically killed. Kong Yang reported back. Well, stay safe, said Fang Hao. At the same time, Dong Jiao also replied. Brother Hao, the situation here is a bit messy, the battlefield is quite large, but it's still under control. The leaders of the Black Sword and Giant Wall are engaged in combat. At the same time, Dong Jiao also shared a couple of photos. The photos recorded scenes of the battle between the undead and the ratmen. From the shooting position, Dong Jiao should be in the ranks of the undead army, not hiding in the city. The city Dong Jiao was tasked to defend had multiple locations, making it a bit more complicated to fight than Kong Yang, who was only defending a single city. Even though there were many locations to cover, the number of undead army and heroes stationed with Dong Jiao was also higher. There shouldn't be any issues. Well, be careful. Report back to me promptly if anything happens, Fang Hao instructed again. Alright, Brother Hao, it should be okay. If it weren't for the fear of bacteria on these ratmen, I feel like I could take them on myself, Dong Jiao replied, not willing to be outdone. Alright, stop it. If you get hurt, you're the one who's going to suffer. Haha, I was just saying. After ending the chat with them, Fang Hao glanced again at the area channel. Chapter 523. Many people were discussing the fight. Some said that these demon rats were not hard to deal with, while others were seeking help. They were using resources as bargaining chips, asking nearby lords to aid them. Fang Hao was looking closely at the situation. Just then, a raging roar suddenly came from outside the lord's mansion. Following that was the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Fang Hao, sitting on his throne, was suddenly taken aback. Could someone have invaded his territory? Without thinking, Fang Hao drew out his thunder sword from his storage space and ran towards the door. He saw two Nisbets who were guarding the door already engaged in battle with the demon rats. On the open ground in front of the Lord's mansion, there were several round holes. From inside these holes, the ratmen were continuously rushing out to join the battle. Master! Ira also ran out from her room, her face pale. Fang Hao instructed, stay back. Okay. Ira turned to run back inside. Fang Hao turned his attention back to what was happening outside. Underground runners, Tier 3. This species of demon rat, amongst the ratman faction, plays the role of an engineer. They can quickly dig tunnels, providing concealed routes for the ratman. 1. With the tunnel finished, the ratman legion could use this concealed route to reach their target city directly and initiate a decapitation strike. Although these demon rats were a part of the system's mission, they nonetheless displayed intelligence no lesser than that of humans. If it were not for the transmigrators preparing in advance, denying the demon rats time to organize and command their forces, the transmigrators wouldn't have any advantages, and the likelihood of failing the mission would exponentially increase. More and more demon rats streamed into the city via the tunnels. Their only target was the Lord's mansion, the heart of the city they were aiming to capture. The Nisbets held off the first wave of demon rats. The city's defensive soldiers also rushed in from all sides. After surrounding the Lord's mansion, they started to slaughter the invading demon rats. The number of soldiers in the city could not compete with the vast numbers outside. However, those defending the city were undead warriors equipped with the Temple Guards set, which included high-tier units like the Skeleton Mantism and Nisbet. The demon rat death toll rose swiftly. Soon enough, the invading demon rats were largely exterminated. Fang Hao immediately instructed his soldiers to throw explosives into the holes. Boom, boom, boom. With several muffled explosions, the tunnels the ratmen had dug were blasted apart. However, this had merely destroyed the existing tunnels. If the ratmen still had underground runners, they would continue to dig more. Fang Hao immediately gathered the guards in front of the Lord's mansion, with a new plan to tighten the defense. Ira, Fang Hao called. Master! Ira came running back out from her room. Get all the maids together. We'll be sleeping in the Lord's mansion tonight, Fang Hao instructed. As you wish, Master. Ira answered and ran off to the area where the maids lived. Meanwhile, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and sent messages to Dong Jiayu and Kong Yang. He warned them to be aware of the tunnel-digging demon rats, to prevent them from being taken by surprise. After finishing his instructions to them, Fang Hao posted a snapshot of the tunnel-digging demon rats in the area's chat, warning everyone taking up the mission to watch out for the demon rats and their decapitation strikes. Damn, they can target our leaders? These rats have evolved. I'm glad I didn't accept this task. A lot of people are going to die tonight. Damn it, I was wondering why those ratmen seemed so relaxed, they were digging tunnels. Thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the warning, Lord Fang Hao. The crowd spoke at will. Fang Hao did not have time to reply to them. He closed the Book of Lords and saw Ira approaching with all the maids. Chapter 524. Deep in the night, the usual time for rest. The maids, dressed in simple loose nightgowns, are huddled together, creating tumultuous waves. Dodging past the bodies at the door, they made their way into the manor. Master! The maids bowed, their loose linen tops hanging loosely. From Fang Hao's perspective, everything was clearly in view beyond what he should see. It seemed as if the maids did not care, playfully vying against each other, occasionally jiggling enticingly. All right, it's a little dangerous outside tonight, you ladies will have to make do for the night here. Fang Hao said to the maids. Yes, Master. The maids acknowledged. Ira led the maids upstairs, starting to allocate them rooms for their rest. The manor had been upgraded to level 10, and the number of rooms had increased substantially. Enough to accommodate these maids, with a few sharing a room. The maids had just gone upstairs. Outside the door, the sound of digging into the dirt could be heard. Looking out, 10+ ground burrowers were digging out burrows, rushing out. Behind them trailed squads of ratman warriors. The undead warriors guarding in front of the manor immediately clashed with these ratmen. Nisbet 49, you are in charge here. Fang Hao ordered. Nisbet 49 acknowledged, yes, sir. Looking around at the other directions, Fang Hao continued, Nisbet 50, you take a team to the Viscera Museum to ensure the safety of Scholar Nelson. Aside from the skeleton craftsmen living in the production processing area, Nelson's Viscera Museum, located near the central area, may not hear any sounds of battle, but precautions must be taken against burrowers deviating from their track and tunneling towards the Viscera Museum. For safety, Nisbet 50 was assigned to lead a team to guarantee the safety of Nelson and the funeral priests. Yes, sir. Nisbet 50 agreed, leading his soldiers towards the Viscera Museum. As per the original plan, Nisbet would have been evaluated for his hero status on the previous day. But when Fang Hao learned about this mission, he postponed the evaluation. The idea was to maximize Nisbet's soul-devouring skill to raise his attributes as much as possible, to increase the chance of passing the test. Soul-devouring allows one to consume a slain enemy's soul after killing them, enhancing one's strength. This ability needs to be honed on the battlefield. The more enemies you kill, the stronger you become. So, apart from Nisbet 49 and Nisbet 50, who were stationed outside the manor, the remaining Nisbets in the main city were all deployed in 4 separate locations, resisting the Ratmen on the battlefield, killing Ratmen to enhance their attributes. After handing out this assignment, he made sure that the Ratmen, even if they burrowed in, couldn't penetrate the manor. Fang Hao returned to his room, concentrating his remaining energy on the main battlefield. Only with victory on the main battlefield can this battle truly be ended. He reseated himself on the bone throne. And Fang Hao's conscious mind returned to the battle on the eastern side of the city. Pumping, pumping, pumping. A group of Ratmen, about the size of some calves, charged directly into the undead shield formation. Their flailing arms knocked the shield-bearing undead soldiers flying. Like a horde of enraged stars, they barreled directly through into the undead formation. Destruction Giant Mouse, Tier 8. This kind of demon rat, their bodies are unusually strong. Slimy grayish-white fur, exaggerated bulging muscles. If not for their Ratman heads, one might even mistake these for deranged gorillas. Baron Tomb Guards, move, get rid of these big fellows, Fang Hao spoke nonchalantly. Reliant on just their initial momentum, these destruction giant mice aren't numerous. Under a hail of arrows and magical bombardments, only about 200 managed to charge into range. The Baron Tomb Guards who were waiting in the rear, immediately engaged. Dozens of them ganging up on one, hacking the destruction giant mice into a bloody pulp. Even their robust bodies couldn't hold out for long under such mauling. Looking at the tunnels dug by the Ratmen up front, from which Ratmen were no longer emerging, Fang Hao immediately ordered, send the command, attack. Yes, sir. The messenger left to relay the command. Simultaneously, the drumbeats intensified. In the sky, several bone dragons took flight. Black pillars of energy swept through the Ratman hordes below. Huge swaths of Ratman failed to evade in time and were hit by the energy columns. Their bodies began to disintegrate, turning into heaps of bones. At the same time, the semi-squatting spearmen, who focused solely on defense, surged forward. The Baron Tomb Guards and Nisbets behind the shield wall, like meat grinders, made short work of any enemy that managed to penetrate the defensive lines. The standoff had turned into a unilateral slaughter by the undead. Meanwhile, the shielded spearmen relentlessly advanced, forcing the Ratmen to retreat constantly. At this point, there were less than 10,000 Ratmen left. Gathered together, they watched the undead still advancing towards them, warily. Among the Ratmen, a Ratman leader clad in dark red armor, holding a sword with intricate patterns, glared furiously at the opponent. He was a hero among the Ratmen, the commander of this battle. Headhunter, Pritzker, Purple Tier 5. Pritzker had received conventional military training among the Ratmen. Looking at the undead army arrayed outside the tunnel, it was evident that the enemy already knew their arrival location and was fully prepared. Unable to penetrate the undead defenses head-on, he chose the strategy of surprise attack. Chapter 525. Continuously launching attacks from the front to distract the primary force. Meanwhile, a large number of digging Ratmen were dispatched to excavate directly to the opponent's city. Once successful, the opponent's troops will have to rush back hastily. This will make it easier for them to surround and wipe out the entire force. However, something troubling happened with this plan. The troops assigned to the tunnels did not send back any news, and this force did not attempt to assist either. Now, the opponent has launched another attack, driving them to a situation where there is no room for retreat. Pulitz glanced at the troops in front of him, uncertainty creeping into his eyes. The horn was blown once again. The amplified Ratman's eyes turned crimson again, and with rage and bloodlust, they charged towards the attacking undead. As for Pulitz himself, he led his own small squad of 100. They dove into a nearby forest. He planned to use the Ratman as cannon fodder, buying him time to escape. But as soon as he moved, Fang Hao noticed. This Ratman in crimson armor was too conspicuous among the Ratman, impossible to ignore. And considering the various diseases the Ratman carried, Fang Hao couldn't let it escape alive. Watching Pulitz ready to dive into the forest, he immediately ordered his adjutant deploy troops to kill those escaping, not a single one must get away. Yes, sir. The bone dragon and skeleton giant bat were once again dispatched, chasing after the escaping Ratman. Soon, the sounds of intense combat were heard from the direction of the forest. 2 hours later, all the Ratman were wiped out. In the forest, most of the undead soldiers perished as well, with only the head hunter Pulitz struggling to survive. The steel blade in his hand barely supporting his body, his grey-white fur stained with blood. Fang Hao looked at the enemy from the rear of the army. Seeing the 5th level purple energy of the opponent, he was somewhat surprised. No wonder, even with so many of his troops pinning him down, he still managed to hold on till now. When the Ratman leader was at his last breath, Fang Hao immediately said, "Stop, don't kill him." The spear thrust by the soldiers was immediately suspended in mid-air and gradually withdrawn. The demon doll walked over from behind, coldly staring at the Ratman hero who was barely alive. The Ratman hero's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. He guessed that the opponent might try to recruit him. This undead army did have many orc soldiers after all. Perhaps, the opponent suddenly had an appreciation for talent and saw a possibility in recruiting him. Seeing a purple-armored undead walking towards him, the Ratman leader already had his answer ready. Firstly, he would agree to serve under him and save his own life. Then later, he would seek revenge or directly take the territory. Just as the Ratman leader was lost in his thoughts, he heard Fang Hao say, "Nie, come and kill him." The Ratman leader was confused. Who was Nie? Wasn't he supposed to be recruiting him? A large-headed undead walked over from the side and struck downwards with his axe. Puff! The sharp axe decapitated him, and his head rolled to the side. Meanwhile, a black fog rose from the corpse and entered Nie's mouth. It was the effect of the soul devouring. Killing enemies to enhance one's own ability. Upon death, the corpse also dropped 2 special items. Nie picked them up and presented them to Fang Hao. Polluted blood 2. Category, blood. Description, the blood hides the secret of genetic modification within the demon rat race. Turns out it's rat blood. Not sure what it could be used for. Fang Hao put it away carelessly and continued to give his orders, clean up the battlefield. Apart from this hero's corpse, burn all the others. Oh, and fetch a coffin from the storeroom, bury this hero's corpse for now, we can dig it up when Bachelor Nelson comes out. No choice, Fang Hao was really scared of the virus. He could only wait for Nelson to come out and check if the corpse was infectious before making further plans. Hearing Fang Hao's order, all the undead began to move. They cleaned the battlefield, piled up the rat corpses, and proceeded to burn them. What a waste of all these bodies though, they could have been converted into additional troops in the conversion field. Although there was only a chance of infection from the Ratman, Fang Hao still didn't want to take such a risk. The combat power of Ratman troops wasn't that outstanding anyway, so it wasn't worth the risk. So, Fang Hao directly ordered, all bodies were to be completely incinerated. The soldiers began to move. Fang Hao rode towards the other three's battlefield. Demetrija and Angia's battles had already ended, and they were cleaning up the battlefield. There were no Ratman heroes among their opponents, so the battles weren't too intense. After notifying them to incinerate the bodies, Fang Hao went onwards to the area overseen by Rock. The battle on Rock's side was also nearing its end. Soon, the rat swarm would be wiped out completely. After reminding Rock to incinerate the bodies, he returned to his territory. Back on the throne, Fang Hao withdrew the demon doll and inquired about the situation of Dong Jiao and Kong Yang. The battle was still ongoing, but the outcome was already decided. There were no Ratman heroes on their side, and under their superior equipment and vast fire coverage, the Ratman army was at a complete disadvantage. Chapter 526. Plus a tenfold increase in the number of troops. They could trample those ratmen into pies. After ending the message, Fang Hao steps out of the Lord's mansion, ordering the bodies outside to be completely cleaned up. The blood on the ground was also cleaned. It's now late at night. Dimitrija, Angia, and Rocky are all finished with their respective battles. Fang Hao too has received a message from the system. Congratulations, Lord, on completing the demon rat migration task. Your city has slaughtered a total of 220,000 demon rats, please claim your reward. Reward dispensation, plus 100 influence for all factions, 1 special blueprint, orange, 1 hero recruitment scroll, orange, plus 1,200 warfire coins. Once the battles in all areas ended, the system sent a message indicating the task was completed. Previous missions all had time limits. Even if you completed the task early, you had to wait until either time was up, or everyone had completed it, before the rewards would be dispensed uniformly. Now, the enemies in the mission wouldn't disappear just because time was up. Many lords, no doubt, would engage in protracted battles with these ratmen. Waiting for a uniform dispensation, the task might not be successfully completed in less than 10 days or half a month. The number of rewards isn't much, but their quality is high. Both items are of orange quality. Fang Hao directly checks the rewards. Magic Scroll Inscription Room, Orange Sturdy Wood 2200, Stone Blocks 3500, Fine Stonework Blocks 1500, Iron 1200, Cast Iron 800, Metal Parts 200, Rich Essence 5, Essence of Magic 10, Perfect Essence 10, Memory Crystal 1. Description: this structure allows the inscription of magic scrolls. Indeed, it's an orange blueprint. Fang Hao feels quite pleased. From the name and the description below, one can figure out the use of the structure. It is used to inscribe magic scrolls. Fang Hao is somewhat familiar with magic scrolls. These consumables can unleash one-time magic. Even ordinary people can use scrolls to release powerful magic, launching attacks against their enemies. And their power is rather significant. They're hard to obtain on the market and quite expensive. After Fang Hao started studying magic, he no longer paid attention to these costly scrolls. However, mercenaries and aristocratic businessmen are very fond of these things, which can easily achieve results. Though the materials consumed are rather substantial. Luckily Fang Hao has them all. For the final memory crystal, Fang Hao swapped one over the regional channel, and he also got quite a few memory crystals from the dragon's treasure hoard last time. He didn't know what they were for then, so he just stored them in the basement. Even if they have a purpose now, it just uses up one. Fang Hao doesn't rush to build it, instead, he continues to check the reward behind. Hero Recruitment Scroll, Orange. Item Category, Recruitment Scroll. Description: upon use, it can randomly recruit an orange template hero. The Ratman's assault posed little threat to him, the rewards were so substantial that he felt somewhat embarrassed receiving them. Maybe he should give himself a few cuts, otherwise, he might not feel at ease taking it. Fang Hao walks to the front of the Lord's mansion. Do you want to use the hero recruitment scroll? Once used, an orange hero can be randomly recruited. Use. Then, the recruitment scroll in his hand emits a faint glow, gradually dissipating like a burning piece of paper. The next second, a complex array appears on the empty ground in front of him. Under the cover of an orange light, a figure slowly rises from the ground. Successful recruitment, Kingdom's Glory, Aseti, Orange 7th rank hero. Successful recruitment, Wind Demon, Ediun, rank 8. Chapter 527. Upon seeing 2 recruitment notifications appear at the same time, Fang Hao was stunned. He reassured himself of the disappearing recruitment scroll, certain he didn't use it incorrectly. He had only used 1 scroll, so why were there 2 names? The array outside the door shone brighter and brighter. The contours of the hero became increasingly clear. When the light faded, a man and a horse stood before Fang Hao. Upon seeing this, Fang Hao understood why there were 2 names. One of them must have been the horse. The recruitment scroll was quite powerful. Be it Nelson, Dimitrija, or the hero recruited today. Upon successful recruitment, the hero would appear with their equipment. So, for a gallant white horse to appear wasn't surprising. The horse was dressed in black armor, and a crossbow was hung on the left-hand side of its back. The hero, Aseti, was dressed in black armor with golden patterns, holding the horse's reins in his left hand, and leaning on a long, slender longsword with his right. The tip of the sword touched the ground, and the height of the sword was almost 1.7 meters. Based on the height of the sword, it was even taller than some of the maids in the territory. Aseti wore a helmet, quickly looking around. Upon seeing that a large number of skeleton undead were cleaning behind him, he twisted the longsword in his right hand, immediately entering a state of readiness for battle. Fang Hao was startled and quickly said, "Aseti, these are our territory's soldiers." Aseti, whose sword already emitted a glow, heard Fang Hao's shout and barely managed to stop his impending action. Through the gap in his helmet, his gaze met Fang Hao standing in front of the manor. "Did you awaken me?" a neutral voice asked from within the armor. Fang Hao temporarily was unable to discern Aseti's gender. "Yes, Aseti, welcome to our team. Our territory is a bit special. I'll explain it to you in detail later." "There's no danger here," whispered Fang Hao. Aseti reassured himself about the skeleton behind him. After confirming that the undead only worked and did not attack him, he finally dropped his guard. He took off his helmet, revealing short blonde hair, and with one knee on the ground, he said, "Your Majesty, please accept my apologies for my previous rudeness. Aseti, the glory of the kingdom, pays respects to the king." The moment he took off his helmet, Fang Hao confirmed Aseti's female identity. But she wasn't young anymore. The contours of her face and the wrinkles around her eyes suggested that Aseti was no longer young. Excluding the effects of rank power and special bloodline, she appeared to be between 40 and 45 years old. But Aseti was close to 1.8 meters tall and had an heroic aura. Welcome to the team, Aseti, please get up, let's talk inside," Fang Hao said with a smile. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Aseti replied, standing up. She hung her sword on the side of the horse and walked into the hall with Fang Hao. As Fang Hao sat down on the white-boned throne, Aseti took a seat just below him. A maid hurried down from the second floor and offered the two a cup of fruit wine each, showing her alertness. And then, she rushed back upstairs. She and other maids hid around the corner of the staircase, secretly looking down. Fang Hao had instructed them to rest upstairs, but in light of tonight's events, anyone would have had difficulty falling asleep. So, despite it being late at night, the maids were all quite alert. As soon as Aseti came in, she began looking around the hall. The decor here was a bit unusual. The chandelier seemed orcish, the wall lights seemed like the Blood Clans, the throne Fang Hao was sitting on was made of bone, but her chair seemed like it belonged to the Blood Clan as well. This mix of styles was uncommon for a king's residence. "Aseti, our kingdom is somewhat unique, I need to explain a few things to you," Fang Hao said directly. "You may speak, Your Majesty," Aseti replied with a nod. "Our kingdom hasn't been established for very long. The territory is home to humans, orcs, the undead, trolls, lizardmen, the Blood Clan, and dwarves. Currently, all races live together peacefully, drawing on their own strengths to contribute to the kingdom," Fang Hao explained, looking at Aseti. As the number of races Fang Hao mentioned increased, Aseti's brows furrowed deeper. She was surprised to see the undead and orc maids here. She did not expect the young king before her to rule so many races. This is impossible. Aseti instinctively doubted, finding it hard to believe. How could so many races agree to human rule? How could the living and the undead live together? This was simply not possible. The reality is such. I guarantee them a stable life, they abide by my rules. So when you encounter other races within the territory later, refrain from acting rashly to avoid hurting our own people, explained Fang Hao, seemingly accustomed to such looks of surprise. Aseti remained silent for quite a while before accepting this fact. Fang Hao had no reason to lie to her. Moreover, she had indeed seen the undead and orcs with her own eyes. The presence of trolls and the Blood Clan probably wasn't made up either. "All right, I understand, Your Majesty." Aseti seemed to have accepted it. She had just joined the territory, so there was no need to fret about these things for now. She would do her job first and gradually learn what the kingdom she swore allegiance to really looked like. Chapter 528. "By the way, my name is Fang Hao. You can simply address me as my lord," Fang Hao said. "Understood, my lord. Let's go. I'll build you a mansion where you can stay for the night. Tomorrow morning, I'll arrange for someone to give you a tour," Fang Hao stood up again and said softly. Yes, my lord. The two of them left the lord's estate. Aseti led his horse, following behind Fang Hao. They came straight to a vacant site not far from the lord's estate. Fang Hao continued to ask, Aseti, how do you feel about this place? I will follow your instructions, my lord, Aseti said. Without further ado, Fang Hao directly opened the Book of Lords, and selected housing to erect a building. Once the glow faded after construction, the building was elevated to level 10 right away. The ordinary dwelling had turned into a mansion, a 3-story building with courtyards both front and back. Fang Hao turned around and summoned 10 skeleton warriors. He told Aseti, there are many ready-made pieces of furniture in the storeroom. Go and pick what you like, and have the skeletons move them here. Aseti glanced at the skeletons, and nodded in understanding. After giving the instructions, Fang Hao turned and left. Aseti entered his new mansion, removed the armor from his horse, and then walked out with the skeletons on their way to pick furniture from the storeroom. Although it was late at night, the roads were lit by night stone lanterns and patrolled by undead guards. Aseti walked forward, astonished at the number of skeletons within the territory. Only after leaving did Fang Hao check Aseti's attributes. Radiance of the Kingdom, Aseti, Orange Tier 7 Hero. Faction, Human. Template, Gold. Race traits, Living Creature, Learning, Soul of Wind and Thunder. Legion Talent, Cavalry Formation, Goddess Blessing, Battle of Chivalry, Knight's Will. Skills, Sword of the Chosen, Sword of Divine Punishment, Insight of the Wind Spirit, Windstorm, Thunderbolt. Innate Abilities, Domain Level Riding Mastery, Domain Level Longsword Mastery, Master Level Tactical Mastery, Master Level Infantry Mastery. Soul of Wind and Thunder, plus 100% to air elemental spells. Cavalry Formation, a leading expert among knights. Knights under his command will greatly enhance their charge power when they form a cavalry formation. Goddess Blessing, human troops under his command receive additional damage reduction blessings from the goddess. Battle of Chivalry, with a well-known reputation, human troops under his leadership recover morale plus 25% faster. Knight's Will, if cavalry dismount to fight, their attack power and defense are both increased by plus 15%. Sword of the Chosen, active increases all attributes by plus 100%. Sword of Divine Punishment, active strikes the enemy with the force of a thunderbolt, dealing 170% damage. Insight of the Wind Spirit, active upon skill activation, summons a wind spirit that reveals a remaining duration of 5 minutes. Windstorm, active releasing a windstorm can block ranged attacks, and in a downwind situation, it can increase the army's advancing speed. Thunderbolt, active deals air elemental chain damage to all enemies nearby. Description, she is skilled in combat techniques and familiar with military tactics, undefeated in her life. She is regarded by both civilians and nobles as a perfect and glorious example. After the new king ascended the throne, Aseti was recalled to the capital and executed. Clearly, Aseti is a cavalry commander. And a very outstanding one. In her legion talents, cavalry formation is a cavalry-specific talent. Goddess Blessing and Battle of Chivalry are also very practical, adding damage reduction and improving morale. Especially Knight's Will, which adds bonuses to infantry attacks and defenses after the cavalry dismount. Whether she's on horseback or on foot, Aseti is a competent commander. Among her skills, besides the 2 melee skills, Aseti also has 3 air elemental skills. Combined with her own Soul of Wind and Thunder talent, the effects of the 3 air elemental skills can be increased by 100%. A cavalryman who can use magic is rare. But it also proves Aseti's superior talent and strong power. Fang Hao is very satisfied with this new hero. Just as he was about to close the Book of Lords, he suddenly remembered the horse that appeared with Aseti. He quickly checked the attributes of the horse. Wind Demon, Orion, Tier 8. Owner, Aseti. Race traits, Living Creature, Warhorse, Unstoppable March. Skills, Head Horse, Wind Walk, Iron Hoof. Innate abilities, Advanced Speed Mastery. Monster Power, passive especially trained warhorse that can manipulate the power of the wind in a simple way. Unstoppable March, passive this unit is immune to any form of slowing effect. Head Horse, passive, when acting as the leading horse, the team's horse stamina consumption decreases by 20%, and the travel speed increases by 50%. Wind Walk, passive, enter a high-speed travel state, wind resistance decreases by 80%. Iron hoof, active, the attack power of the front and rear hooves increases by 50%. Description, specially trained warhorse that can be equipped with heavy armor while still maintaining high mobility. The attributes of the wind demon are also quite good. Looking at the description, this horse is trained specifically for battlefield knights. If it can be equipped on a large scale, it would greatly enhance the power of the territory's cavalry. After checking the attributes of the wind demon, Fang Hao returned to the Lord's mansion and saw Dimitrija, Angia, and Yangshan returning. Dimitrija saluted and said, "My lord, all enemies on the battlefield were killed, the bodies were burned, and the spoils of war were cleaned and transported to the warehouse." Fang Hao had already received a system notification and also received the rewards. But Dimitrija and the others didn't know about it yet. After tidying the bodies and the spoils of war, they came specially to report. "Well done. Take rest in the city, you've all worked hard," said Fang Hao. This battle involved not only the undead garrison forces, but also a large number of humans and orcs from surrounding cities. Now the battle was over, and these people also needed rest. They were conveniently arranged to stay one night in the city and return to their own territories after everything was over. "Yes, my lord, I will make arrangements immediately," Dimitrija continued. Dimitrija and Yangshan left to organize people's rest. Angia, who seemed unaffected, yawned and went upstairs to rest. After everything was taken care of, Fang Hao also went upstairs to rest. The next day, since he had gone to bed late the previous night, he didn't wake up until after 9 in the morning. After having a simple breakfast, Fang Hao opened the Book of the Lords and checked the local area channel. Overnight, a large number of lords continued with their challenge tasks. They were purchasing supplies in the channel while resisting the rat army. There was also bad news. Individual lords couldn't withstand the onslaught of demon rats, died in their hands, and lost their territories. Even if you're not the one who died, this was still bad news. The appearance of demon rats would disrupt the balance of power in the area. For these newcomers, it would increase the danger. If power struggles occur, they would also be affected. But this kind of situation was unavoidable. After all, a large number of transmigrators still survived in the region. No one can be sure what choices others will make. Stepping out of the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao stopped Angia and Lori, who were planning to go out to play. "I have a task for both of you." "Huh? What task?" "We're going to catch fish, Ira is making fish tonight," Angia muttered. She showed a lot of resistance to not being allowed to go out and play. "A new hero named Aseti joined us last night. Bring her breakfast, show her around the city, and introduce her to each district," Fang Hao explained. "Someone new? How come I didn't see her?" Angia immediately became interested. "It was too late last night, so I didn't introduce you. Go now. After that, you can go out and play," Fang Hao said. "Okay, where does she live?" "Next to Dimitrija's house, there's a white horse in the yard," Fang Hao continued. "Okay, leave it to us." After Angia finished speaking, she led Lori to the kitchen, got breakfast and walked towards Aseti's place. After watching Angia and Lori leave, Fang Hao directly arrived at the open space in the central district. He opened the Book of Lords and built a magic scroll inscription room, orange. Confirm the construction. An orange light combined to form a tower building. 30 minutes later, the light dissipated, and the magic scroll inscription room appeared before Fang Hao. Magic scroll inscription room, orange. Category, special building. Recruitment, scroll inscriber. Scroll inscriber, wriggling spine 3, mithril 1. Inscribed, dark magic, magic missile. Description, record magic, inscribe scrolls. Chapter 529. After viewing the information of the inscription room and understanding its function. The function is more like a recruitment building. Similar to a tailor shop or a blacksmith shop, it can recruit special job soldiers. However, the scroll inscriber should be more advanced, since it inscribes scrolls after all. In addition, the cost of recruitment is a bit higher. A wriggling spine requires 3 units. But this consumption is nothing to Fang Hao at this moment. Do you want to consume 3 wriggling spines and 1 mithril to recruit a scroll inscriber? Yes. Triggering a 100-fold increase, recruiting 101 scroll inscribers. The light flickered, and 101 scroll inscribers appeared in front of Fang Hao. Still in the form of a skeleton, wearing a white robe. "Greetings, Lord." The scroll inscribers collectively paid their respects. "Well, welcome all." Fang Hao nodded, his eyes continued to look at the inscriber who was leading the group out of the building. "What's your name?" "My lord, my name is Fuller." "All right, Fuller, from now on, you will be in charge of task distribution here," said Fang Hao. "Thank you for your trust, my lord." Fuller immediately replied. "Fuller, the scroll inscriber's loyalty to you has increased by 10 points, current loyalty is 75. By the way, Fuller, what does it mean by recording a scroll in the building?" Fang Hao continued to ask. It was shown in the attributes of the inscription room. Only a dark magic missile has been recorded. Magic missile is a very basic dark spell, used by undead mages in battle. "My lord, the inscription room needs to record magic. The recorded magic can then be inscribed into scrolls," Fuller explained. "How to record?" "There are generally two ways. One is the camp magic that has been unlocked by the territory. The other is that magic scholars who have deep research into magic can also write out the magic for recording." "Oh." Fang Hao rubbed his chin and immediately had someone bring over the multi-headed fire python's secret from the study. He handed it to Fuller and said, "Check if this book can be recorded." Fuller respectfully took it and had the skeleton beside him take it into the inscription room. Fang Hao immediately noticed that the inscription room's attributes had already shown the recording status of new skills. Flame Spider recording countdown 9 hours 58 minutes. Multi-headed fire python recording countdown 5 days 23 hours 59 minutes. As expected, it could. Seeing the progress of recording, Fang Hao couldn't help but feel delighted. However, the time it took was even longer than he had imagined. Flame Spider took 10 hours, while the multi-headed fire python skill directly reached 6 days. It seemed that it would take even longer to produce. "Fuller, please focus on producing magic missiles for the next few days. Once new skills are collected, send them over," Fang Hao said. "All right, my lord." "Inscribing scrolls will need to consume paper, mithril, and materials associated with the property," Fuller remarked. "Right, take whatever you need from the warehouse. If there are particularly scarce materials, inform me." Fang Hao could trust the undead soldiers completely. There wouldn't be any corruption in the undead's case. "All right, my lord." After Fuller nodded again, he took his subordinates straight into the inscription room. In the afternoon, most of the supporting orcs and humans had returned to their respective cities. The ground in front of the mansion had been replaced with stone slabs, back to its original appearance. Just as Fang Hao was about to leave, a maid ran over quickly. She panted and said, "Master, the Trade Alliance has sent a teleportation request." Ever since Moru, a goblin from the Trade Alliance, teleported directly into the city last time, Fang Hao had switched off the teleportation function of the Trade Alliance building. If anyone wants to teleport through the Trade Alliance building again, they would send a teleportation request. Upon receiving the request on Fang Hao's side, if he wants to allow the other party to teleport, he just needs to switch on the teleportation function. Of course, the one in charge of the teleportation function was the skeleton merchant, Dijin. The maid was only there to convey the message. "Tell Dijin to turn on the teleportation function," Fang Hao said. "Oh, all right, master." The maid ran off again. When the maid returned, Moru, the goblin clerk, followed her. "Mr. Fang Hao." Moru showed a professional smile and hurried forward 2 steps. "Mr. Moru." Fang Hao also greeted back. Without beating around the bush, Moru directly said, "The 2,000 people promised by the fairy clan last time have arrived near your territory. To avoid misunderstandings, they asked me to inform you. Only the last 2,000 people remain to complete Fang Hao's agreement with the Dreamy Forest." Moru also hoped that this matter could be over sooner, so he would have less to worry about. Fang Hao's territory has a large number of defense troops. If they do not inform him in advance and rashly enter the defense range, even 2,000 people would not be enough to fill the gaps between the defense forces' teeth. They wouldn't even be able to see Fang Hao, and probably there won't be any remains left afterwards. Therefore, Moru specifically came to notify. "Oh, that was fast." Fang Hao was surprised. But he soon came to his senses. He had been busy with the challenge task for these few days. It had been over a week since he last negotiated with the fairy clan. It wasn't too fast after all. Well, it's better to be quicker. Moru chuckled. Fang Hao nodded and said to the maid beside him, "Go get Dimitrija." Chapter 530. The maid left on command, returning with Dimitrija following her. "Sir, please command." Dimitrija, join Mr. Moru on a trip to bring back the 2,000 farmers sent by the fairy clan, ordered Fang Hao. "Yes, sir." Accepting the command, Dimitrija left the city gate with the goblin Moru and thousands of skeleton soldiers. They headed off in an easterly direction. 2 hours later, Dimitrija returned, followed by a troop of 1,000 people. Woodland Attendant, Level 2. Their appearances did not significantly differ from that of humans. Some were shirtless, revealing tattoos that resembled branches and leaves, while others were dressed neatly in ordinary clothes. However, similar among them, they all wore various ornaments around their necks and tucked a long and a short feather behind their left ears. All these people stood there, their heads lowered, looking somewhat uneasy. "Sir, the people have been brought over. There are exactly 2,400 of them, along with some carts and baggage. 400 of them were the guards of this troop, and they brought weapons, which I've already confiscated," Dimitrija reported. At that, one of the fairy guards came forward. He respectfully said, "Human sir, as per Shinasura's chief's instruction, 2,000 woodland attendants were dispatched, and given potential dangers on the road, 400 guards were arranged." This fairy troop had travelled under the banner of the Trade Alliance. The Trade Alliance was a neutral force and was fairly prestigious. Any powers upon seeing the Trade Alliance's troops would make way, they wouldn't make trouble for this troop. However, these were only rules in theory, troops would disappear year after year. Moreover, this area was rife with small brigands and robbers. If you told these thugs about the Trade Alliance, they most likely wouldn't even have heard of it. Without some defensive measures, it would have been hard to get here. Fang Hao nodded, looked down at all the fairies, and announced loudly, "I have reached an agreement with Chief Shinasura. You will work for me for 10 years, and I will take responsibility for your living conditions and safety." "Sir, rest assured, Chief Shinasura explained everything to us when we left," the leading fairy continued to say. "Good, if so, it's for the best," Fang Hao continued. "Dimitrija, go on another trip, take them to Zhang Bin's territory, then ride back on a bone dragon." "Yes, sir." Once again, Dimitrija called out and set off with a group of undead warriors. Surrounding these fairies, they headed toward Zhang Bin's city. A few days ago, Fang Hao had discussed this matter with Zhang Bin. These 2,000 people would be settled in the vicinity of Zhang Bin's city and would engage in farming. Food supply within the territory was an extremely critical and scarce issue. If the fairy clan's farming abilities were indeed several times more efficient than ordinary people, Fang Hao could consider cooperating directly with the Dreamy Forest. They were having troubles, right? He would help the fairies resolve their troubles. The fairies would help him solve the food problem. "Mr. Fang Hao, now that the people from the fairy clan have arrived, my task is completed, so I won't bother any more," Mr. Morris said, adjusting his collar with a smile. This issue had been on his mind. Now that the agreement between the two parties was fulfilled, it had nothing to do with their trade alliance. As for whether future arrivals from the fairy clan live or die, or whether other conflicts arise, it would have nothing to do with their trade alliance. "Mr. Moru, why the hurry to leave? Have dinner before you leave," Fang Hao also said. "There are things I need to go back and deal with, so I won't stay," Moru said with some regret. "All right then." Fang Hao saw Moru off. Upon returning to the mansion, he checked the estate and went to bed after dinner. On the 5th day of his stay in the territory, gathered 270 young women. There were humans, orcs, and dwarves. Among them, the orcs, including pigmen, gnolls, demon orcs, and taurens, totaled 120 people. There were 100 humans and 50 dwarves. These people, in accordance with Fang Hao's request, were sent by various cities due to their strong understanding and willingness to learn. They would follow Fang Hao to Lyss city, to learn about herbalism and midwifery, among other related knowledge in the temple. Within the camp, the number of orcs and humans were the greatest, followed by significantly fewer trolls and dwarves. However, due to the past antagonistic relationship between trolls and humans, it was unlikely that the trolls could be sent into Lyss city. Therefore, trolls were not included this time. When in the future, our people become proficient in herbalism, there will be no need to send them out to learn. Shortly after, everyone was ready. The merchant caravan wagons were also all filled with people. Master, everyone has registered and is ready. Hongguo's face was somewhat reddened as she held a small notebook, which recorded all the names of the people. Hongguo, who had studied herbalism notes. This time, following the team to the temple is part of her further studies. Meanwhile, having someone with a certain foundation in herbalism could also help others. More so, as Fang Hao's maid, she could better manage these people to avoid any mishaps in human cities. Well then, let's get the caravan moving. With a wave of his hand, Fang Hao said. The caravan left the city in a grand manner, proceeding south along the road. Fang Hao and Angia sat inside the wagon, with Dimitrija riding a giant lizard on their left and Aseti riding a wind demon on their right. The skeleton hero Yan Shao was left to guard the city. The large group proceeded and arrived at Fu Lei's city by noon. The person welcoming the caravan was not Fu Lei, but his girlfriend Xin Yao Yao. Boss, you're here. Xin Yao Yao pushed her glasses up and hurriedly came forward. Where is Fu Lei? Fang Hao disembarked from the wagon. Some affiliated villages were recently troubled by a band of vagabonds who have damaged several fishing boats and tools several times. This morning, Fu Lei took people to deal with it, Xin Yao Yao explained. Fu Lei had incorporated all the fishing villages around the lake into affiliated villages. The villages fish for Fu Lei, and in return, Fu Lei is responsible for their security. When a problem arises, he couldn't just hide. Oh? Who are these people? Fang Hao continued to ask. Xin Yao Yao thought for a moment and said, according to the villagers, they are bandits who have fled here. There are orcs and humans among them, but not too many. In this vicinity, following Fang Hao's multiple purges, bandits were already rare. However, who could be sure that bandits and fugitives from other regions didn't slip into this area? Thus, the villages still had guards to prevent these potential problems. Since Fu Lei was alerted, the opponent should have some manpower. Okay, I got it. When I go into the neighboring region, I will check it out, Fang Hao said. Hearing that Fang Hao was heading there, Xin Yao Yao was relieved. The reason she brought up this issue was naturally because she was afraid that Fu Lei couldn't handle it and might encounter danger. Now that Fang Hao was going, any difficulty could be solved. Okay, thank you, boss. Xin Yao Yao was so grateful that she even bowed. Alright, I need to build a military camp here, inform Fu Lei when he comes back, Fang Hao said. Okay. Fang Hao went to the military camp area, opened the Book of Lords, and found the building page. Lionheart Night Camp, hardwood 5,200, stone brick 3,500, fine work stone brick 2,200, thick leather 1,500, cast iron block 800, metal parts 420, trace of battle 2. A huge building gradually took shape in the light. The Lionheart Knights camp was an unlockable blueprint of a purple building after Fang Hao swallowed Yu Tinpeng's Book of Lords. It hadn't been established yet. This time, after recruiting the Orange Cavalry leader Aseti, Fang Hao planned to organize a powerful cavalry team. The situation in Lyss city was not good, and the fighting power of the thugs under the control of the Grey Bears was indeed limited. Since stopping over in Fu Lei's city, it's the ideal time to establish the Lionheart Night camp. Half an hour later, the light dissipated. The building also appeared in front of Fang Hao. Lionheart Night Camp, purple. Type, human architecture. Recruiting, Lionheart Knights. Lionheart Knights, Soul Crystal 8, Food 50, Trace of Battle 7, Star Silver 2. Description, Lionheart Knights, are composed of the kingdom's most elite knights. They stand high, have repeatedly made remarkable achievements, and with the honor banner of the knights, they strictly follow the way of the kingdom's knights. Recruitment requires 8 soul crystals, indicating that the rank of the Lionheart Knights is level 8. Without hesitation, Fang Hao directly chose to recruit. Chapter 531. 100 times enhancement triggered. Recruiting 1010 Lionheart Knights. As the notification appeared, 1010 Lionheart Knights appeared in front of Fang Hao. The knights rode on brown horses, stepping out in a magnificent manner. Upon recognizing the situation, the knights dismounted in unison, took a knee and greeted, "Our respects to you, Lord." "Good, welcome to the team." Then, Fang Hao called out to the distance, "Asudi." Asudi quickly walked over. "My lord." "Asudi, these cavaliers are under your command for now. When we go to Lyss city this time, we can't take so many people. Some need to stay behind to help Fu Lei with the defensive duties," Fang Hao said. The group of 1010 knights was not large. But there were indeed constraints on the number of people going to Lyss city. If they really approached the city with 1000 well-equipped cavalrymen, alarm bells would likely be raised immediately, with the whole city entering a state of alert. Even if they announced their identity, they would not be allowed to enter the city with 1000 knights. Therefore, most of the 1010 knights recruited this time will be left to Fu Lei to perform peripheral patrol tasks. "Yes, my lord," Asudi responded. Next, he said to the entire team of knights, "Everyone, bring your steeds and gather outside the gate." All the knights responded, bringing their horses out of the city. Fang Hao also began inspecting the Lionheart Knight's attributes. Lionheart Knight, Tier 8. Allegiance, Human. Racial traits, Living Creature, Learning. Skills, Royal Knight, Unstoppable Steed. Innate skills, Advanced Horseback Riding Mastery, Advanced Halberd Mastery, Advanced Swordsmanship Mastery. Royal Knight, a cavalry signal corps trained strictly under royal doctrines, familiar with diverse cavalry formations, capable of immediately executing them. Unstoppable Steed, in the mounted state, any slowing effects are reduced by 50%. Description: Lionheart Knights, composed of the kingdom's most elite knights. They hold high positions, achieve extraordinary feats, uphold the knight's honor, and adhere to the codes of the kingdom's knights. The Lionheart Knights only had 2 skills. But the Tier 8 attributes combined with mobility and charging abilities of the Royal Cavalry make it a formidable soldier unit. It could perfectly meet the shortage of cavalry in the territory. Coming to the outside of the city, he saw Asudi addressing the knights. Fang Hao didn't bother them but started crafting equipment for the knights on the side. 100 times enhancement triggered, obtaining 202 Temple Guardian sets. 100 times enhancement triggered, obtaining 202 Thunderblade halberds. 100 times enhancement triggered, obtaining 202 Thunderblade cloaks. 100 times enhancement triggered, obtaining 808 Storm Fine Iron sets. 100 times enhancement triggered, obtaining 1010 Thick Leather Horse masks. 100 times enhancement triggered, obtaining 1010 Sturdy White Steel Horse armor sets. 100 times enhancement triggered, obtaining 1010 Black Iron stirrups. Fang Hao stood in the open area outside the city, and many pieces of equipment fell from above. Due to the insufficient amount of fine iron, he only made 202 Temple Guardian sets. For the rest, he was only able to equip the Blue Storm fine iron sets. Apart from the soldiers' equipment, this time they added equipment for the horses. The horse armor and horse face masks were obtained quite a while ago but were only created now. "Asudi!" Fang Hao called. Asudi rode on the wind demon over to him, "My lord. This is the equipment made for the knights. You organize everyone to put them on. After you're finished, we should set off as soon as possible," Fang Hao continued. Their outing this time was to go to Lyss city, and they couldn't afford too much delay in the middle. "Yes, my lord," Asudi answered and started organizing the knights to distribute the equipment. The biggest advantage of living soldiers over undead ones is their wisdom. After the order was issued, the knights voluntarily put the equipment on their horses and picked up their own weapons and gear. Half an hour later, the knights, escorting the vehicles, set off again. A fishing village in the south. Fu Lei stood at the entrance of the village, looking sternly at a group of individuals across from him. "What is your intention? You've been causing trouble here again and again. Do you think we're easy targets, bullying us as you please?" Fu Lei said coldly. Across from Fu Lei and the villagers was a bandit group composed of humans and orcs. These bandits' weapons were a hodgepodge of cleavers, machetes, sticks, even wooden forks, they had it all. These people only came here recently. At first, they just robbed the fishermen of the goods they fished up. Now that their number of bandits have increased to over 300, they not only rob things but have damaged many fishing boats and tools over these last 2 days. This has made the fishermen afraid to go out and work, and Fu Lei has had to bring troops over to deal with this situation. When he came, he wasn't aware of the bandits' numbers and brought only 50 heavy sword infantry and 100 militias. Also, the village guards from the village gathered nearly 300 people, almost equaling the number of bandits. The situation was stuck in a stalemate. The leader of the bandits was a human, a bulky figure with a scar on his face and a thick beard. After sizing up Fu Lei, he said, "Boy, are there no adults in your home who let you come out to make a stand? Don't piss your pants if a real fight breaks out." Ha ha ha. As soon as the bandit leader finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from behind him. Fu Lei was still a school student. Even though he had been helping the fishermen with their work recently, he still looked much younger. Chapter 532. For these people who relied on plunder for survival, Fu Lei's warning was anything but threatening, it was a joke to them. Hearing the bandits laugh, Fu Lei continued, "Tell me your intentions. You've come here more than once, surely, you're not here just to sightsee. Oh, you think you can call the shots here? I think you'd better call your master instead," the bandit leader continued. Fu Lei paused slightly, sensing a message from the Book of Lords. After checking, his expression became much calmer and he said, "I do have authority, so go ahead and state your intentions directly." "Good, if you can call the shots that's even better. We brothers have set up a fortress in the mountains. From today onwards, all the fishing villages around this lake will have to present us with food and money every month in our fortress, otherwise, we'll come down and visit you daily," the leader loudly declared. The followers behind him were continuously nodding, agreeing with what their boss said. "Now that you've told us where your fortress is, aren't you afraid that I'll contact the guards of Pruel City and wipe it out?" Fu Lei continued. The leader sneered, disdainfully saying, "If the guards arrive, we will run, and when they leave, we will return to destroy your property. No one will live peacefully, and if cornered, everyone will die together." Upon hearing the leader's response, the villagers cursed these guys for their shameless bullying. If these were genuinely ruthless bandits it would be one thing, but these guys were nothing more than a bunch of rascals. They probably didn't have the capability to take over the village, but they were capable of causing chaos, taking advantage when there were fewer people to rob stuff, and sometimes, they came at night to destroy all the fishing boats and equipment. They were simply trying to stir up trouble. Making everyone pay tribute to them every month, no one was willing to do so. Fu Lei glanced once more at the Book of Lords and continued, "With such a small crew, you can't eat that much grain. Why do you want so much food? Stop chatting and just follow my orders. I've already told you, I want both food and money. Can't you understand?" The leader impatiently responded. He had no idea why the young man standing in front of him was rambling on instead of just complying. "Don't get agitated, I need to understand clearly, how much money are you demanding from each village?" Fu Lei asked. "Each village should give us 100 silver a month. Not that much, right? We're showing you mercy by not asking for more," the leader, after glancing at his followers, continued. "Oh, by the way, what's your name, boss, and how old are you?" The leader's face immediately became furious, and he cursed, "Are you out of your mind? If you don't wish to pay, just say so. My brothers and I will pay you more visits in the evening. We don't need to waste time discussing." Fu Lei heard a prompt from the Book of Lords again. Upon checking, he continued, "That's not what I meant. I agree to your terms. There are 6 fishing villages nearby, so I will prepare 600 silver for you all." "Really?" The bandit leader was stunned. Could things go this smoothly? Did he ask for too little? "Of course, but you'll have to wait a while. With such a large amount, we need some time to gather the funds." Fu Lei casually glanced at the far end as he spoke. "Excellent, wonderful. Go and prepare it now. We give you our word, once we receive the payment, we won't disturb you for the rest of the month," with a slap on his chest, the bandit confidently assured. Inwardly, he was overjoyed, thinking about how easy it was to make money through robbery. With just a little intimidation, they were going off to prepare the money obediently. He indeed had the fate of a leader. "Good, good, I believe in your integrity. Then please wait a while, don't go, or we won't be able to find your fort," Fu Lei said. "Hurry up, we won't leave. Why are you hesitating? All right, we will go and collect the money now." Saying this, Fu Lei led his subordinates and the villagers back into the village. With a loud bang, the village gate was firmly closed. The sound of the gate caused the bandits to be stunned. They were just chatting nicely, but in the blink of an eye, the gate was closed. As if they were taking refuge. "Boss, do they not want to pay?" a minion asked. The leader also scratched his head uncertainly. "It doesn't seem like it. Why would they bother talking so much at the start if they didn't want to pay?" Then one of the minions noticed something was not right. "Boss, something is wrong. Archers are on the walls. Are they trying to trick us?" Once the village gates were closed, the archers had ascended the walls. Although they were not attacking, they were on high alert. The leader cautiously took a look and said, "Let's move back a little. I don't believe they would dare to play tricks." The bandits began to withdraw from the archers' range, patiently waiting. After waiting for around 20 minutes, just as the bandits were getting impatient and about to question if the villagers had prepared the money, suddenly, they heard the sound of frenzied hoofbeats in the distance. All the bandits turned their heads to look. They saw 1,000 cavalrymen charging towards them. Everyone was stunned. What's happening? How could there be cavalrymen here and such a well-equipped ones at that? "Boss, is it reinforcement called by those guys? What do we do?" someone asked. But once everyone turned around, they realized their leader had run off with several others, already a dozen meters away. Still not looking back, they ran hard into the distance. Chapter 533. By this moment, the remaining people realized the seriousness of the situation, dropped their weapons, and started to flee as well. Thump! 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 Asadi led the way. Helped by Wind Demon, he gave a speed boost to the whole cavalry. The entire cavalry was as if riding the wind, swiftly chasing after the fleeing bandits. Fang Hao had already issued the attack order. This battle, there were no prisoners, and no surrenders were accepted. Everyone had to be eliminated, spare no mercy. The speed of the cavalry kept increasing, getting closer and closer to their enemies. "Gale!" roared Asadi, raising his longsword above his head and crying out the word. The trees all around remained still, yet a whirlwind appeared around Fang Hao and his cavalry unit, pushing all the cavalry members to speed up. In the blink of an eye, they were already behind the fleeing bandits. "Kill!" Asadi shouted weightily. "Kill!" echoed the troops in the cavalry, their roars neatly in sync. Thump! Thump! Clunk! The cavalry passed over the fleeing bandits, making a circle in the front, and then swiftly returned to the front of the village. The ground they had just passed. More than 300 bandits, including the arrogant bearded leader, all died right there. Blood dyed the soil red, their bodies shattered under the hooves. Stopping before the village, Asadi called in a low voice, "Who here is Fu Lei?" Creak! The village gate opened, and Fu Lei quickly stepped out. After glancing at the bodies in the distance, he quickly said, "Thank you, Captain Asadi, for your rescue." Knowing the status and the name of the heroes, Fu Lei naturally knew this orange cavalry hero was one of Fang Hao's subordinates. "Your lord has left 800 cavalry members under your command, they are in charge of the security around the fishing village," Asadi stated plainly. Seeing these brave cavalrymen, a look of joy immediately surfaced on Fu Lei's face. This is the 8th rank of cavalry. Leaving 800 people to him is more than enough to cope with the security around. Most importantly, the cavalry is awesome. "Yes, I understand," Fu Lei replied. With no further words, Asadi spurred his horse and left with 200 cavalrymen. Fu Lei watched Asadi and all the golden armored cavalrymen leave, leaving behind 800 regular armored ones for him. The impressive feeling of the cavalry's might felt greatly diminished in an instant. The caravan stopped for the night at the Grey Bear stronghold. At noon the next day, the caravan successfully arrived at Lyss city. The 200 golden armored cavalrymen, with the convoy approaching the city walls, still caused a certain amount of chaos. Those who knew that the convoy was carrying offerings to the temple. Those who didn't, thought it was a royal noble family visiting. Even the usually serious gatekeepers bowed their heads a little and leaned them toward the carriage window. They respectfully asked, "Sir, we need to see your documents to enter the city." Fang Hao pulled back the carriage curtain and said, "I am the cloth dealer from the bone textile store. The carriage is full of offerings to the temple, here is the proof from the temple." Several proofs were handed over. "Oh, it turns out to be Mr. Fang Hao, according to the regulations, we need to check the contents of the carriage, said the guard. Okay. In fact, Fang Hao's face was already quite recognizable, but this time bringing so many carriages, and with the cavalry, he still needed to undergo a special check. After the inspection, with no suspicious items found, he was allowed to proceed. After entering the city, Fang Hao sent the horses and caravan to the lodging. Then he took his men to the temple. Chapter 534. The group headed straight to the temple. A priestess approached, looking slightly nervous. Sir, may I help you with something? With hundreds of people coming, they obviously weren't here to pray at the temple. Fang Hao took out his certificate and said, this is a certificate issued by Priestess Miriam. This time, I brought some assistants here to learn. Oh, I know about that. You are Mr. Fang Hao, right? Priestess Miriam has informed us about this. The priestess realized that this was indeed something that had been arranged. Priestess Miriam had informed them about this half a month ago. However, the challenge from the system delayed Fang Hao's plans, causing the people to arrive a week late. This made the priestesses momentarily forget about this matter. Oh, that's good. Is Priestess Miriam here? Fang Hao continued to ask. Since Miriam was aware of this in advance, it saved him further explanations. Mr. Fang Hao, unfortunately, Priestess Miriam has gone to the city lord's mansion and is not here. The priestess answered. Hearing the mention of the city lord's mansion, Fang Hao frowned. The previous few times they called for Miriam, it was because someone was injured. This time, he hoped that there were no issues at the city lord's mansion. What's wrong with the city lord's mansion? Fang Hao continued to ask. The priestess looked at Fang Hao and said, we don't know either. Seeing that she was unwilling to answer, Fang Hao said, I've brought the people. Also, these are the donations for the temple. They needed to give the temple some benefits to keep the people there. The donated items all carried the Bone Textile Store logo, not only satisfying the temple but also providing advertising for his store. It was a win-win situation. However, it was a shame that Miriam wasn't there today, else he could have spoken to her directly. It wasn't a big problem. Once she was back, the priestess would inform her. Seeing Fang Hao donate a heap of goods, the priestess's face lit up with delight. Thank you, Mr. Fang Hao, I will report this to Priestess Miriam. Fang Hao nodded and then said to the people who were staying at the temple, you all need to study hard, and when you're done, I'll send someone to bring you back. Yes, sir. Over 200 people saluted in unison. The priestess left with the 200 people and the donated goods while Fang Hao returned to his residence. After dinner, Fang Hao headed straight to the city lord's mansion. Guided by a maid, he arrived at Rebecca's study. In the room, besides Rebecca, the city lord, Aubrey, was also there. However, Aubrey looked extremely upset, appearing as though he'd just finished arguing with someone. Seeing the maid bringing Fang Hao in, Aubrey coldly said, you have to take responsibility for this. You've stirred up fear throughout the whole city. Let's see how you handle it. After saying this, Aubrey angrily stormed off. As he passed Fang Hao, he looked at him, his eyes filled with revulsion and murderous intent. Bang! Aubrey left, slamming the door on his way out. Fang Hao was puzzled, sensing the hostility towards him in Aubrey's eyes. Why are you glaring at me when you were arguing with Rebecca? I don't even know you. Could he think that I've cuckolded him? But no, Aubrey was only Rebecca's husband in name and nothing had actually happened between them. So, he couldn't be considered a cuckold, and most importantly, I didn't cheat. Seeing Fang Hao in a daze, Rebecca asked, I heard you brought several hundred people into the city. News traveled really fast. He entered the city in the afternoon and by evening, Rebecca had already heard about it. Among them, 200 are assistant priests sent to the temple. The rest are my guards. I'm also afraid of the faceless, Fang Hao said helplessly. You can enter the city, but you have to control your men. If there's any chaos in the city, I won't consider any prior friendship, Rebecca warned. From her tone, it seemed like she was still upset about the previous argument. Her words to Fang Hao were also somewhat forceful. Yes, I understand. Fang Hao sat down and continued, has there been any progress in the plan against the faceless? After hearing what the priestess had said at the temple, Fang Hao had some suspicions. Calling someone over to the city lord's mansion was likely because of injured city guards, hence calling the temple for medical assistance. Therefore, Fang Hao went directly to the city lord's mansion to inquire about the situation. Fang Hao and Rebecca were in a partnership regarding the situation with the Faceless, and they would exchange some information with each other. It's still about dealing with Layli, Rebecca said, massaging her forehead. Layli? You made a move on him? How did it go? Did you get anything out of him? Fang Hao continued to ask. The fact that Layli was a Faceless was something that Fang Hao had informed Rebecca about before he left. He didn't expect them to have already taken action when he returned. Nothing. I underestimated Layli's power in the city. Even though I had prepared enough people in advance, he still managed to escape in the end, Rebecca said helplessly. Upon entering the city guards mentioned that the West District had been sealed off. This and the priestess mentioning someone at the city lord's mansion was injured were all related to their attempt to capture Layli. Even though Rebecca had prepared thoroughly, Layli still managed to escape during the capture process. Not catching such a rogue was a risk to the whole city. Who knew what he would do when he went mad? What's the plan now? Fang Hao continued to ask. Chapter 535. We don't have a precise plan yet. The entire city is still trying to catch Layli and bring him back as soon as possible, Rebecca said. Fang Hao nodded but didn't say anything more. After all, he didn't have a better solution either. Fang Hao did possess significant power, and his subordinates were very strong. But the problem with capturing the Faceless Man was that there was nowhere to start, which was the real difficulty. By the way, the soldiers you brought are quite well equipped. Rebecca suddenly looked up and curiously glanced at Fang Hao. She was probably referring to the equipment of the Lionheart Knights. The Temple Guardians' gear they were wearing was indeed very eye-catching. It's not bad. So, I want to order some of the same armor, you name the price, Rebecca said. Fang Hao wasn't surprised, he inferred her intention as soon as she spoke. But the Temple Guardians' gear required fine iron as a material, and Fang Hao had already used all the fine iron in his territory. Although there was ongoing forging with the dwarves, it wasn't something that could be mass-produced easily. After some thought, Fang Hao said, with the golden armor, we don't have any surplus. We do have a storm-heavy armor set though, which is suitable for the Lyss city army. Rebecca stared at Fang Hao, finding hard to believe his claim about the shortage of golden armor. Over 200 cavalrymen, all wearing golden armor. Why is it that when she wants to buy, there's suddenly a shortage? You don't want to sell? Or are you afraid my offer is too low? Rebecca stared at Fang Hao. Neither, we genuinely don't have enough. If you want 1 or 2 sets, I can spare them from the army. But equipping an entire army is impossible, Fang Hao said directly. All right, build 2 sets for me, and I'll also check out your storm gear. If it's good enough, I might consider buying in bulk, Rebecca replied without hesitation. Now, Rebecca realized she had underestimated Fang Hao. This guy, every time he came over, he would surprise her more and more. Rebecca was fully confident that not only was Fang Hao wealthy, his military power was surely not inferior to her own Lyss city. She couldn't afford to treat him just as a cloth merchant anymore. That can be arranged, but just a heads up, this armor isn't cheap, I won't be giving it to you for free, Fang Hao declared at once. Rebecca glared at him angrily, how much? You make it sound like I'm taking advantage of you. Fang Hao calculated in his mind, purple gear, even at the Trade Alliance settlement, was priced very high. After some thought, he quoted, that kind of golden armor would cost 1 million warfire coins per set. What? Rebecca, who was drinking water, spat it right out. 1 million for a single set, in warfire coins no less. He was practically robbing her blind. Have you gone mad? Why would I? Each set is purple gear, even at the Trade Alliance auction, it would fetch a higher price. If it weren't for our good relations, I wouldn't even sell it to you, Fang Hao immediately replied. If it weren't for their previous collaborations and Rolina's ongoing partnership with Rebecca, Fang Hao wouldn't really sell to her. He sold gear that was a notch below his own territory's power level. This purple gear, which even he hadn't widely distributed, to let her have 2 sets was already a lot. Fine, deliver these 2 sets, I need someone to check if they are worth the price, then I can sign off on them, Rebecca nodded in agreement. Sure, someone will deliver them tomorrow. The two reached an agreement and chatted for a while. By the way, Aubrey is hosting a banquet the day after tomorrow. You should come too, it's a good chance to meet the others in the city. As Fang Hao was leaving, Rebecca added. Aubrey was hosting a banquet? Fang Hao had no interest in this soft-hearted city lord. But since Rebecca had said so, it would be impolite to decline. Okay, I'll be there, Fang Hao nodded and promptly left the study. After Fang Hao left, the maid walked in again. Ma'am, the Knight Commander Haber would like to see you. Rebecca nodded and followed the maid out. They walked through the long hallway. The maid spoke. Ma'am, Mr. Fang Hao's voice sounds different from before. When Rebecca heard this, her heart tightened. When it all started, Fang Hao spoke with a falsetto voice and his movements were very effeminate. However, he eventually returned to normal, indistinguishable from any other man. In that moment, Rebecca realized that Fang Hao had been pretending all along. She thought back to when he had seen her completely naked, when she was chatting with him and allowing him to help her dress and put on jewelry. Her cheeks flamed up as she flushed in embarrassment. That damn guy! You're not allowed to mention this to anyone, Rebecca said sternly. Yes, ma'am. The two of them walked out of the city lord's mansion, escorted by the guards, and boarded a carriage. After dinner, Fang Hao requested to have the temple guardian set and storm fine iron set delivered to the city lord's mansion. He opened the Book of Lords to check the chat channel. 3 days had passed since the task of relocating the demon rat population was given. Because there was no time limit, the demon rat swarms wouldn't disappear as usual. This resulted in a prolonged battle. Some lords were still battling the demon rats. The neighboring lords were supporting each other, discussing how to exterminate the demon rats. After all, if left unattended, it could pose an even greater danger. Just as Fang Hao was about to go to bed, a maid came to him and said someone wanted to see him. Upon reaching the front hall, the maid brought a visitor inside. He had assumed it was someone sent by Rebecca, but it turned out to be a transmigrator he knew. That transmigrator had miraculously survived the Faceless Ones. His name was Ren Jun, it seemed. Boss Fang Hao! Ren Jun called out immediately. The heroes accompanying Fang Hao looked at him when they heard this title. Ren Jun, why are you in the city again? Fang Hao asked curiously. Boss, I had no choice. A few more people have gone missing recently. I had to hide in the city during the day and didn't dare to come until night, Ren Jun said with a grimace. Ren Jun had come to the city today to buy supplies and originally planned to leave during the day. When he heard that Fang Hao was there, he immediately came to find Fang Hao. The missing transmigrators that Ren Jun mentioned were probably the corpses that Rebecca found a few days ago. However, all those people were already dead. Is there danger recently? Fang Hao asked, frowning. Considering that Rebecca had already clashed with the Faceless Ones, they probably didn't have the energy to target the transmigrators anymore. But judging by Ren Jun's appearance, danger was still present. There is danger. Boss Fang Hao, can you help us? Ren Jun asked, rubbing his hands nervously. You guys? Yes, there are 3 of us, all lords located near Lyss City. And how do you want me to help you? Fang Hao asked. As for the Faceless Ones in Lyss City. Although Fang Hao had remained silent in the chat channel, he had fully warned other lords near Lyss City about a faceless organization. The warning was given, but whether these nearby lords saw it or whether they believed it could not be guaranteed. Furthermore, Fang Hao couldn't assign them protection. If he were too enthusiastic, they might think that he was the scammer with ulterior motives. Now that Ren Jun was asking for help, Fang Hao didn't know what kind of help he wanted. We want to leave, but we don't know where to go. I wonder if we can take shelter in your territory for some time. Ren Jun said. Leave your territory? You're giving it up. We want to stay alive. Recently, all 3 of us have noticed people spying around our territories. The other 2 might manage somehow, but I have lost my Book of Lords, and I can't exchange supplies. I can only come to the city. If this goes on, they will take me away sooner or later, Ren Jun said with a grimace. Last time he was captured by the Faceless Ones, they took his Book of Lords, and he hadn't managed to retrieve it. Luckily, even without the Book of Lords, the villagers in his territory recognized him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to return to his territory. So the other 2 agreed to leave and seek shelter first. Chapter 536. It's normal that Ren Jun loses his Book of Lords and wants to seek refuge. But for the other two lords he mentioned, as long as they had the Book of Lords and didn't leave their territories, the Faceless could not gather armies to attack their territories. After all, the Faceless is an intelligence organization. The number of desperate people they could round up might not even be as many as the present transmigrators. Therefore, as long as they stayed in their territory and didn't wander about, there wouldn't be much of a problem. I mentioned this to them previously, and they agreed that rather than living here in constant fear, it would be better to move to a safer place to avoid the storm, Ren Jun said. It seemed that the three of them had already discussed this. What about your territories then? The trouble with the Faceless may not end anytime soon. If you keep staying outside, do you not want your territories anymore? Fang Hao continued to ask. Ren Jun forced a bitter smile. Depending on the situation, we will reconsider the territorial matters once we are safe. Sir, we still have some strength, and I still have some skills, I can work for you. Ren Jun had experienced an interrogation by the Faceless. Even though he survived by a stroke of luck, he was left traumatized. This experience was something he definitely did not want to go through again. Now that another transmigrator had died at the hands of the Faceless, even within his territory, he was living in a state of constant tension every day. If he didn't leave here, he feared that he would either die at the hands of the Faceless or go mad. Today, having met Fang Hao, he made up his mind to try and see if he could join Fang Hao and leave here temporarily. Since you have made up your mind, I can temporarily provide you with some help. How many people do you have? Fang Hao thought and said. Providing some help to the transmigrators was not much for Fang Hao. All he needed to do was to let Fu Lei arrange for some people to take them to the fishing village. There were plenty of villages there, which would be enough for them to live for a while. And with the strength in Fang Hao's hands at present, even if they were given 100 lives, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Hearing Fang Hao's agreement, Ren Jun's face lit up immediately. He quickly thanked him. Thank you, sir, thank you very much. We are 3 people, as for the people from our territory, we'll see, we may not necessarily bring them. Alright, no problem. We'll leave it at that for tonight. You go back and prepare tomorrow morning, and I'll arrange for someone to escort you away, Fang Hao said. Alright, alright. Ren Jun nodded and looked at the sky outside. At this time, the city gates were closed, he had nowhere to go. Winnie. Fang Hao called out. The innkeeper, Winnie, came in. Sir. Winnie, arrange a room for him, a house near the Knight's Core, Fang Hao said. Yes, sir. Winnie agreed, turned and walked out. Ren Jun kept thanking Fang Hao, and followed them out. As he was leaving, Fang Hao reminded him, Ren Jun, there are many rules here, don't come out at night. Yes, I understand. Ren Jun agreed and left the hall with Winnie. After explaining everything, Fang Hao, along with Angia, returned to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Ren Jun returned to his own territory under the escort of 10 Lionheart Knights. He also went to inform the other 2 lords. At noon, they waited outside the north gate of Lyss City for Fu Lei to come and pick them up. After Ren Jun left, a new guest arrived at the mansion. It was originally thought that Rebecca had sent the order for the armor, but when he saw the person, he found out that it was an assistant priest from the temple. Mr. Fang Hao, Priest Miriam asks for your presence, the assistant priest said respectfully. After all, Fang Hao was the temple's biggest benefactor. The donations he made in 1 month were enough to match the amount donated by all the wealthy businessmen in the entire city in 1 year. Now, everything used in the temple had the mark of the bone. Do you know why Priest Miriam is looking for me? Fang Hao asked curiously. Priest Miriam, the old woman, was rather traditional. He wondered if she regretted the fact that he had sent so many apprentices, and now wanted to go back on her word. I'm not quite sure. If you have time, could you please visit the temple? The assistant priest said. Fang Hao nodded. He went back to his room to change his clothes and then followed them out of the mansion and got into the carriage. In the carriage sat Angia and Dimitrija, and Aseti along with 20 Lionheart Knights were on either side of the carriage. They soon arrived at the temple. Fang Hao went into the temple, and under the guidance of the assistant priest, came to a room. The Lionheart Knights instantly secured the room and guarded it rigorously. Not long after, Miriam also entered the room. Are you afraid that I'll harm you that you brought so many people? Miriam said as she walked through the door. compared to the 20 golden armored guards outside the door, and the 3 heroes in the room. Even if Rebecca came, there wouldn't be such grand arrangements. I can't help it, Rebecca said. There are many who mean me harm, so I need to be careful when I go out, Fang Hao said helplessly. Miriam was aware of the recent events in the city. These squabbles among the powerful merchants and nobility didn't interest her at all. Right, what did Priest Miriam want to see me about? Did any of my people break the rules? Fang Hao continued to ask. The orcs among the people he had sent lived different lifestyle habits and found it hard to control their emotions. Chapter 537. I'm afraid that some of them might lose control and cause trouble. It's not these matters. Doesn't Mr. Fang Hao have a mercenary troop? I have a task here, but I don't know if Mr. Fang Hao is interested, Priest Miriam spoke indifferently. A job? This made Fang Hao glance at Miriam again, confirming that she was not joking with him. The temple holds a special status within a city. Any dangerous or peculiar tasks are usually handed over to the city lord's house for handling. There's no need to issue tasks to mercenaries. But since she mentioned it, Fang Hao needs to clarify before responding. What kind of task? Miriam, please elaborate so I can confirm whether the mercenaries are capable of carrying it out, said Fang Hao. At this time, the door was knocked, and an assistant priest walked in. He placed several cups of fruit tea in front of them, and then quickly left with his head bowed. Not until the door was closed did Miriam continue, it's not an ordinary task. Some rats have appeared in the temple's backyard, which require someone to handle. Priest Miriam, now is not the time to joke. My men are tough guys, and rat extermination really isn't our forte, said Fang Hao with a troubled look. Hiring mercenaries to catch rats? Although they had taken such tasks before, things were different now. Fang Hao wouldn't do such a thankless task, even if he has idle manpower available. Mr. Fang Hao, don't rush. I'm not talking about ordinary rats. Miriam picks up her fruit tea, takes a sip, and continues, the backyard of the temple has an entrance to the underground tunnel. An assistant priest, while cleaning, discovered rats stealing things, and even saw rats reading the temple's books. Rats reading books. For a moment, Fang Hao is reminded of a time when they hid in a cave. And they saw several rats in clothes, carrying night stones for travel at night. It happened near Lyss City. Yes, so I feel this matter is somewhat strange, and I thought I'd have Mr. Fang Hao take a look at it to prevent potential dangers in the future, said Miriam. Why don't you report it to the city lord's residence? They should handle this matter. After all, it is more convenient to inform the city lord's residence than to involve him and his men. But, for some reason, Miriam came to him. With the relationship between the undead and the god of light at stake, and the entrance of the task being in the backyard of the temple, it's somewhat difficult to proceed. I have already reported it to the city lord's residence, but the city is in chaos, and this matter will probably be delayed for quite some time, said Miriam. The city's military actions relate to a few capture operations against faceless ones. These activities have got Rebecca on pins and needles. The task of dealing with the rat problem in the temple will definitely be postponed. As for the faceless one, they are not so easy to deal with, taking a year or more to end. Miriam's idea to find Fang Hao is understandable. Can you take us to the backyard to see? If it isn't too dangerous, he is considering helping Miriam to resolve the issue. After all, his 200 citizens are still learning in the temple, and more citizens will be sent here in the future. With such a relationship, it would be hard to refuse. Of course, this way please. Miriam stands up and leads Fang Hao out of the room. Outside, the Lionheart Knights standing at the door see Fang Hao and his group come out. They immediately protect them in middle position of the group. Together, they followed Miriam, heading towards the rear of the temple. They passed through various buildings, and traversed the dormitories and cafeteria of the assistant priests. Miriam pointed to a building and said, "Some books are stored over there." An assistant priest discovered a rat reading a book there. They keep going forward, directly to the backyard. The backyard is spacious, with many busy assistant priests. Those few houses over there are used to store supplies. That house leads to the underground tunnel, Miriam continued to introduce, finally pointing to the stone house in the center. Fang Hao and his group approach and enter the stone house. They see a staircase extending downward. It extends all the way into the darkness. Priest Miriam, what is the underground tunnel you're referring to? Fang Hao asks while looking downwards. Miriam responds, Lyss city was built much earlier than we think. Beneath the city is a comprehensive underground tunnel, mainly used for city sewage and drainage. Fang Hao nods. An underground tunnel, in other words, is a sewer system. Meanwhile, Fang Hao notices another thing that Miriam said. Lyss city is older than they thought. That is, this city was not built by the first inhabitants. Instead, it was an existing city that the first inhabitants rebuilt and then settled in. In that case, the city beneath them has existed for hundreds of years, or even longer. One can't help but imagine that strange creatures live down there. Fang Hao looks at Miriam and whispers, I will accept this task, but now is not the time to deal with it. I will bring some people here tomorrow, and prepare some items to clear out the rats. Chapter 538. Hearing Fang Hao's agreement, a smile appeared on Lyss's elderly face. Good, tomorrow will work, Miriam said. Fang Hao stood up and glanced around, then continued to ask, is there a back door here? When we come tomorrow, there will be more of us and we will bring some weapons. I'm afraid coming in through the front door will cause chaos. Lyss thought about it and agreed. Even the guards brought by Fang Hao had already caused quite a stir on their way there. If more people were to come tomorrow, carrying a large amount of weaponry, there could indeed be chaos. Miriam guided Fang Hao and his companions towards the right. There is a back door. It is rarely opened and is always guarded. Mr. Fang Hao, when you come with your people, you can go straight through this door, just let the guard know. On the right, there was a single iron gate with an assistant priest on guard. Miriam walked forward to converse briefly with the assistant priest. The latter glanced at Fang Hao's group and gave a nod of approval. Soon, Miriam returned. With Fang Hao and the others, the group exited from the main door. I have explained everything. When the time comes, you can come directly through the back door, she will open it for you. Okay. The group made their way back the way they came. Fang Hao and others didn't linger and directly left the temple. They climbed into the carriage and returned to their own dwellings. Lyss City, the North City Gate. Including Ren Jun, 3 transmigrators, had packed their belongings, and were quietly waiting at the gate. All 3 were dressed as ordinary farmers. Squatting by the roadside, they looked like laborers waiting for work. By midday, a troop of cavalry arrived, raising a cloud of dust in their wake. Ren Jun and the others were rather taken aback. All of them were 8th-ranked cavalrymen, and there were close to 1,000 of them. Compared with the troops in Belyssus City, their momentum was much greater. The person at the forefront removed his helmet, revealing a young transmigrator's appearance. The newcomer was Fu Lei, who had come specially to fetch them. Which one of you is Ren Jun? Fu Lei glanced at the trio, their heads wrapped tightly, only their eyes visible. I am Ren Jun. Ren Jun quickly stood up. Fu Lei nodded, and continued to ask, where are your villagers? Aren't you taking them with you this time? Ren Jun promptly replied, we thought about transporting all of them, but we were afraid it would attract the attention of the faceless. Therefore, we didn't bring them along. But rest assured, there are fields in the city, so there's plenty of food. Fu Lei nodded without saying much. This was a matter he was handling at Fang Hao's request. Whether or not they brought their villagers was not within the scope of his duties. He ordered some people to bring up 3 horses. All right, then, follow me. Live with us for a while, and once it's safe again, you can return. The 3 of them got on the horses. With a wave of Fu Lei's hand, the cavalry turned around and headed towards the fishing village. On the other side, Lyss City, the city lord's mansion. Inside the room of City Lord Aubrey. Aubrey sat at the edge of his bed, drinking fruit wine to quench his thirst, while on the bed, a woman with white skin and golden hair lied, smiling seductively. Seeing Aubrey, who was sweating profusely, the woman laughed and teased, Aubrey, is that all you got? The woman shamelessly lay bare on the bed, her face still covered by a veil made of gold thread, adding a unique allure. Lady Adeline, I'm just a normal man, it's quite normal for me not to have your stamina. Aubrey, while wiping his sweat, said. Adeline, the new leader of the Faceless, commanding all the Faceless inside the city, seizing the political power of Lyss City. Humph, useless man. Adeline climbed off the bed and walked gracefully to the table, picked up a wine glass and took a sip. continuing to ask, "Is everything ready for tomorrow's plan?" Aubrey, greedily staring at the attractive body before him, said, "Everything is ready. Tomorrow, the city defense army will be lured out of the city by a false report. The guards at the city lord's mansion will also be those I have arranged for. Not only will Rebecca die in an accident, but that kid named Fang Hao will also be gone. Then, whatever we say will stand." Chapter 539. Aubrey spoke, his face growing more and more gloomy. As soon as Rebecca died, according to the proposal of the Human 100 Cities Federation, he could formally assume the authority of Lyss City. At that time, he would be the true lord. And those who had made fun of him as a sponger in the past would face his revenge. Adeline's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, reminding him, according to the previous plan, this operation only involves Rebecca and those who support her. It doesn't include that lad Fang Hao. Aubrey nodded and said, "I know, he wasn't part of the original plan, but since the kid is in the city and will attend this banquet, it would be convenient to take care of him now to prevent any chaos." Adeline's brow was still furrowed, fearing that dealing with Fang Hao, despite being a transmigrator, might be difficult due to his demonstrated strength. This could pose an unpredictable threat during this operation. However, Aubrey's point of view did make sense. If Rebecca died, Fang Hao would also cause trouble in the city. If he was removed at the same time, it would prevent a lot of subsequent problems. They could capture him alive and extract information about transmigrators from him. As the number one in the region, he should have lots of valuable information to share. Fair enough, but when he entered the city this time, he brought quite a few people, including the beast-eared hero and possibly a lizardman who may be a hero too. We need to be prepared. If anything unexpected happens, the situation could escalate quickly, Adeline warned him seriously. This operation is a crucial step in their bid for the control of Lyss City. They cannot afford any errors. All right, I will prepare for it. Once the boy enters the banquet hall, he won't be able to fly out even if he sprouts wings, Aubrey confidently responded. Ha! Good then, you are the best, said Adeline, breaking into a smile. Her delicate fingers gently brushed Aubrey's cheek. Aubrey, who was becoming dispirited, felt a spark of wickedness ignite in his heart. He fetched a medicine bottle from the drawer, poured out a pill and swallowed it. His eyes began to turn red, and he said to Adeline, "I'm ready again, my lady." Adeline flashed a seductive smile, crawled back onto the bed and said, "Go on, show me if you still have it in you." With this encouragement, Aubrey threw himself on her. The next day at noon, Fang Hao, accompanied by Dimitrija and 50 Lionheart Knights, went to the temple to deal with the rat problem. Of course, since they were venturing into an unknown area. Even though the drainage channels under Lyss City were likely to be safe, Fang Hao was still apprehensive. It was not him personally who went to the temple, but his Diem doll. The Diem doll, naturally, did not appear in skeleton form but used the demon mask and took the shape of Fang Hao. Even those who were familiar with Fang Hao couldn't tell the difference at a glance. Not only did the exterior appearance match, the actions and behavior were controlled by Fang Hao himself too. So, one could say that the two individuals were both Fang Hao. A total of 52 people arrived with tools at the back door of the temple. After briefly advising the assistant priest on guard, they went straight in through the back door. The entry of the Diem doll into the temple did not draw any attention. But when Fang Hao used God's presence, he felt a hot burning sensation from his consciousness. Luckily, this burning sensation was still within Fang Hao's tolerance. They passed through the back door and directly arrived at the entrance to the underground passage. They then opened their bags, took out the nightstone lanterns and distributed them among a few people. Once all their preparations were done, they directly made their way downwards. The stairs to the sewer were narrow and gradually widened to accommodate 5 people walking side by side with plenty of space. Upon reaching the bottom, they found the space to be considerably wider than anticipated. This sewer was much larger than Fang Hao had imagined. The arched corridor was over 3 meters high, and the width on both sides was more than 5 meters. This canal was bigger than the hallways in the city lord's mansion. It seemed that Miriam was right, the underground world here was older than Lyss City above. "My lord, we need to be careful if the area is as broad as this," Dimitrija cautioned. "If it were just a small subterranean culvert, the enemy might indeed be rats. But this place was so vast and spread beneath the entire Lyss City. Thus, it had enough room to accommodate large creatures. We should be careful. Our main goal this time is to gather useful information. We should try to avoid any conflict, and if there's a risk, we should retreat along the same route we came in, Fang Hao nodded and said. With the 50 Lionheart Knights and Dimitrija, the Orange Hero. As long as they did not encounter a quasi-god, he had a chance to teleport them out to safety. Yes, my lord, the group answered in unison. They formed a 3-person abreast formation, keeping Fang Hao in the center and cautiously advancing forwards. The 2 sides were lined with smooth stones, and only the middle area was recessed, for sewage to flow. Thus, the road was not difficult to navigate. Going forward through the corridor, various green fungi and moss had grown in the damp, dark corners, startling a variety of reptiles that scattered in all directions. The gentle light of the nightstone was enough to illuminate a large area ahead. The group kept the formation and continued to move forward. Everyone was holding their weapons, their minds highly concentrated, ready to deal with danger at any moment. Chapter 540. They've been walking for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, the path ahead splits into multiple directions, ahead and to the left and right, with corridors all of the same design in 3 directions. For a moment, everyone was unsure about which direction to explore. It seemed that descending into a burrow to catch a rat wasn't an intelligent decision to begin with. Squeak! Just when everyone was hesitating, unsure of which path to take, a noise sounding like a rat's squeak came from the left corridor. Shining the nightstone to the left, they saw a white-haired rat standing upright at the end of the corridor, looking in their direction. With the illumination from the nightstone, Fang Hao saw its Mediterranean hairstyle. The middle part of its head was completely bare, a comical sight. This type of rat was the same as the one they encountered in the cave before, who was carrying a nightstone and hurrying along. Let's go, take the left path, and be careful, Fang Hao said. The group immediately began walking towards the left corridor. At the same time, the rat that had squeaked spun around and ran away. When Fang Hao and the others reached the spot where the rat had just been. Squeak! The rat was once again not far ahead, squeaking at them. Let's go! Squeak! This was the 3rd time Fang Hao and the others started feeling something was off. This rat seemed to always be waiting at a fork in the road for them. As if it intentionally guiding them. This made Fang Hao and the others even more suspicious of potential dangers ahead. After the rat had squeaked 3 or 4 times, they still stood on the spot, not moving forward. Squeak! The rat continued to squeak, its impatience making it hop up and down. Let's go, see what the hell it's up to, Fang Hao decided to continue on. This time, the group didn't get lost but just followed the rat. They walked for over half an hour. Fang Hao had a good sense of direction, several also caught references with a map in hand. He was fairly certain that they were now nearing the northern edge of the city. Continuing to follow the rat, they crossed through a round tunnel. Suddenly, a surprising scene appeared before them. On either side of the dried-up paddy fields were cleared farmlands. Even though they weren't vast, the plants in the field had already sprouted tender buds. On the other side, several grey rats were organizing utensils they'd stolen or picked up from humans. Bottles, cans, and even some discarded heels and forks. Each of these rats seemed to have its own role. This place was more like the miniature version of a human city, a small city established underground. Not just Fang Hao, everyone was surprised. Ordinary grey rats obviously did not possess the intelligence of the balding white-haired rats. Upon seeing Fang Hao and his group, they started to flee into the dim corridors. Squeak! Not far away, the Mediterranean rat that was their guide was still squeaking. Fang Hao followed it forward. After passing through another round tunnel, Fang Hao confirmed they had reached the end. Upon seeing the scene before him, Fang Hao's pupils suddenly contracted, even more surprised than when he saw the rat city outside. This place was a semi-elliptical plaza. In front of Fang Hao and the others were stands that looked like an audience area of a stadium, tier upon tier. Each seat was occupied by a white-haired rat, amounting to at least 10,000. These rats, similar in size to wild rats, had one unique characteristic: the middle of their heads were hairless, replaced with a translucent membrane which revealed a pulsating brain beneath. A Tier 1 cranial rat. He observed their name when he was close enough. Fang Hao had indeed a deep impression of this name, cranial rat. So, these rats were the cranial rats. At this moment, tens of thousands of these cranial rats started to pulsate their brains in unison. The rat at the front suddenly spoke, "Welcome to the Grey Maze, human Fang Hao. Why are you here? What are you looking for, or are you partaking in the troublesome treasure hunt that your kind seems to enjoy?" Shua shua shua. The human language spewing out of the cranial rat left the soldiers momentarily stunned, then they all drew their weapons and took a fighting stance. The atmosphere within the vast hall immediately took a chilling turn. When the leading cranial rat spoke, all other cranial rats' brains, covered by the membrane, started to vibrate in unison. It seemed as if it wasn't just one rat speaking, but the entire group that was communicating simultaneously. Fang Hao was taken aback by the strange spectacle in front of him. It wasn't the right time to inquire about that, so he said, "The temple said there had been some strange noises coming from down here, so I was sent to investigate any potential dangers." Fang Hao spun a lie. Apparently, the rats that Miriam had mentioned, the ones who had the habit of reading books, were these cranial rats. Oh, it might have been some wild ones who had sneaked up. "We will rein them in, such incidents won't happen anymore," the cranial rat continued in its thin, high-pitched voice. Fang Hao was equally surprised at this reply. The rats proved to have a strong ability for diplomacy. They had given an analysis based on Fang Hao's and his companion's background and demands and offered a peaceful resolution that both parties could accept. "I'm satisfied with this answer," Fang Hao signaled his guards to withdraw their weapons, then continued, "I'm curious, how do you know my name is Fang Hao?" The brains within the cranial rats started to quiver in unison again. "In this city, we can see and hear everything, including you, human Fang Hao. Many people have mentioned you in secret, calling you a latent threat, the top one, and some even a dandy." This. The cranial rat quoted 3 descriptions of Fang Hao that people said behind his back. These comments came from 3 different types of people: faceless ones, transmigrators, and some merchants who had lost business to him. The cranial rat didn't continue, hinting that there must be more interesting remarks about him. "What you've said is well known among many people outside, which doesn't mean you know everything about what's happening in the city. Unless you can reveal something that even I..." Before Fang Hao could finish, the cranial rat interrupted him, "We know what you need. The faceless ones have a clear plan for you and Rebecca, but you, human, should understand that information has its value. It requires goods or information of equal value in exchange." The intelligence of these cranial rats was no less than that of a human. And, using their convenient location in the underground world, they seemed to have procured many secrets within the city. They not only knew about his alliance with Rebecca against the Faceless Ones, but also knew that the Faceless Ones had already laid a concrete plan for them. Suppressing his surprise, Fang Hao asked, "So, Mr. Cranial Rats, what should I offer in exchange for this information, or have you already determined your need?" They could no longer be looked at as mere rats. A righteous exchange was a primary condition for any cooperation. Woo woo woo. The brains of the cranial rats under the membrane started to shake violently. Then, the cranial rat spoke again, "For ordinary information, we need materials, resources, and supplies to build an underground city. But this time, the information we will show you is very important to you, so we need something of equal value to your life." A thing of equal value to his life? Fang Hao was unclear about what it meant. The cranial rat probably wanted to stress the importance of this piece of information. "Tell me, what do you need? We require means to survive. You, possessing a different mindset from the surface world humans, might offer some way to alter our current state," the cranial rat explained. Fang Hao frowned, "What do you mean?" "We are weak, but when we gather, we can have the wisdom of a human. We have always been hiding in the underground world of this city, avoiding any conflicts or frictions with the surface humans so as not to reduce our already small numbers." The cranial rat looked back at his companions, and it seemed that within a short period, they had reached some consensus. "We need higher-grade test subjects, specifically from related species, to alter the genetic barrier within us." Genes. This was insane, the rats were now researching genes. Chapter 541. Through his conversation with the cranial rat, Fang Hao gleaned some information. These cranial rats have created a world of their own beneath Lyss City. Employing their intelligence, which rivals that of humans, they manage and operate this underground world. The cranial rats have built a world for rats under Lyss City, and they also use the complex labyrinth of underground tunnels to form a network connecting to the surface world. With their convenient living conditions, they can learn about anything happening in the surface world. Regardless of whether you are a common peddler or a city lord or a noble living in this city. No deeds of yours will evade the watchful eyes and keen ears of these rats. Today, the cranial rat brought Fang Hao here specifically to exchange information with him. Information about the faceless targeting him and Rebecca. The condition for the information exchange are the gene barriers that the cranial rat mentioned. If the gene barrier was proposed by the goblins who have a complete energy system, Fang Hao would be slightly surprised, but would easily accept it. However, hearing about genes and barriers from the mouth of a rat in the sewers of Lyss City feels unspeakably strange. Human, the conditions are equivalent. The information we know concerns your life, and what we need also concerns our future. Hence, the price for the exchange is reasonable, the cranial rat spoke up again. Fang Hao believes that these rats could get some news that they did not know about. However, he did not buy the idea that the plan of the Faceless endangered his life. It would be difficult for entities like the Faceless, given their capabilities, to target him as he has 4 heroes by his side and 208th Order Lionheart Knights for protection. It's the same for Rebecca, who has the protection of the Lyss City Army. It is impossible for her to be in danger. Even if he did not believe that his life was in any danger. Still, Fang Hao intends to make a successful first trade with the cranial rat in any possible way. The cranial rats have an information gathering ability that they lacked, and a first contact also laid the groundwork for future cooperation. That's indeed reasonable, but I know little about gene stuff. Why don't you name a few specifics so that I can see if I can provide, or if I have something similar to substitute, Fang Hao said with a smile. Yet, he does not care much about the plan from the Faceless that the cranial rat has mentioned. The cranial rats discussed again, before speaking again, materials for gene research, alchemical potions which improve special bloodlines or more advanced inheritances. It seems that the cranial rats have quite an understanding of the outside world. In Fang Hao's understanding of this world, there are 3 ways to obtain special powers. These are bloodline inheritance, divine gift, and self-improvement through acquired means. Transmigrators, who learn skills from books, simplify the difficulties in learning and breakthrough and have it easier than the natives. However, the natives including the group of cranial rats before him have to observe these 3 rules to break the status quo. Breaking down genes can be considered a way to change bloodlines by external forces. This may be due to the cranial rat's habit of reading books and obtaining knowledge from various sources. Still, while having the methods, obtaining the necessary materials remained a challenge. Hence their hope of exchanging necessary items with Fang Hao. Fang Hao did not immediately respond, considering what he could offer for exchange. He had money and perhaps could purchase bloodline improving potions from the trade alliance. However, such potions are likely rare, and it may take a long time to obtain them. This inevitably extends the timeline. Just when Fang Hao was about to reply and offer to buy the potions, Dimitrija quietly reminded him, "My lord, there's a corpse of a demon rat hero within our territory." Right. Fang Hao's eyes lit up. Not long ago, during the demon rat migration mission, a corpse of a demon rat hero was left behind. Due to fears of the plague, Fang Hao had it sealed in a stone coffin and buried underground to later determine whether the corpse carried any virus after Nelson's return. The corpse was still buried outside the city. The corpse of this demon rat hero could be considered as research material that cranial rat had mentioned. He could offer the corpse to the cranial rats if they needed it. However, it was the corpse of a purple hero, and extra charges were necessary for the trade. After confirming his decision, Fang Hao said, "I have the corpse of a demon rat hero. Not sure if this meets your needs." The brains of the cranial rats began to resonate collectively. Then, the leading cranial rat said, "We are satisfied with your trade, the news we shall tell you." Right before the cranial rat could speak, Fang Hao interrupted again. "This is a whole, purple hero's corpse. Its value definitely surpasses just one piece of information, so I'm demanding an addition to the trade conditions, in order to make this deal fair." Hearing that it was a purple hero, the cranial rats showed their true nature. They no longer communicated with a collective consciousness, instead, the various rat individuals started making chittering noises, causing chaos all around. All the cranial rats were in disarray, and even the leading rat could no longer speak human language. It turned and began chittering loudly, calming the chaotic scene. The brains of the cranial rats reorganized a collective consciousness, allowing the leading cranial rat to speak once more. Chapter 542. The purple hero indeed has high value, tell me, what should we add? The cranial rat asked. Fang Hao pondered for a moment, his gaze kept moving towards the group of cranial rats in front of him. Yet there was already an idea in his mind. He said, it's simple, just one request. Help me wipe out all the faceless in the city. If there are no more faceless in Lyss city, we can consider this deal closed. No, you're asking too much of this deal, besides, frequent contact with the surface will pose unavoidable risks to us, the cranial rat refused decisively. How is a reasonable exchange condition greedy? Fang Hao retorted. The Faceless is an organization, they will continue to expand their forces from time to time. If we agree to your request, we will have to provide information constantly, which is not an equivalent exchange, the cranial rat answered. How about cleaning out the current Faceless in the city, and if I need information later, exchange it with other items? Fang Hao continued. The cranial rat fell silent, weighing Fang Hao's words. Meanwhile, it was 5 in the afternoon on the surface. Fang Hao's real body was sitting in the hall, listening to Angia and the others chatting. A maid came in from outside the door. Master, a carriage from the Lord's mansion is here, they said to pick you up for Lord Aubrey's banquet, the maid said. A banquet? Upon hearing this, Angia's eyes lit up. Yes, there is indeed a banquet. You guys get ready, and then let's go together, Fang Hao said. In the room, except for a few maids, there were only Angia and Aseti. Both of them nodded, each returning to their rooms to prepare. Naturally, they couldn't show up at the banquet in full armor. In a short while, the three of them were ready and walked out together. Just then, Rolina also came out of her room, clearly having made herself up. Rolina, Lord Aubrey is holding a banquet. Would you like to come with us for a free meal? Fang Hao tactfully extended an invitation. Rolina glanced at Fang Hao and said indifferently, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Loyalty of the beauty of the lonely night, Rolina and Tobias towards you increased by 5 points, current loyalty is 50. Seeing the increase in loyalty, Fang Hao also smiled. Finally reached 50 points, it was so hard. Upon seeing Fang Hao suddenly starting to laugh, Rolina's cheeks turned red instantly. What are you laughing at? Nothing, I just thought of something interesting. Let's go. It's just the 4 of us in one carriage, it won't be too crowded. Fang Hao smiled and went out, boarding the carriage directly. Additionally, 20 Lionheart Knights protected the carriage and they all headed towards the Lord's mansion. There were many luxurious carriages parked outside the Lord's mansion. These carriages all belonged to the city's dignitaries. Such occasions often involved some competition for show. After Fang Hao and the others got off the carriage, their guards were taken to the waiting area. The 4 showed their invitations and entered the hall directly. The hall was filled with wealthy dignitaries of the city, all dressed in dazzling clothes, talking in groups. But it was noticeable that most of the people here were women. Most of their gowns were made by Bone Textile Store. Even when passing by a few noble ladies talking, you could hear them discussing the latest designs, as well as the craftsmanship and fabric of the clothes. Fang Hao, Fang Hao. At this time, not far away, a chubby little boy was waving his arm and shouting. The group looked at the sound and saw the chubby merchant, Eric, approaching quickly. Eric walked quickly, his fat trembling slightly. Fang Hao, you're here too. Then, before Fang Hao could answer, he turned to look at Rolina and said with a somewhat flushed face, Miss Rolina, long time no see. Since missing the opportunity last time, Eric had been thinking about Rolina. Later, he had Fang Hao deliver a love poem to her, but like a stone dropped into the sea, he received no response. Seeing Fang Hao and Rolina entering together today, he immediately left the companions he was chatting with and walked over quickly. Rolina glanced curiously at Fang Hao as he greeted her, her eyes questioning. Seems like she didn't remember this chubby boy. Cough cough. This is Eric, the one who had me deliver a letter to you last time, Fang Hao gently reminded in a whisper. He didn't want to get involved in these matters. But since Eric had some friendship with him and was so persistent, he felt bad about refusing outright, but he was also afraid that Rolina would slaughter this fat boy in a fit of anger. That would really make a big scene. Rolina immediately remembered the identity of the chubby boy in front of her after reminiscing a bit. Her face showed no expression as she said coldly, you need to improve your writing skills. I'm not interested in you. Plus, being too fat can affect the taste of your blood. After saying this, she turned to Fang Hao and added, I'll go look around. You don't have to wait for me if I don't come back. Oh, Fang Hao nodded. Rollina left decisively, not giving Eric a chance to speak. It wasn't until Rollina had disappeared into the crowd that Eric suddenly came to his senses. Fang Hao, what did Miss Rollina mean by the taste of blood? Asked Eric, his face still flush. Chapter 543. He recognized that he was being rejected, but the reasons given blood and taste were so vague he had no idea what they meant. Cough cough. Fang Hao cleared his throat and explained, perhaps they mean you're too plump and need to lose a little weight. Don't take this too seriously. Some girls prefer slim guys, while others like them chubby and comfortable to touch. Really? So, I still have a chance. Eric was still not ready to give up. Eric, with your family's wealth, you shouldn't fixate on just her. I feel I still have a chance. We were getting along really well before. Eric responded. Fang Hao put an arm around Eric and whispered, let me tell you something. I heard that Rollina is taken. Really? Why would I lie to you? As they chatted, the group took their seats at the banquet. Not long after, Aubrey and Rebecca stepped out. As the organizer of the banquet, Aubrey took to the stage and began his opening speech. Although his words were familiar, it was apparent that Aubrey was more enthusiastic than usual today. Despite Rebecca's repeated reminders, he even discussed the city's situation without any restraint. As Aubrey droned on about uninteresting things, Fang Hao focused on the demon doll in the underworld instead and continued the unfinished negotiation with the cranial rat. Underground. After the final round of haggling, both parties had reached a preliminary agreement. Fang Hao would provide a heroic purple demon rat's corpse and open a secret market for the cranial rat, where they could purchase some daily necessities from him. In return, the cranial rat would reveal the Faceless One's plan against him and Rebecca, along with a list of known Faceless One members. If necessary, the rat would also provide information on the movements of the individuals on the list. However, any further intelligence would require additional payment based on the value of the information. Good. I will arrange for the demon rat's corpse to be delivered here in the next couple of days. By then, I hope you will have the information ready, said Fang Hao, controlling the demon doll. It was evident that the cranial rat was being very cautious in negotiating equal exchanges. To not jeopardize this opportunity to eliminate the Faceless Ones, Fang Hao decided to retrieve the intelligence when the rat's corpse was sent. Exchange money for goods on the spot. For their first cooperation, this seemed like a reliable and sincere method. No, that would result in the failure of our cooperation. The cranial rat suddenly voiced out. This statement left Fang Hao startled. How could it fail? The body is stored in my territory. Transporting it over will take at least a day. I'll notify you to pick it up or try to send it over, Fang Hao said. However, the cranial rat still shook its head. It explained, no. The Faceless Ones have already started. They have gathered all their members to usurp the Surface City's government tonight. You might be safe, but Rebecca will die, and the Faceless Ones will successfully seize control of the city. Fang Hao objected immediately, Rebecca is the city lord's wife. The Faceless Ones won't be able to get to her. No. What if the Faceless One is someone close to her, like, say, the organizer of a banquet? Upon hearing this, a chill ran through Fang Hao's heart. Chapter 544. Inside the city lord's residence. The banquet continued unabated. All the nobles of the city gathered here, indulging in a feast of delectable food and sweet wine. Fang Hao, just as he was about to raise his wine glass for a sip, suddenly froze in place. His complexion turned a shade, placing his wine glass back on the table. Opening the storage space of the Book of Lords beneath the table, he pulled out 3 bottles of advanced antidote potion and handed them to Angia and Aseti. Both of them were seated next to Fang Hao and were somewhat confused when they saw the antidote handed to them. However, upon noticing Fang Hao's stern expression, they immediately understood that something was amiss at this banquet. Someone had poisoned the drinks. Moreover, this poison required the use of the advanced antidote potion to neutralize it. It seemed a major event would be unfolding tonight. The trio kept their expressions unchanged. After quietly consuming the antidote, they remained seated without any sign of disturbance. Fang Hao looked towards the second floor. Aubrey and Rebecca were also eating. By Aubrey's side, a blonde maid poured wine for the two. And by Rebecca's side stood an armored guard. The guard wore standard armor used by the city lord's residence guards, nothing unusual about it. However, the maid, despite her beauty, gave Fang Hao a sensation of familiarity as if he had seen her somewhere before. Nevertheless, Fang Hao's attention was swiftly captured by Aubrey, who seemed particularly excited today. Sitting back in his chair, Aubrey spoke animatedly with a smile stretched across his face. However, on the other hand, Rebecca's countenance became more and more gloomy, as if she were holding on to the edge of a precipice of fury. Simultaneously, Fang Hao noticed that the entrance to the hall was blocked by the guards and anyone attempting to leave was stopped. Though there was no overt conflict, the space had become a lockdown from which no one could escape. It seemed that the intel from the cranial rat had been accurate. Aubrey really had set up a feast akin to a trap, gathering all the nobles of the city. He planned to eliminate all those supporting Rebecca in one fell swoop. Afterward, he intended to seize the position of the ruler of Lyss city. At this moment, the Diem doll was leading people back in a hurry. What he needed to do was to ensure the safety of his people. His gaze swept over the hall, but he did not see Rolina anywhere. She must have gone to find Rebecca. Afterward, Fang Hao scrutinized the guard beside Rebecca more closely. The guard's height did seem similar. As Fang Hao looked around for an escape route. Bang! The wine glass in Aubrey's hand lightly fell to the ground. As though a signal had been given, the corridors on either side of the party hall suddenly filled with a peculiar smell, quickly pervading the entire hall. All the dining guests in the hall fell unconscious one by one, slumping on the table. Fang Hao, Angia, and Aseti looked at each other and feigned unconsciousness by slumping onto the table. The aim was to see what these people were up to next. The erstwhile bustling banquet immediately plunged into silence. On the second floor, the voices of Aubrey and Rebecca transmitted clearly into Fang Hao's ears. Rebecca stood up in anger and roared, "Aubrey, you dare collude with the Faceless!" Having reached this point, Rebecca's astute mind led her to guess that Aubrey had colluded with the Faceless. She had given Aubrey everything the man possessed. Never did she expect that Aubrey would involve himself with the Faceless. Toppling her seemed to hold no benefit for him. Neither had Rebecca nor the Faceless, prior to uncovering Aubrey's true identity, ever thought that this effeminate man would be a member of the Faceless. "Hee, why so agitated, Rebecca?" "It's not like you," said Aubrey, a smile on his face. "Why did you do this?" Rebecca roared in anger. "No particular reason. I felt stifled under your command. I just wanted to live like a man," Aubrey replied indifferently. "Hi." But Rebecca sneered, "Aubrey, you are as hypocritical as ever. If your pride mattered to you, you wouldn't have been my fake husband, enjoying the wealth that I bestowed upon you and claiming to want to live like a man. Even you don't believe those words." Born into a destitute minor noble family, Aubrey was also burdened with massive gambling debts. At the same time, Rebecca was facing difficulties in her legitimate succession of Lyss city. Their marriage was one of mutual usage. Rebecca needed a male counterpart to legitimately control Lyss city. Meanwhile, Aubrey needed someone to help repay his gambling debts and even escape his poor lifestyle. Even though their marriage was a sham, Rebecca still provided Aubrey with a lifestyle akin to that of a city lord. Aubrey could even manage some of the affairs within the city. But he was not content with this arrangement. He believed he could have more. Listening to Rebecca's mockery, Aubrey remained undeterred. Over the years, the comments he had endured from outsiders were 100 times more vicious than Rebecca's words. He shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter anymore. Look around, who else is listening to your words? Your supporters are going to be buried along with you." All the nobles of the city were passed out downstairs, and no one would hear the conversation between them or let it leak. Rebecca was going to die during this banquet. And he had already chosen the murderer, a certain transmigrator named Fang Hao. Then, using this event as an excuse, Lyss city would formally send troops to attack the nearby cities held by transmigrators. Chapter 545. The entire plan was tightly linked together, step by step. The final victory belonged to the Faceless, and it also belonged to him, Aubrey. "Do you think by killing me, you'll get Lyss city? You're just a waste of space," Rebecca continued. What does it matter if I'm a waste? Don't forget, according to the council's regulations, I am the city lord of Lyss City, and you're merely the city lord's wife. You're lamenting middle-age widowhood. Do you think the councillors from other cities will care about this? Of course, I will hold a grand funeral for you and symbolically shed 2 drops of tears, Aubrey said nonchalantly. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Watching the first beauty of Lyss City at a loss, he felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. From now on, no one in Lyss City would ridicule him, they would only loudly praise their great lord Aubrey. Keep dreaming. Rebecca looked at the guards in the hall and yelled, "Guards, arrest Aubrey. He's in league with the faceless." After her order, the hall remained silent. The guards on the first floor. They just stood there quietly, none of them moved to follow Rebecca's orders. I forgot to tell you, today is the guards' rotating shift day. Why do you think I chose to hold the banquet today? Aubrey hinted. Rebecca's face instantly turned pale and her body started swaying as she held on to the table in front of her. You plan to kill everyone in here. Rebecca looked straight at Aubrey. Only your supporters will die, most people will still survive in a coma. By then, I'll announce that you were assassinated and unfortunately died. Oh right, I should thank you. Originally, your little lover wasn't part of my plan, but you added him in, which makes for an excellent scapegoat, Aubrey said, glancing at Fang Hao on the first floor. In the same vein, Fang Hao below also heard Aubrey's words. However, in his heart, he thought Aubrey was talking about Rolina. Disguised as a man and constantly visiting Rebecca, it would be surprising if Aubrey didn't discover her. Release them. Once I'm dead, you will naturally secure your seat as city lord. There's no need to kill them, Rebecca said through gritted teeth. Heh. Do you think I am not aware of your abilities, Rebecca? Even if you die, these people will still be my obstruction. Therefore, they have to die with you, Aubrey said coldly. Rebecca's eyes flashed with cold light. She grabbed a dinner knife from the table and stabbed at Aubrey's neck. Aubrey's face turned pale, but he was unable to dodge. But at that moment, a maid beside them grabbed Rebecca's wrist. With a slight effort, the dinner knife in Rebecca's hand fell to the ground. Aubrey, when will you stop playing this game? The maid asked with a frown. Aubrey, sweaty and terrified from the last scene, hurriedly said, Lady Adeline, I entrust this to you. At the same time, he once again instructed the guards below, proceed as planned, kill all of Rebecca's supporters, especially that black-haired guy, cut him into pieces. Clatter. All the guards immediately took action. They walked towards the dining tables in the hall, planning to execute all of Rebecca's supporters. In the dining area, Angia lay on the table and whispered to Fang Hao, Hey, he wants to cut you into pieces. Must be a mistake, I've never offended him, barely even spoken to him, Fang Hao whispered back. He mentioned you as Rebecca's lover. Don't talk nonsense, he was referring to Rolina, it has nothing to do with me. What? Rolina? Angia's eyes widened. The two attracted the attention of the guards with their whispered conversation. A large group of guards surrounded Fang Hao and the others. Ah, braised lion's head, so delicious, Fang Hao murmured as if sleep-talking, while squinting at the situation around him. Just as he had assessed the situation, he saw an iron sword coming at him. Fang Hao dodged the attack and stopped pretending to be unconscious. He retrieved a weapon from his storage space and threw it to a settee, and himself gripped the Thunderhawk blade. Angia, who usually fights with her bare fists, didn't need a weapon either. The three of them suddenly coming to their senses made the guards subconsciously take 2 steps back and get into a defensive position. Fang Hao used this opportunity to conjure a thunderbolt javelin in his right hand and threw it at the window diagonally above him. Crack! Under the impact of the thunderbolt, the window shattered instantly. Without any hesitation, Fang Hao took out a flare from his storage space. He launched it towards the window above his head. The flare burst open in the sky above the city lord's residence, illuminating the surrounding sky with bright orange light. This smooth operation left everyone dumbfounded. Even if the people outside didn't know what was happening inside. The city's soldiers, upon seeing the flare above the city lord's residence, would come over to offer their support. Seeing the flare explode above the city lord's residence, Aubrey's face instantly turned to one of fear. He shouted loudly, Quick, kill them, or we'll all die. He couldn't understand why such a perfect plan had gone wrong. As long as anyone ate the food and smelled the sedating fragrance, even a hero unit would fall into a deep coma. So what was going on with these three people? But now wasn't the time to study this. If he couldn't kill Rebecca and these three before the city's forces arrived, not only would their entire plan fail, but he would also die here. Chapter 546. Therefore, these people must die. Hearing Aubrey's shout, the surrounding guards also realized the seriousness of the situation. They drew their swords and charged towards the trio. Clang! 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 In an instant, the guards surrounded the three of them, engaging in fierce combat. Angia and Aseti shielded Fang Hao, protecting him. Fang Hao stood behind the two, beginning to gather his spells. The Wood Samurai Spirit, Flame Spider, Multi-Headed Fire Python. One after another, summoned beings appeared in front of the three of them. They forcibly blocked the charging guards, and under the fire attacks of the Multi-Headed Fire Python. Several guards were ignited by the flames, turning into charred corpses amidst their painful wails. This sudden burst of damage only slightly slowed the guards' attack. After assessing the situation, the guards resumed their assault. Fang Hao held the Thunderhawk blade in his hand, fighting in close quarters. The level 7 damage from the dark gold weapon made it as if it could cut through iron like mud. With a single swing, wherever it hit the enemy, it would break through their defense. Its lightning attributes would kill the enemy. Even a stout shield would leave a tragic scar on it. The lightning attribute of the attack would connect to the guards holding the shield, making their bodies start to convulse violently, being killed by Fang Hao's second sword. At the same time, the Starfire wand in his left hand continuously unleashed various spells and launched them at the enemy. His proficiency in both magic and martial arts allowed Fang Hao's killing speed to match that of Aseti's, even faster than Angia's. At this moment, even without a ranking evaluation for transmigrators, one could assert that he possessed the strength of a hero. Second floor. The faceless Adeline engaged in battle with Rolina, who was dressed in guard's armor. Without any extra words, they attacked each other with all their might. Rolina continuously threw dark blood spears conjured in her hands towards the maid-clad person in front of her, as dense as bullets. At the same time, Adeline also exhibited amazing strength. Swiftly dodging, the blood spears exploded behind her. With a loud bang, a gap over 3 meters wide was blasted into the wall, dust flying everywhere. The color on Adeline's face also turned serious. In the intelligence of the faceless, there was no knowledge that such a powerful hero was by Rebecca's side. This did not allow for any relaxation. She swung her right hand, and countless rusty chains sprung out from thin air. Like serpents crisscrossing and glinting with cold light, the hooks flew towards Rolina. Rolina's long sword was enveloped by a red glow. She swung her sword in close combat, and a glow like a blooming blood moon slashed towards the chain. Boom! The two collided, an explosion of airwaves. The entire second-floor platform instantly collapsed, falling from the air, the rubble burying the unconscious guests below. The two of them simultaneously spread their massive wings. In the air of the hall, the battle continued. Similar to Rolina's bat wings, Adeline's wings also resembled bat wings. However, the dark brown wings were covered with small spikes and the ends were tattered as if stitched together from chunks of skin. The two women continued their fierce battle overhead. Blast after blast of energy waves, all the glass shattered, and rubble from the walls kept falling from the air. Many people were killed in their sleep as a result of the two women's battle. Rolina looked at her iron sword, which had become jagged, and threw it down. She had only been worried about faceless assassins at the banquet attacking Rebecca, and donned her armor to act as a bodyguard for close protection. Little did she realize, the whole banquet itself was a trap to kill Rebecca. She was even more surprised that there was someone in the enemy ranks who could fight her up to now. Rolina, here's a sword. Take it and fight her outside. From below, Fang Hao's voice came. At the same time, a Valkyrie fine iron longsword was thrown up in a spiral. Rolina grabbed the long sword, and dark energy surged around her. Countless red blood spears flew towards Adeline from all directions, forcing her to fly upwards. The two of them broke through the ceiling, one after the other, flapping their wings, flew into the sky. Intense battles were taking place both in the sky and inside the city lord's mansion. However, in the corridor on the second floor, Aubrey, clutching a dagger, glared intently at Rebecca who was in front of him. He kept muttering to himself, I still have a chance, yes, yes. As long as you die, as long as you die, I will be the city lord, it's me who should be the city lord. His eyes revealed a fierce madness. Chapter 547. Aubrey tightly gripped the dagger. His gaze was deadlocked on Rebecca in front of him. They had been preparing for today's plan for a long time. The shift of the city lord's mansion guards, the tasks of the city defense army, he had made preparations for everything. Everything was following the process he had designed. Everyone was unconscious, Adeline killed Rebecca, and the guards on the first floor dealt with Rebecca's supporters. It was such a simple task. However, this seemingly comprehensive plan fell apart at the last step. Not only did Fang Hao's group of 3 not fall unconscious, they also demonstrated strong combat abilities, stopping all the guards on the first floor. Not only that, the guard following Rebecca utilized an astonishing amount of strength. Adeline unfurled giant wings just like him, and the two fought from the ground all the way up to the sky, disappearing from sight. Handling Rebecca himself was the only option left now. He had to kill Rebecca before the city defense army arrived. As long as you die, as long as you die, I can blame everything on Fang Hao and his group. I am the city lord, the army will definitely listen to me, they definitely will. Aubrey's voice was raspy and nearly to the point of roaring. As long as he killed Rebecca, even if the army saw the signal flare and arrived, he could frame the murder on Fang Hao and his outsiders. With his notorious reputation as a freeloader, no one would believe he had the courage to kill Rebecca. The plan will still succeed when that time comes. Aubrey looked as though he was manic, his thin face growing increasingly ferocious. Once he had made up his mind, he tightly clutched the dagger in his hand, slowly inching closer. On the other side, Rebecca slowly retreated step by step. She was wearing a dress designed by Fang Hao for today's banquet. It was a form-fitting design, meaning she had trouble performing any combat moves and had nowhere to hide weapons. Aubrey, you're only in charge of the military affairs. You're nothing more than a useless freeloader who knows nothing except eating and drinking. Without others, you will only die faster. Rebecca's voice was cold, her eyes deadlocked on her opponent as she slowly retreated. Indeed, she was in control of the city's army. But her abilities were only average. Her own abilities were just average too, she hadn't participated in a direct combat since she took this position. She wasn't sure whether she could defeat Aubrey or not. But she couldn't show weakness, otherwise Aubrey would only become more brazen. Hearing Rebecca's words, Aubrey paused momentarily, then lunged at Rebecca with his dagger. Rebecca, don't blame me, I can only survive if you die. Rebecca's countenance changed dramatically as she prepared to defend herself. The distance between them quickly closed. Once close enough, Aubrey's dagger lunged forward. Rebecca dodged just in time, but not completely. The dagger grazed her side, inflicting a wound. Although it didn't stab her directly, Aubrey's forward momentum was enough to send Rebecca flying. The platform of the second floor had already collapsed during the fight. Rebecca's body flew backward, falling toward the first floor lobby from the second floor. At this height, with Rebecca's physical condition, if she didn't die, she would be gravely injured for sure. As her body was rapidly descending, her mind went blank. Looking at Aubrey up above, with a face full of joy and relief, she felt somewhat desperate. Just when Rebecca thought she was going to fall to her death, a howling wind rushed past her ear. A gust of wind from underneath lifted her up, slowing her descent. Simultaneously, several tendrils extended from the air. They coiled around her ankle and waist, pulling her towards a corner. By the time she realized what happened, she had already been brought to Fang Hao's side. After the tendrils loosened, she landed directly on the ground. The battle on the first floor was far more intense than she had imagined. The unconscious people hadn't woken up yet, but the area where Fang Hao was standing was already piled up with dead bodies. Blood flowed like a river, the entire space was filled with the stench of blood. "Are you okay?" asked Fang Hao as the electric light of Thunderbolt flashed in his hand. He repelled the rebel soldiers in front of him with a swift sword swing. "I'm fine, the reinforcements will arrive soon," answered Rebecca. At this point, she had no time to care about her image. Tearing off a piece of fabric from her skirt, she gritted her teeth and used it to bandage her wound. "I hope so." Without saying more, Fang Hao took out a sword from his storage space and threw it in front of her. Rebecca didn't say anything, she directly picked up the sword from the ground. Even though she couldn't match Fang Hao and his group's strength, having a weapon in hand could guarantee some level of self-protection. Aubrey stood on the second floor, watching as Rebecca, who had fallen from the second floor, was saved by Fang Hao and his group. He bellowed loudly, "Quick, kill Rebecca, or we'll all die." Aubrey's roar echoed through the hall. Fang Hao looked up, formed a thunderbolt javelin in his hand and hurled it towards Aubrey. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Although it didn't hit Aubrey, the explosion had blown him away. He sat weakly in the corner, completely powerless. At this moment, loud sounds of fighting could be heard from outside the city lord's mansion. The city defense army and the guards of the city lord's mansion started to fight each other. Both parties wore Lyss city's armor, but they were fighting each other. In the dim night, the scene was incredibly chaotic. As they fought, they even couldn't distinguish who were the rebels and who were their own men. The scene was a total chaos. The battle outside lasted for half an hour. The sealed gate was hit with continuous pounding. Chapter 548. As the main gate was breached, troops of soldiers clad in armor swiftly charged in. A commander wearing the Temple Guardian armor advanced with purpose to the front. Haber, Purple, Level 2. Upon his entry, Fang Hao took note of his name and rank. Unexpectedly, there was another Level 2 purple rank commander in Lyss City. Moreover, the temple armor that Fang Hao sent was given to this person, Rebecca. A purple rank amongst heroes marked a high-level character, akin to a leader within a faction. It looked like the commander in charge of Lyss City was this Haber. Haber looked at the blood-stained hall, his face unusually grim. It was only when he saw Rebecca, still alive amidst the blood, that his expression slightly softened. Taking brisk steps forward, he spoke, "Miss Rebecca, we saw the flare shot from here." Rebecca threw down her longsword, wiped the blood off her face, and coldly ordered, "Aubrey conspired with the Faceless. Arrest him and seize all the established families supported by him for investigation." "Yes." Haber nodded, giving orders to his soldiers. The soldiers quickly split up to carry out the command. At the same time, a small team started to pursue Aubrey. Aubrey had suffered considerable injury from Fang Hao's lightning strike. Catching up with him would only be a matter of time, he wouldn't get far. "Miss Rebecca, let's go. I will escort you to a safe place." Haber stepped forward, offering to guard Rebecca. Fang Hao carefully inspected Haber, his eyes showing a hint of mistrust. It wasn't because he knew Haber beforehand. It was just that since Aubrey could be a Faceless, he was not sure whether this commander in front of him was a second layer of protection set up by the Faceless. Before Rebecca could respond, Fang Hao said, "We're staying here. Surround the area and call for the temple to aid the unconscious." His commanding tone, still unsettled from the recent battle, made the eyebrows of the city's armed forces furrow. Haber's expression mirrored their own, turning his questioning gaze towards Rebecca. Rebecca glanced at Fang Hao and nodded, "Do as he says." "Yes, miss." Without hesitation, Haber began arranging according to Fang Hao's orders. The whole city lord's mansion was enveloped by layer upon layer of guards, and half an hour later, the secondary priests of the temple arrived to rescue the still unconscious nobles. Above the city lord's mansion, in the midst of the night, two females with massive wings were engaged in fierce combat. Magical energies crisscrossed between them, their weapons clashed, and surges of power exploded like thunderbolts in the night. Rolina, after spreading her enormous bat wings, red pupils glowed, and a bloody aura surrounded her. Adeline/Emily the Faceless was even more terrifying in appearance. Her skin was stripped, revealing deep red flesh. Huge demon wings sprouted from her back, and chains rusted over time coiled around her body. Her image was not of a human, but more like a demon emerging from hell. "Blood Clan, you actually serve a human, how surprising." Adeline's voice was strange, like something beyond human capacity. After evading Rolina's long-ranged attack, she taunted with a cold voice. Under the moonlight, Rolina maintained a steady stream of energy for her fight against Adeline. Adeline was forced into a state of offering her own flesh as a sacrifice to tap into her power. "Humph, you ugly creature," Rolina snorted. In the blink of an eye, she was gone, appearing beside Adeline. The longsword in her hand accumulated a rich, dark energy, slicing towards Adeline like a crimson moon. Adeline's face fell. Her chains instantly blocked her front. Boom! As the two collided, Adeline plummeted down as if being hit by a missile. Crash! She destroyed houses below along her descent, landing in an exceptionally miserable manner. Adeline stood up among the ruins. Her long sword wound on her chest spurted out worm-like flesh tendrils. The tendrils twisted around each other, and in a flash, the wound was as good as new. Not even a scar was left. After recovering from her injuries, Adeline pushed herself off the ground and again whizzed into the sky. The chains from her body shot out once more, locking into brutal combat with Rolina. Suddenly, a golden light streaked through the night sky. Fang Hao, manipulating the demon doll, arrived to lend his support. Having discerned the identities of the two from afar, he instantly cast a heal. The demon doll, fashioned from the bones of a church priest, possessed abilities derived exclusively from the Church of Light's spells. Light Scholar and Chosen of the Light, both passive skills, were solely products of light magic. Then came the heal skill. It could heal the wounds of living creatures. However, if the target was the undead or demon soldiers, it would deal damage instead. The healing spell descended straight onto Adeline's head. Taken off guard, Adeline didn't have the time to evade. Sizzling sound. Ah! It was just a regular healing spell. Adeline's face twisted agonizingly, her body began to uncontrollably stiffen. Phew! By no means missing this opportunity, Rolina swung her sword, slashing it across Adeline's neck. Viscous blood appeared but didn't drop. Once again, flesh worms crawled out at the wound site, restoring it. With Rolina hot on her heels, brandishing her iron sword time and time again, Adeline countered with chains of her own. As Fang Hao approached, he also took note of the enemy's characteristics. God Renouncer Adeline, Orange Level 7. Adeline. Fang Hao felt this name was very familiar but completely unable to recall the past encounters. But one thing was certain, Adeline did have formidable strength. Otherwise, with his orange level hero strength, he wouldn't have held out this long against Rolina of dark gold level, and that too under the enhancement of the night moonlight. If it weren't for the attempt to frame Rebecca, Rolina could have ended it quicker with a direct assault. The fight between the two women continued. With perfect timing, Fang Hao released another heal spell. Adeline screamed in pain as Rolina struck her with several sword chops. After several slashes, flesh worms emerged to repair the wounds again. But the speed of the flesh worm regeneration significantly slowed down. Seeing this, Fang Hao and Rolina felt a glimmer of hope for killing the enemy. Cautiously eyeing both, Adeline deemed it time to retreat. With the failure of the original plan, hanging around would only result in her death, making her another casualty in Aubrey's cause. Additionally, she needed to relay Lyss City's situation back to the headquarters of the Faceless. By then, the headquarters would assign someone to deal with Fang Hao, and she wouldn't need to lift a finger. With this in mind, Adeline turned to flee. But would Fang Hao and Rolina let her get away so easily? While Rolina ferociously kept Adeline tangled, Fang Hao used light magic spells to further drain her energy. When Adeline's body resembled charred coal, the flesh worms could no longer repair the wounds on her body. All of a sudden, the moonlight above turned dark red. Rolina's silhouette vanished, only to appear behind Adeline within a matter of seconds. With one hand, she caught the chains lunging towards her, the other grabbed Adeline's skull. "You can die now," Rolina declared. Next, violent energy converged in Rolina's palm, akin to a rampant storm ripping through Adeline's skull. Adeline's already grotesque face grew even more terrifying, emitting roars like those from the depths of purgatory. The shrill screams echoed in the city night sky. Bang! At the next moment, Adeline's head burst apart. Blood and flesh fragments rained down from the sky. Flesh worms tried to mend the wound once more. After two of Fang Hao's light magic spells, Adeline's body fell from the sky, a charred mass. Upon hitting the ground, her body shattered like scattered ashes. Chapter 549. After the battle, Rolina curiously looked at Fang Hao in front of her. It was her first time seeing a demon doll. It had the same appearance and features as Fang Hao, but with a pair of massive bat wings. "This is my substitute. I'll explain it to you when we get the chance. Rebecca is already safe. You'd better think of a reason to explain your wings," said Fang Hao. "Yes, I know," Rolina replied, then flew down. At the same time, Fang Hao, controlling the demon doll, flew off into the distance, disappearing into the night sky. Compared to Rolina, Fang Hao was not worried about himself. After all, he was still in the city lord's mansion hall with Rebecca. Who would consider that he was controlling a duplicate to fight for him? Thus, there was no need for much explanation. On the contrary, Rolina had shown such strength in protecting Rebecca. Added to the recent battle, if someone were to investigate, it would indeed be hard to explain. It was already dawn. After ensuring safety, Fang Hao took the initiative to leave. He bid Rebecca farewell, then took Angia and Aseti back to their residence. There were still large forces circulating in the streets, arresting anyone connected with recent events. The moment Fang Hao entered his room, he restored the demon doll. He looked out of the window at the deserted street. Even though the ordinary citizens didn't know what had happened, they could still feel a sense of desolation permeating the city. At this time normally, there would already be people leaving for work, but the streets were still empty now. Leaning against the windowsill, Fang Hao reminisced about the events of last night. He had been too careless. If he hadn't gotten a heads up about Aubrey's plan from the cranial rat, he would have been in danger himself. If he, indeed, had fallen into a stupor, Aubrey would really have taken him out. The plan of Aubrey had been flawless. He could eliminate Rebecca and pin the blame on Fang Hao. Most importantly, it involved all the nobles in the city, all in attendance as if they were equally guilty. By that time, if the Federation Conference were to investigate, these people wouldn't dare speak out for fear of implicating themselves. Thus, he thought. The cranial rat had appeared in the temple under public gaze, and then the temple had assigned Fang Hao the task of rat extermination. The cranial rat had provided him information. The careful plans step by step made him wonder if the cranial rat had already known how to counter his strategy. Otherwise, everything just seemed too convenient. If all of these were meticulously calculated by the cranial rat intending to contact him through this scheme. The wisdom of the cranial rat was more profound than what he had imagined and more refined. Of course, he had not forgotten his promised token of exchange with the cranial rat. The body of the purple demon rat hero. When the time comes, he would ask for it to be delivered and then hand it over to the cranial rat. After a thought, Fang Hao opened the door and told Winnie, who was about to go to work, "Madam, let everyone know not to work today. The converted restaurant and fabric shop should remain closed too. Everyone should rest for a few days." Winnie paused and looked back with curiosity but did not say much. "All right, I understand. Tell everyone not to go out. The city has been in a bit of chaos recently," Fang Hao continued. "Yes, I understand." Having settled his instructions with the maid, Fang Hao went back to bed. At 3 in the afternoon, Fang Hao woke up and after a quick meal, headed out with several heroes from Lyss City. In a secluded cave outside the city, he met up with the Rockhead who had come to deliver goods. "Lord, I have brought you the corpse," said the Rockhead. In the cave, there was a body wrapped in linen, lying straight on the ground, like a mummy. The corpse was that of the purple demon rat hero. Nelson had left and done a simple processing on this corpse, removing all kinds of curses and viruses from it. The linen shroud helped in preserving the body for a longer period. "Good, you've worked hard," Fang Hao said, then casually put the corpse into his storage space. In the space, you couldn't store troops, but corpses could be stored. "Lord, if there is nothing else, I will be on my way," the Rockhead said. "Okay, you can go." The Rockhead nodded, mounted the bone dragon, and left. Having received what he needed, Fang Hao returned to his residence. After a brief rest, he set out again with several heroes and the Lionheart Knight, continuing to use the excuse of exterminating rats to enter the backyard of the temple. At the entrance, Fang Hao had the demon doll and the corpse of the demon rat. He used the doll to take the corpse underground. Accustomed to his surroundings, he quickly arrived in the cranial rat's space. A group of cranial rats had been waiting for him. "I'm back and have brought the corpse of the demon rat as I promised." Fang Hao threw the body onto the ground, uncovered a corner of the linen, and exposed the skull of the demon rat. The equipment of the demon rat had been stripped, leaving only the linen that wrapped the body. "I'm glad to see you again, Fang Hao. You have kept our promise," said the cranial rat with a sharp voice. "That's nothing. I've brought the corpse. Can you give me the list of faceless ones that you promised?" Fang Hao continued. The agreement between them had been met. Fang Hao had delivered the body of the demon rat hero. The cranial rat, besides providing Aubrey's plan last night, also had to give Fang Hao a list of faceless ones, helping him eliminate the known faceless ones in Lyss City. Chapter 550. If Fang Hao wanted to continue receiving information in the future, he would need to pay additional rewards. The same goes for the cranial rats. If they wanted to get supplies or help from Fang Hao, they would need to provide equivalent information or resources as compensation. "We are naturally prepared," said one of the cranial rats. Another cranial rat next to it delivered a yellowed piece of paper filled with densely written names. So many. Fang Hao did a rough count and figured there were at least over 40 people. Little Yu told him that only about 5 or 6 people attended the Faceless Ones meetings, while the list provided by the cranial rats was several times that number. "We are aware of everything in the surface world. We have countless eyes that observe everything from every dark, narrow corner. What you've heard may not be as real as what we've witnessed," the cranial rat told him. "All right, I believe you guys," said Fang Hao, tucking the list into his robe. The Faceless Ones can call on people from various domains, clearly indicating there were far more people than Little Yu had seen. The authenticity of the list provided by the cranial rat was, to some extent, higher. The underground world doesn't place as much emphasis on connections and power as the surface world does. After tucking away the list, Fang Hao immediately thought of a question. "Layli on the list has run away. I need his location." "Sure, but it requires an exchange," the cranian rat explained. Fang Hao took out a bead and placed it on the ground, rolling it towards the cranian rat's feet. Polluted blood. Type, blood. Description: the blood carries the secret gene modifications of the demon rat species. This was an item dropped upon killing a demon rat. He had gathered tens of thousands of these. Only after promising to use the demon rat corpses did Fang Hao realize these beads could probably be of use to the cranian rats. Within the area channel, those lords who completed the task of relocating the demon rats were also selling this polluted blood. No one knew its specific use. The price was therefore set according to rare materials. "Each bead of demon rat's polluted blood for 10 pieces of information," Fang Hao said. The cranial rat picked up the bead that rolled towards it and sniffed it. Then, it turned its head and nodded to the back. Being a rat, it had a keen sense of smell and could detect the smell of the blood concealed in the bead, confirming that it was indeed demon rat's blood. 10 is too many. "We can consider each bead as 3 pieces of information," responded the cranial rat, clenching the bead in its short forelimbs. "All right," Fang Hao nodded. The bargaining for 10 pieces of information was just a tactic to increase the number of information tidbits. Hadn't expected it to really succeed anyway. The cranial rat handed the bead to the rat on the side, turned its gaze to Fang Hao again and asked, "So, what information do you need?" "The location of Layli, a weapon blueprint named Swords of Absolution, and a blonde woman named Adeline. I need this trio of information. If you manage to get a hold of some special blueprints and rare materials, I can also exchange these beads for them," continued Fang Hao. "Fang Hao, we've noted down your demands. Layli is located in the basement of a deserted warehouse in East City. As for the other 2 pieces of information, we'll send them to your residence once we get them," said the cranial rat, extending its clawed hand. The deserted warehouse in East City. Fang Hao memorized the location in his heart. "Which warehouse in East City? There are quite a few of them, and it would be really troublesome to search them all," persisted Fang Hao. Indeed, there was a group of abandoned warehouses in East City. It used to be an industrial area of the city, but was then deserted due to city expansion. Some of the warehouses were used to store miscellaneous items, while many others had been deserted for a long time and rarely visited by anyone. If Layli was hiding there, it was indeed a good spot away from the public's sight. "From west to east, the 5th warehouse," the cranial rat informed. "All right, our cooperation was pleasant. I won't disturb you guys anymore," said Fang Hao, preparing to turn around and leave. But the cranial rat stopped him again and said directly, "Wait, you mentioned earlier that you need blueprints. We have one here, for 5 beads." Fang Hao, who was about to leave, stopped his steps and curiously looked again at the group of cranial rats in the center of the hall. Blueprints in the hands of rats? It can't be a blueprint for something like a rat nest, can it? If it is, could I perhaps set up an underground intelligence organization of my own? Walking back to his original spot, he spoke to the cranial rats. "A trade is possible, but the amount of pearls that can be exchanged will depend on the level and function of the blueprint. Some things may be useful to you, but they may not necessarily have equivalent value to us humans. Please wait, Fang Hao, human. Fang Hao sat down on an old wooden box nearby, waiting for them to bring the blueprints. Soon, a cranial rat returned, carrying a sheet of blueprint in its hand. Diversion type underground pipeline construction blueprint, purple grade. Diversion type underground pipelines. Category, special buildings. Description, the setting of an underground diversion type drainage system, with independent sewer and rainwater drainage systems that collect and drain sewage and rainwater separately. The blueprint brought by the cranial rat was not for some rat nest, but for an underground drainage system. It was now autumn, and rainy days were becoming more frequent. At this time, a complete drainage system was indeed needed by Fang Hao for future city development and expansion. So this blueprint was indeed very valuable to him. Good, I will take this blueprint. It costs 5 pearls, which I didn't bring with me. I'll give them to you when I get back, Fang Hao said. That's fine, when you get back, just ring this bell and we will come to collect the pearls. Our future trade will also be conducted in this way, replied the cranial rat. And then it handed over a small bell. The bell was only the size of a thumb, the exterior was made of metal, but the clapper seemed to be made of bone. Good, for the time being we'll leave it at that. After I go back, I'll give you the pearls. Fang Hao put the bell away and instructed, for the next while, try to appear less at the temple during the day. The cranial rat nodded, signifying it understood. Fang Hao didn't linger and turned to head back the way he came. He discreetly put away the demon doll, at the entrance to the temple's backyard and planned to leave with everyone. Just as they were leaving, he saw the priestess Miriam coming towards him. Mr. Fang Hao, how is the rat problem coming along? Miriam asked, leaning on her cane and walking over to Fang Hao. It's progressing nicely. We've cleaned out most of the rats underground, but the underground pipe system is too extensive to be able to kill them all off. However, they probably won't dare to come to the surface to steal any more, Fang Hao replied. That's good to hear, as long as these little things don't come up to cause trouble, Miriam said softly. And then her voice changed as she continued, I heard there was a major incident at the city lord's mansion last night while I was not in town. It looked like Miriam had come mainly to inquire about what happened last night. Miriam and her half-demon son lived outside the city. She only heard about what happened last night this morning. As a guest at last night's banquet, Fang Hao naturally knew more than she did. Although Miriam did not care about the politics of the city, it did not mean that she didn't want to know anything at all. Keeping abreast of developments in the city was also a concern for the priestess of the temple. After pondering for a moment, Fang Hao said, last night, the city lord Aubrey collaborated with the Faceless Ones to carry out an assassination attempt on Lady Rebecca. Luckily, the guards by her side were skilled and repelled the Faceless Ones, and no danger ensued. What happened yesterday in the banquet hall was known by the city's elites who were all revived afterwards. Even if the news hadn't gotten out yet, everyone in the city would know in a couple of days. Since Miriam asked, it seemed better to simply tell her. When she heard that Aubrey had dared to attempt to assassinate Rebecca, Miriam could not hide her disbelief. If it were not for the fact that this really happened yesterday, she might not even believe Fang Hao. Then what about Aubrey? Miriam continued to ask. He has probably been arrested. The city will be in chaos over the next few days, so it's best not to have people from the temple wandering around, Fang Hao replied as he and his party reached the back door. After saying goodbye to Miriam, he returned to his own residence.